My name is Kirkland Clark, and I'm the underwriting manager here at Cooperators General Insurance. We offer a wide range of products to cover the individual householder, as well as for the commercial business. For householders, we have your homeowner's policy, which covers for all sorts of loss or damage. We also cover your contents, your valuables. We have all risk cover for that. For businesses, we offer a wide range, which includes your fire and perils protection, burglary, all risk, employer's liability, public liability, and the list goes on. During the hurricane season, we put on a number of specials so that persons can ensure that their products or that their properties remain covered. Cooperators General Insurance. Insurance the way you want it to be.
COB for all your financial needs, making your dreams a reality, helping to achieve prosperity. COB for all your financial needs. City of Bridgetown, Cooperative Credit Union, measuring success one member at a time. Telephone 430-5900.
Of this outstanding national athlete. Shane Brathwaite was born in Bridgetown, Barbados on the 8th of February 1990 to parents Faye Shore Gaskin and Norton Brathwaite. He was educated at the Roland Edwards Primary and St. James Secondary School, now called Frederick Smith Secondary. On completing secondary school at the age of 18, he received a full scholarship to the Central Arizona College, then transferred to the Texas Tech University, where he earned first team and second team All-American honors. Shane made his international debut as a multi-eventer. In 2006, he represented Barbados at the Central American and Caribbean Junior Championship held in Trinidad and Tobago, where he won gold in the octathlon. His multi-events exploits continued in 2007 at the World Youth Championship held in the Czech Republic, where again he won gold in the octathlon. This gold medal made him the first person from Barbados to win a gold medal at a global athletic championship. That deserves a round of applause. In 2008, at the Crifter Games held in St. Kitts and Nevis, he was also a gold medalist in the heptathlon. In 2009, Shane started to concentrate on the sprint hurdles, and he won a bronze medal in the 110-meter hurdles at the Pan American Junior Championships held in Trinidad and Tobago. And in the process, he broke the national junior record. In 2012, at the NACA Under-23 Championships held in Mexico, he won gold in the 110-meter hurdles. He broke the competition record, and that record still stands today. Shane Brathwaite has represented Barbados on the biggest global athletics stage in the 110-meter hurdles. In 2014, 2018, and 2022 at the Commonwealth Games, with his best performance in 2022 is silver medal in Birmingham, UK, in a time of 13.30 seconds. He went to the World Championships in 2015, 2017, 2019, 2021, and 2022. His best performance came in 2017 in the London Games, where he placed 6th in a time of 13.32 seconds, again in the 110-meter hurdles. He went to the Pan American Games, and he was a gold medalist in 2019 in a time of 13.31 seconds. Shane Brathwaite is an Olympian. He went to the Summer Games in 2012 in London, and in 2021 he went to the Tokyo Games. Ladies and gentlemen, with this long list of achievements and service to Barbados through athletics, we are very pleased to have this zone named after Shane Brathwaite. And this zone is sponsored by the Hot 95.3 FM. The schools competing in the Hot 95.3 FM Shane Brathwaite zone are the Dighton Griffith School, Frederick Smith Secondary School, Harrison College, Parkinson Memorial, Springer Memorial, St. Leonard's Boys, and the Law School. We certainly look forward to keen competition in the Armstrong Agency's Under 13 Division, the Laboratory and Sports Under 15 Division, the Infinity on the Beach Hotel Under 17 Division, the Barbados National Oil Company Limited Under 20 Division, the Seoul Barbados 100-meter series, and the Made It Against the Odds Under 17 and Under 20 girls 800 meter in honor of the late Letitia Chills. So we wish all of the schools a safe and successful meet. And the Ministry of Education has continued its peace initiative. And here is the quote of the day. Nobody can bring you peace but yourself. And that was by Ralph Emerson. So the only thing left to do is to declare the start of this zone competition. And we have Mr. Norton Brathwaite, Shane Brathwaite's father, to do that with the start of the gun. So we now declare the Hot 95.3 FM Shane Brathwaite zone officially open.
Good morning and welcome to day one of the Starcom Network Shane Brathwaite Zone here for Powerade Dasani-BSSAC 2023. In this zone, you're going to be witnessing the following schools competing: Dighton Griffith School, Frederick Smith Secondary, Harrison College, the Law School, Parkinson Memorial Revivers, Springer Memorial, St. Leonard's Boys, Young Explorers Barbados, and Codgerton High School. You also should make a note that all of the winners of this zone, this being a new zone, all of the winners will be the record holders for 2023. So, a lot for these youngsters to go out and compete for. We also want to keep you abreast or remind you of who the sponsors are for BSSAC. Of course, the title sponsor, Dasani-Powerade. We have Wibisco, Chauffette, and Frosties. Starcom Network, Cooperative General Insurance Company Limited, Salt Barbados Limited, Barbados National Oil Company Limited, Infinity on the Beach Hotel, Signia Globe Financial, City of Bridgetown Cooperative Credit Union, Barbados Teachers Cooperative Credit Union, Armstrong Agencies, Laboratory and Sports, Barbados Light and Power Company Limited, McBride Caribbean Limited, BSL Athletics, Made It Against the Odds Foundation, Premium Security Services, and we welcome Flo to the list of sponsors for the Powerade Dasani-BSSAC 2023. Of course, we going to acknowledge the fact that we have some media partners: Sports.bb, Caribbean Broadcasting, Corporate Starcom Network, the Nation Newspaper, Barbados Advocate, Barbados Today, and the Loop News. All here to help you get all the information you need as it relates to sports and BSSAC 2023. All of our viewers who have logged on, we're going to encourage you as well to don't just log on and watch, but we want you to like and subscribe. You click the subscribe button, the like button, you click the subscribe button, you click that little bell icon as well, so you can get updates as to whenever we're going on or whatever streams we have or whatever videos content we've entered onto YouTube channel. And with that, you can also enter your comments as we have some active dialogue during the day. Now, only 2 field events will be contested in the zone. This will be the high jumps and the long jumps. So before that, we're going to let you know what position the schools are at right now in terms of points after the field event championships they had at Harrison College just a week ago. In the girls, in 6th position, Parkinson Memorial School Revivers, they have 14 points. 5th, Dighton Griffith Secondary School, 35 points. 4th, Frederick Smith Secondary School, they have 49.5 points. In 3rd, the top 3, the Law School sits 3rd, 104 points. Just 10.5 points ahead of them is Springer Memorial with 114.5 points. And leading the girls right now with 131 points, Harrison College. In the boys, 6th, Dighton Griffith Secondary, 11 points. 5th, Parkinson Memorial School Revivers, 36 points. In 4th, Frederick Smith Secondary School, 74 points. The top 3, the Law School again sits in 3rd, 98 points. 2nd, the St. Leonard's Boys, 127 points. And leading the boys as well with 149 points, Harrison College. So this is where we're at. The scene is set for 2 exciting days of competition here at the Starcom Network Shane Brathwaite Zone. Who will emerge victorious? Will we have another double champion? Or will there be upsets, thrills and spills as usual here as competitions starts to get on its way? Our first event will be the 300-meter hurdles for under 15 boys, followed by the hurdle event, 200-meter hurdles for under 15 girls. Very soon you're going to be hearing the voices of Michael Jules and Ian Webster as they take over for the broadcast. At present, we have a high jump going on. That's under 20 girls high jump. You can tell you who the athletes are in that high jump competition. As those young ladies have already started the event, and we have some eliminations already as well. A young lady from Harrison College would have just completed her attempt. It was a failed attempt. Now we see an athlete from the law school, not successful. Lady from Harrison College aborting her attempt. She still has some time to get back to her mark and go again. Ooh, almost there. She almost had it. Yesterday we had the Ann Hill School joining the ranks and the estimator zone, the Chafet Frosty's estimator zone, and those children, by all accounts, had a wonderful time competing, and we're looking forward to seeing them again next year, hopefully with a little more success. So it looks like the competition, these two athletes there, the law school young lady and one from Harrison College, they are on the bubble of elimination. They have to clear this height. I think they had 2 failed attempts. So as we welcome Michael Jules to the announcing booth. Michael, good morning to you.
Hi, good morning, Perry, and good morning to our viewers. And I guess you heard already that we are at the Shane Brathwaite zone, the final zone of competition here at the Dasani-Powerade BSSAC 2023. And joining me will be Mr. Ian Webster. Sure you're familiar with hearing Ian over the past 2 zonal meets.
Good morning to you, Michael, and good morning to our viewers. This is, of course, the Starcom network, Shane Brathwaite zone. Of course, the first time that the zone is in its existence, so As Perry would have mentioned earlier, for the benefit of our viewers, the winners will be all record holders here today. We have a packed program for you today. The action, as far as the track is concerned, should start around 10 o'clock, so we're not too far away from that now. Of course, we usually start with our hurdle events, move on to our 1500s. The Saul Barbados 100 meter series will follow the 1500s. Those 100 meters will be followed by the 800s. Then we have the sprint hurdles, the 400 meter dash, the 200 meter dash, and today's zone will end out with the 4x100 meter relays. Of course, those will be for the under 17 and under 20 divisions. We can let you know as well while we are here that we have divisional sponsors or division sponsors. The under 13 division is sponsored by Armstrong Agencies. The under 15 division is sponsored by Laboratory and Sports. The under 17 division is sponsored by Infinity on the Beach Hotel. The under 20 division sponsored by Barbados National Oil Company Limited and Cooperators General Insurance Company Limited. They sponsored the relay series. So thanks to all of our corporate partners. Some new ones coming on board, and we want to say thanks to you for coming on. So it looks like we're going to have some action on track shortly, no? In view, we still continue to observe the high jump.
Ian, what I can tell you and the viewers, just so we are aware of how things will be operating here at these championships. The points from the field event competition. Okay, I understand that Perry Barnett shared the points, but for persons who might have missed, just so you are aware that the points from the field event championship, those points will be adding to today's competition. So pretty much you can say that Harrison College are already in the lead in the girls and the boys.
Yes, they are.
131 points for the girls and 149 points for the boys. So all these points will be added to today's program. So I think now we can see our first set of athletes getting ready for the under 15 boys 300 meter hurdles. And we should note here that all these events you will see today are finals. There will be, in some cases, timed finals if you have more than one section. Right now we are seeing one section coming up for the under 15 boys in the 300 meter hurdles. The hurdles will be at its lowest height, 76 centimeters. And they will be chasing the BSSAC record. Actually, so what's interesting here, Ian, is
Yeah.
the BSSAC record can be broken in this zone.
Yes, it can
So
be.
we need to again reiterate that there will be no breaking of zone records, as this is the first time for this zone, the Shane Brathwaite zone, but an athlete can run faster than 38.03 seconds, which is the BSSAC record, and that was established in 2012 by Rivaldo Leacock, who then was at the Lester Vaughan School. The lane assignments are up. Ian, you can do the honors.
In lane 8, Johnny Franklin, the Lodge School. In lane 7, Jaden Brathwaite, Dighton Griffith. In lane 6, Jacoby Brown Smith, Harrison College. In 5, Marquise Carmichael, St. Leonard's Boys. In 4, Kai Merritt, Harrison College. In 3, Trinico Nurse, Dighton Griffith. In lane 2, Gabriel Lord, St. Leonard's Boys. And in lane 1, Trevonte Alexi, the Lodge School.
So there you have it, the lane assignments, and again, these guys will be chasing 38.03, the BSSAC record. The winner will be the new Shane Brathwaite Zone champion and record holder.
And they're off.
Okay, so I think what we saw there, the runners just getting a little, what we call in the track and field world, a shakeout.
Okay.
So 2 from Harrison College, 2 from the Lodge School, 2 from Dighton Griffith, and 2 from the St. Leonard's Boys. So 4 schools in here with a shot at earning some points. First place, 10 points. Second place, 8 points. And we go down the line, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So I know that there are some viewers who keep some very tight statistics. They follow the statistics, and you already heard the point standings. So I think you can follow these events. The straight up events, Ian, you can see who plays first, probably through 8th if you have a good eye. I know there's some viewers who have been watching from knapsack, and so they are very versed with track and field and what pertains. So you can follow as well and keep track. So only 4 teams able to score points here in this particular event: the Lodge School, St. Leonard's Boys, Dighton Griffith, and Harrison College. So they're off.
Yes, they are.
A great start here. We're seeing in lane 6, that's
Yep.
Harrison College, of course, with their maroon and gold colors. And we'll see how things will pan out at the halfway mark, 150 meters. Still looking like Harrison College. And that's Kai Merritt of Harrison College there in lane 4, our leader. As they come into the straightaway, it's all Kai Merritt of Harrison College.
Goodness.
A little difficulty there, Ian.
Yes, he did have a little bit of difficulty going over that hurdle.
And
But
beside him is
comfortably
Brown
over the next
Smith.
one. So Harrison College.
Actually, that's Carmichael of St. Leonard's Boys finish up there in 2nd position.
So Kai Merritt first, 43.82 seconds. The winner of that 300-meter hurdle event. We anticipate that we will see Marquise Carmichael. We anticipate that's what we'll see. We await the official result.
So Merritt earning 10 points for Harrison College. As we said, they're already coming into this event leading.
Yeah.
So those of you who will be keeping track, you can add 10 more points for Harrison College there. Add 8 points for Marquise Carmichael and for St. Leonard's Boys. And, of course, we'll get those results coming up shortly for you.
So we're seeing now Marquise Carmichael confirmed as the 2nd place finisher. 44.29 seconds. That's his time. The Lodge Schools, Johnny Franklin, is 3rd, 46.19 seconds. Those are the top 3 finishers in the under 15 boys 300 meters hurdle. 300-meter hurdles. I beg your
So
pardon.
we will see the officials now moving to the 200-meter mark, and the young ladies, the under 15 girls, they'll be going 200 meters. And again, Ian, the purpose of having these shorter distances for these age categories, it's a developmental thing.
Exactly.
So you will notice that the under 15s, the girls will go 200 meters. When they move up to the under 17 category, they will go 300 meters. However, in other places, they go 400 meters at the under 17 level. But for the organizers of any competition, they have the right to determine how they want to go in terms of heights, in terms of distances, even in terms of the weights of the implements.
Yeah.
You will see the differences there. So the under 15 girls, they'll be going 200 meters. The lowest height, again, 76 centimeters. And we have 7 girls going in this one. Give us the lane assignments, Ian.
In lane 8, Soraya Morris, the Lodge School. In lane number 7 is that Frederick Smith Secondaries, Soraya Murray. Yes, Frederick Smith is in there. In lane 6, Soweto Lord of Dighton Griffith. In 5, Shamira Scantleberry, Springer Memorial. In 4, Yasmin White, the Lodge School. In 3, Kimara Blackett, Springer Memorial. Rounding out the field in lane 2, Rishana Blunt of Dighton Griffith. The record is held by Shakira Hall, formerly of Corrigan Parry. That's the BSAC record, a time of 27.24 seconds.
And of course, Shakira Hall went on to represent Barbados at Carifta Games, CAC Juniors. She was the recipient of a track scholarship. And she's also a very good volleyball player as well.
It's good when in fact, Perry and I we were talking about that, and the fact that a lot of the athletes actually play a lot of sports. In my time, you had people like Jamal Ford going to Christchurch Foundation.
Yes.
He was a javelin thrower, but he was also on the Barbados cricket team.
Yes.
So we get that situation pretty often, where a number of these athletes that we see here performing at BSAC are actually sportsmen in other disciplines.
Yes.
Sportsmen and women, yes.
But I think what happens, Ian, is when they have to make a choice, that's the critical thing. When they have to determine which sport will I choose, which is the best one for me at this point in time. I think a sport like track and field, it offers the opportunity for an athlete to receive a track scholarship. There are many people who have passed through the ranks of the track and field world and who benefited from a scholarship.
Yeah.
They went on, they even got to do a master's degree free of cost, and went on to even get a doctorate.
Yeah.
I know several persons who, use the route of sport. Of course, recently there are scholarships to be had in several other sporting disciplines. So I think once an athlete realizes what is the best sport for them and the best chance for them to get as far as possible in that discipline, then you will see them migrating towards that. So, seems like we are on the starters' orders here for the under 15 girls 200 meter hurdles final.
Yes. As previously mentioned, this is a final. So points are up for offer.
So
And
they're
there
off
go.
and running. 5 girls I'm seeing facing the starter. On the inside is Kimara Blackett of Springer Memorial. And I love the kit,
Yes.
Springer's kit. Very nice. So here on the inside, and coming up here is Yasmin White of the Lodge School, giving chase here. And the 2 Springer girls, Blackett and Scantleberry, sandwiching White of the Lodge School. Seems like the 2 Springer girls are going to take this, so it's Blackett and Scantleberry. They'll finish in that order. Blackett first, Scantleberry second, and White of the Lodge School finishing in third. Ian, I
was a
know
good
you
run.
have a big smile on your face.
I'm happy.
Yes.
I love to see Springer doing well.
Well.
I mean, I love Springer. Come on. I mean, that's where he started in teaching,
And
man.
there's nothing wrong. I have a slight smile on my face
Yeah, slight
because
smile.
of the Lodge School.
Oh, that's all right, man. We all have our school histories.
Of course. And there's
And look at the
absolutely
Springer
nothing
girls.
wrong
They're
with
going
that.
berserk in the
Well,
stand. Look
and
at
that
them.
they should. That they should. So that's the 1-2 for Springer. Kimara Blackett, 31.45. Shamira Scantleberry, 31.58. And
The Lodge
Yasmin
schools, yeah.
White of the Lodge School, 32.67. So those are the top 3. Soraya Morris of the Lodge School, 34.09. So Springer will get 18 points from this event. Lodge will get 11. So
That will
that's a
certainly
good
help.
start.
Yeah, that will certainly help the cause of Springer because they're trailing right now to Harrison College. When we gave you that points update a while ago, we had not, of course, these events had not yet been run.
Correct.
But now we can add those in and get a good perspective of exactly the type of work that has to go in for Springer Memorial if they are to go on to, and if they would surge above the Harrison College team, it would give us a good indicator as to how things are going.
Oh, yes. So the hurdles are out the way, Ian. And I think it's very, very fitting that Shane Brathwaite has the honor of having an event named, one of these zones named after him.
Yes.
Of course, we know of the, what people like Esther Maynard and Frank Blackman have done for the sport. But it is good when you can bring one of our younger folks. Of course, we know that Knapsack has done the same in naming zones after some of the outstanding stalwarts in the sport. Shane Brathwaite, he has a very illustrious record as far as competing and representing Barbados. I happened to be there when in 2006, Shane Brathwaite was the octathlon champion at the Central American and Caribbean Junior Championships. And that was in Trinidad and Tobago. And from then, he went on to do very well. I also happened to be, and I was so pleased, at the World Youth Championships in the Czech Republic in 2007, when Shane Brathwaite became the World Youth Octathlon champion.
Wow.
Yes.
An
That was an
outstanding career
amazing performance from him. And for those who don't know what the octathlon is, it's 8 events. And that's, again, a precursor to the decathlon. Unfortunately, or fortunately, Shane did not pursue multi-events. He went on to just focus on the hurdles.
Yes, and I was about to get to that part because most Barbadians, when they think of the name Shane Brathwaite, they go right to the hurdle events because that's where, you know, he would have competed and done a lot of his recent exploits. But it is good to get a perspective on athletes. And people like yourself are, of course, good for the sport because you can give us a perspective that most people wouldn't have. That history, I didn't know that he was an octathlete before. And that's an interesting history. And Perry and I, we talk a lot about how some of these athletes, even now at BSAC, are multi-eventers, you know, and managing their time and this type of stuff and how much work they're putting because it's a lot of leg work.
Of course.
Yeah.
And talking about multi-events, you can't talk about multi-event history without mentioning two persons, Victor Houston and Akila Jones. Those two. Remember, Victor, he also was one who represented Barbados in the decathlon, and then he chose to do the hurdles as well. And Akila Jones, outstanding heptathlete, and I will die and say it. I think Akila Jones was our best shot at being a world champion, not at the junior level, but at the senior level, a world champion in the heptathlon. She had everything.
You say it was, though, as though it's a thing of the past.
Yes, because I think she made the decision that she's not going to be competing in the multi-events anymore. That decision was taken quite a while ago. As you know, she was focusing on the long jump only.
Okay.
Yes. But, yes, back to Shane Brathwaite. He had a lot of victories. He was the heptathlon champion at the Carifta Games. And I think two times he won the octathlon at the CAC Juniors, and he won the heptathlon at the 2008 Carifta Games. Of course, Shane went on to receive a track scholarship, studied in the U.S., and from there. So his career spanned from, let's say, around 2005, 2006 to present. because, of course, you know, he's a professional athlete and still performing. So that just goes to show, Ian, and viewers and listeners, that athletes can have a pretty long lifespan once they keep fit. That's the thing, the fitness. Of course, you know, injuries will come.
Yeah.
But once you can maintain that fitness, you can have a decent lifespan. 2006 to 2013, 2023. How long is that, Ian? You're better at mathematics than I am.
Who told you that?
6 from 23.
I'm thinking right now about 17. I could be wrong.
17 years. Yes, you're on the ball. Very good. So, 17
I don't
years
like being put on the spot, Michael.
involved in track and field.
17 years.
That's a long time. But of course, he's 33 years of age, and time always catches up with you.
Yeah.
So you have to know when it's time to call it a day and when to move on. I think he's good for one more Olympics.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Yeah,
the
one more Olympic.
24 Olympics coming up. I think he's good for that. After that, then we'll see what decisions he will make.
The 2024 Olympics, wow, seems so far away.
But it is just around the corner,
around the corner. It is just around the corner. I remember when the last Olympics was concluded, I was saying to myself, 2024 sounds so far away, but really and truly, it's just around the corner.
Yes.
So we have that to deal with.
The last success for Shane Brathwaite was in the Commonwealth Games last year, where he got a silver medal in the 110 hurdles. So that was his last major success. Of course, we're looking forward to see what he will do this year and coming up to the 2024 Olympics next year in Paris. So that's a little history of Shane Brathwaite. I think the young ladies are just about ready for the 1,500 meters.
All right, so let's give you the list of competitors for this one. We have, representing Parkinson Memorial, Renicia Brooks. In there as well is Donja Scott of Springer Memorial. Representing Harrison College, we have Savannah Brown. The Lodge School is represented by Jariah Williams. Springer Memorial's Azaria Aline is also in there as well. We have Savannah Paris representing the Lodge School. Alicia Harris of Frederick Smith Secondary School is in there as well. Harrison College has Zariah Rosemond representing, and finally rounding out the field is Kendra Morgan of Frederick Smith Secondary School. Those are the competitors in the under 17 girls 1,500 meter run. The record is held by Janelle Innes, formerly of Parkinson Memorial, set on the 18th day of March 1994, a time of 4 minutes 45.68 seconds.
Yes, Ian. So this under 17 girls 1,500 meters coming up, as you said, the BSAC record set in 1994. And I do recall Janelle Innes running that magnificent 4 minutes 45.68. At that point, Janelle was the darling of distance running, middle distance running, not just in Barbados, because Janelle Innes and Sheena Gooding, they took Carifta by storm as under 17s.
Yes, they did.
I don't know if were you around in that time?
I was around, but in 1994 I was still in primary school. I set the common entrance exam in 1995, but I was a fan. And of course, when I came home from primary school and CBC was showing the broadcast, I would tune in and I would see the likes of Janelle Innes, Tanya Oxley.
There you go.
I would see Sheena Gooding as well,
Yes.
Letitia Jilks.
Yes.
Those
Yes.
kinds of athletes. So I was around, but from a distance.
Okay, great. I have to tell myself Ian is younger than I think he is.
I don't know if to take that as a compliment or not, but I'm going to work with it as a compliment. Though I'm going to keep it positive today. I'm wearing a good color.
There we go. Right. So
What we're going to do here, Mike, is we're going to take a short break in the action and come right back with some more action for you. The 1500 meters, the girls are on the line, but we're going to take a short break and come right back here with more action for you at the Usain Bolt Sports Complex. We'll be right back.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Y'all ready for this?
Frosty's ice cream is delicious. Frosty's ice cream is creamy and smooth. Ice cream, you scream, we all scream for Frosty's ice cream. Taste happiness. Frosty's ice cream. Taste happiness. Frosty's ice cream. Taste happiness. Ice cream, you scream, we all scream for Frosty's ice cream. Taste happiness.
Welcome back to our live coverage of the Starcom Network, Dasani-Powerade BSSAC 2023, the Shane Brathwaite Zone. We are back for the under-17 girls 1500 meters, and Ian, I believe this will be the first of a series of 1500-meter events.
Yes, we have the under 15, sorry, not the under 15, the under 17 girls, under 17 boys, and then the under 20 girls and under 20 boys.
So we're seeing the lineup here again. Ian, if you can go through the lineup so folks can start getting familiar with the athletes and their colors.
Okay, so we have Renicia Brooks representing Parkinson Memorial, Donja Scott representing Springer Memorial. She's in your frame there wearing 10 and 98. We have Savannah Brown of Harrison College, Jariah Williams of the Lodge School, Zaria Aline, Springer Memorial, Savannah Paris, the Lodge School, Alicia Harris of Frederick Smith Secondary School, Zariah Roseman of Harrison College, and Kendra Morgan of Frederick Smith.
So these young ladies will be going 3 3/4 laps around the track, trying to run faster than 4 minutes 45.68 seconds. No outstanding names here, Ian. Of course, following track and field, in domestic track and field circles, we would obviously know of athletes who are doing well, running fantastic times. None of these young ladies, unfortunately, are of the ilk of that 445 region. However, that doesn't matter to them. I think today it's all about earning some points for the school.
That's what it's about, really and truly, getting some points for the school. Again, we have 2 from Springer Memorial in here, 2 from the Lodge School, 1 from Parkinson, 2 should be here from Frederick Smith Secondary. two from Harrison College as well. And the Springer girls are taking it to the front so far.
That's Azaria Aline and Don J. Scott. So we're going to try and see if our cameraman, I'm going to test the cameraman today.
That's what you're going to do?
Yes, I'm going to test him.
Go ahead and test
see.
him. Go ahead, Michael.
If he can get a close-up shot so that we can identify the athletes a little easier. Just need to see the bib number. And maybe your eyes are better than mine.
I can tell you that Scott is on the outside and Aline is on the inside. Those are the two young ladies from Springer Memorial. Aline has a slight lead right now on Scott. The others are tightly bunched together, so we're seeing Springer Memorial here doing well.
And that's the two girls from the Lodge School in 3rd and 4th, Savannah Paris and Jariah Williams. So that's the position right now with 3 laps remaining in this 1,500 meters. Ian, did you ever run a 1,500?
Yes, I actually did. It's a very tiring event. In my junior days at Ellerslie under Mr. Williams, of course, I would have run a few 1,500 meters. Yes,
you didn't make it to the stadium in it, did you?
No, I actually made it to the stadium in my last 2 years of school when I would have come down to the sprints, you know? Yeah.
Okay. As you say, the 1,500 meters could be a pretty grueling event.
Yeah,
I ran maybe 150 1,500 meters.
Well, you were that guy, you know. Back in your prime, you were that guy.
Yes, yes,
you know?
yes. But right now, it's the opportunity for these two young ladies, Azaria Aline and Don J. Scott of Springer Memorial. Again, if they can get up in there and finish in a 1-2, that will be another, oh, lovely, 10:98. That's Scott, who is leading, 10:59. That's Azaria Aline. You see, I told you that guy, he has passed the test.
He's passed the
yes,
test.
the cameraman. Very good. Kudos to him. I'll buy him a drink afterwards.
Well, I want to see what kind of drink.
Yes, so Springer's in the lead, 1st and 2nd, as they approach 2 laps to go. 2 minutes and 37 seconds on the clock for these ladies. Remember, they're chasing a 4:45.68, the BSAC record. Whoever wins this will be the new Shane Brathwaite zone champion and record holder. So there they go, these two young ladies. And Ian, it is good when you have a teammate in a race like this. You can work off your teammate. You have a strategy, and you work the strategy, and you work with each other. They are accustomed training together.
Indeed.
Yes. So again, the two Springer girls mean business, and it would. I mean, just like that, Springer will earn 36 points from 2 events.
I was about to make mention of that
wow.
fact, you know, and we haven't had many events so far, but the few that we have had, out of them, Springer Memorial will get 36 points, and that is significant.
That's maximum points, Ian.
Yeah, that's significant points. And that will certainly help their cause in seeking to challenge Harrison College for the lead.
Yes, and indeed for the championship. And the key thing is here, Ian, once you get to zone meets, to, first of all, have the maximum number of runners that you can have in an event, which in most of these cases are 2. If you have 2 runners in there, your chances are a lot better.
Now, things are beginning to look a little interesting here because the athlete from Parkinson Memorial, that's Renicia Brooks, she has begun to chip away at this lead that the Springer Memorial ladies have. So let's see if they're going to be able to hold on. It's still early days yet. Is this the bell lap coming,
Yes, this is the bell lap. 400 meters to go.
Yes.
Seems like Scott now has taken over for Springer Memorial.
Yeah.
Aline needs to get a little closer to her as Renicia Brooks of Parkinson Memorial is creeping up. And I think the whole field is beginning to move up a bit. And at this stage, Ian, this is a time where you really need to kick. You need to start preparing for the kick from 300 out.
What I can tell you is that Renicia Brooks does have a kick. And she seems to be just chipping away at the lead and waiting for an opportunity to pounce.
Well, we are seeing it here because she is now moved into 2nd position. Good. And I was just making the point that this is the time that you really need to start setting up yourself for that final kick.
Yes, and she is doing that all right. There's a lot of excitement around. Could we see something here special for Parkinson Memorial? They call themselves Revivers this year, the Parkinson Memorial Revivers. So let's see, will there be a revival on the track here for Parkinson Memorial Track and Field? Renicia Brooks versus Donja Scott. Brooks versus Scott. Just about 100 meters left. Let's see how it's going to go. Is Brooks going to go? Yes, she does. She's going to ask a question. Will the answer come back as no? Yes, it does. Renicia Brooks putting her foot down on the accelerator here and now pulling away. Parkinson Memorial. Oh, my goodness, Michael. I'm wearing yellow today. I am Parkinson Memorial. I'm excited. I'm going to be biased in this one. Parkinson Memorial Revivers taking this one now. Congratulations to Renicia Brooks of Parkinson Memorial. Springer Memorial coming in there second. Donja Scott. And we await the third place finishers. So that looks to me, is that somebody from Harrison College? Looks like Harrison College, could be Rosemond.
Brown? Yes.
Could be Harrison
Rosemond. Actually, it is Morgan.
Of Frederick Smith.
Finishing up there in third.
So we're seeing the times.
And Springer finishing up in fourth. So that will be, again, double points for Springer Memorial. I know you're beaming again,
yes,
Ian, because you're a teacher at the Parkinson Memorial.
I am a teacher at the Parkinson Memorial. Yes.
I have no difficulty with you rejoicing.
Yes, I feel happy when I see the children.
Do you teach that young lady?
Renicia Brooks, I have taught her before, yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Well, you need to find her sometime during the course of the day and give her a big hug and congratulate her on that performance.
Oh, man.
So well done.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
This is an athlete from Frederick Smith now finishing up, Alicia Harris. And if she finishes in 8th position, she will earn 1 point for her school.
Oh, my goodness. And she tumbles there at the finish. She's exhausted. Oh, she is exhausted.
So a great run there, Ian. At the beginning, we thought that Springer was going really good, and they were.
Yeah, they were going quite well.
The thing is, you should always save something for that finish. Always have something in the bag.
Renicia Brooks has been doing pretty well this season. I would have seen her, of course, at our inter-house meet. And I can tell you that apart from, you know, she puts in a lot of work.
Great.
You know, we see these performances and think that it just happens like that. They just turn up and they just run. No, she puts in a lot of work. She's been training. I know Mr. Ellis has been putting in some work with her. And kudos to the physical education department over at Parkinson Memorial. Revivers. So there is a revival taking place.
I like that. And the thing, Mr. Ellis himself was an outstanding distance runner. So we're going to look here at the under-17 boys 1,500 meters. See, they started there getting them all ready to go. And they'll be chasing 4:09.17. A top-notch performance from Jonathan Jones. He was then attending the Coleridge and Parry School back in 2015 and ran that magnificent time, 4:09.17. There are 12 boys scheduled to go in this one. We will have to go through these names rather quickly. LeBron Horn-Small of Dighton Griffith, Ladanian Doughty of the Lodge School, Shamari Greenwich Lewis of Parkinson. We also have Luke McIntyre of Harrison College. Eyes will be on him. Caron Blackman of Frederick Smith. From the St. Leonard's boys, Tavion Cadogan. From Frederick Smith, Tyrese King. From St. Leonard's boys, Johnny Payne. From Harrison College, Matthew Clark. Jaquan Medford of the Lodge School, Nathaniel Nurse of Parkinson, and Deshaun Harris of Dighton Griffith. So that's the field, a field of 12. You have any outstanding athletes we should be looking at in this one, Ian?
What I can tell you, as far as Parkinson is concerned, all right, I can speak for Parkinson because I saw their meet. Shamari Greenwich Lewis and Nathaniel Nurse are pretty solid. I haven't seen them tested in this setup as yet. You know, this is the first time I'm seeing them against this type of competition. So it's a good test for them. You mentioned Luke McIntyre.
Yes.
He's a name that we will be hearing.
For sure.
So we expect to see him do well here today.
He's a triathlete. That means he runs. He does events that require great lung capacity. So I think he should be able to hold his own in here.
Let's see how he goes. I'm sure that the Lodge School, with their reputation in these distance races, seeing the boys being asked to come to the inside a bit more. Just shift around a bit. On the starters' orders now. And the 17 boys,
So they're
1,500
off?
meters. Yep,
Oh, yes.
there they go.
And
St. Leonard's boys. is
yes,
that?
St. Leonard's boys, they're wearing two kits, Ian. So you'll find the junior boys, they are running in the red tops or maroon, and the senior boys are running in this gray top.
Wow. Well, that is a good observation, Michael. And the lad from St. Leonard's, that is a Johnny Payne representing St. Leonard's boys. He is in the lead at the moment. Following him from the Lodge School, that is that Doughty. We'll get a better look at them as they come around another time. But at the
Of
moment,
course.
it's St. Leonard's boys followed by Lodge. And it looks like Frederick Smith is in there as well. The boys from the Parkinson Memorial, they are currently in 5th and 6th, respectively.
Yes. So as these guys go around, Ian, we should also note here that Luke McIntyre, he's actually qualified for the Carifta Games in the 3,000 meters.
The 3,000
Yes,
meters.
3,000.
It's double this.
So this is a shorter distance for him. So we'll see how he will fare in here. So as they come up the straightaway again, our cameraman, let's see if he will. There we go. Well done, cameraman. 12:15. That's a Johnny Payne of the St. Leonard's boys. And we are seeing the Frederick Smith lads trying to get into the action. Keron Blackman and Tyrese King.
Yep.
And nestled in there, the Lodge School. Try to get his bib number. Could be Doughty from the Lodge School in the mix as well.
It's King from Frederick Smith there sitting in that's 6 at the moment. He's drifting back. Nathaniel Nurse of Parkinson Memorial moving up.
So Luke McIntyre, as we said, a qualifier for the Carifta Games in the 3,000. We can see him trying to make some ground here, moving on the outside and looking to take the lead pretty soon as they head down the backstretch. And again, one of the strategies that can be used in distance running, you can use the straightaways. So some guys use.
Well, let's see how it continues to go. McIntyre was making a move.
So here we go. Luke McIntyre going right into the lead here. 2:58 on the clock. Don't think these guys will go anywhere near that 4:09 that was set by our good friend Jonathan Jones.
Yeah.
So as they get ready for the bell, this is where things will start to get a little heated. So Luke McIntyre, 1 lap to go, 3:19. There's no way that he's going to run the last 400 meters in 1 minute. And even if he does, it won't be the record.
Yeah. But he will be the record holder, at least the zonal record holder.
Yes, he will be.
He will have that to his credit.
For sure. So Luke McIntyre trying to hold on. Was brave, very brave to start to move from 700 meters out, Ian.
But he is diminutive in stature. But let me tell you, this is I mean, he's performed extremely well here, and I'm impressed with how he timed his move, and he seems to know himself and know his race. But I'm watching this young man.
His teammate.
Yeah.
Clark.
I'm watching the young man behind him. and wondering if he is going to look to take over the lead from McIntyre here.
Well, this will be a good one too for Harrison College. Yes.
It certainly
it's
would
Clark.
be.
Clark and McIntyre. I think McIntyre is going to hold on for the win.
Yeah, he's going to hold on. He has the capacity. He has the fight. He's showing that fight. You talked about his lung capacity.
There you go.
So
a good one too there for Harrison College. Luke
Indeed.
McIntyre winning and Matthew Clark.
this is
the
Nurse.
St. Leonard's lad.
Nurse got in there for third. Nathaniel Nurse.
Oh, that's your lad
It's
from
Parkinson.
Parkinson.
Parkinson Memorial. Yeah.
So 4:32. Not the best of times for under 17 boys. We would expect that a decent time for under 17 would be somewhere. I would give for under 4:10.
Under 4:10.
Yeah, anytime you can run around under 4:10, I'll be happy with that.
Well, Luke McIntyre ran 4 minutes 32.37 seconds.
Yes.
He was first. And then we have Matthew. Is that Mateo? Mateo Clark. Mateo Clark. He ran second, 4 minutes 35.01 seconds. The official third place has not yet come up, but
So
I
that's
make it to be Nathaniel Nurse of Parkinson Memorial. You'll see.
So the under 17 boys done and dusted. Great run there from the Harrison College boys, giving them some points.
Nathaniel Nurse confirmed now as third, 4 minutes 41.35 seconds. So those are the top three finishers. Luke McIntyre, Mateo Clark of Harrison College. That's 18 points for them. And Parkinson Memorial.
So the under 20 girls will be coming up next, Ian.
Yes, they will be.
And you will be proud when I don't think you were teaching at Parkinson Memorial at that time.
I only started in 2019.
Well, when Sonia Gaskin was a student at the school.
But there are lots of stories. They talk about how exceptional she was, and she
Yes.
was not only a good athlete, but she was also a good student.
Yes, she was.
And
Yes, she was.
they speak very, very, very highly of her at Parkinson
Great.
Memorial.
So Sonia Gaskin, in 2012, she established the under 20 girls BSAC record, 4 minutes 46.73 seconds. And Sonia, again, one of those athletes who went on to represent Barbados regionally and internationally. She also was the recipient of a track and field scholarship. And she actually was at Kansas State with Akila Jones and did some good things up there. So that record from 2012, 4 minutes 46.73, I think that will hold. That BSAT record will hold. But let's look at actually they're not visible to us as yet.
No, they're not.
So this gives us a good opportunity to talk about what's coming up for these athletes in the next couple of days, Ian.
You're referring to the finals?
Yes.
Yes, the finals, of course.
Yes, and why I say that is I think it's important that the viewers, the listeners know exactly how athletes will get from the zone meets to the finals. So in the hurdle events, the top two from each zone plus the next two best times overall, so that will be 8, will be going to the final. So there will not be any semi-final per se for those hurdle events. There'll just be 8 athletes going straight to the final. However, for the 1 through 400 meters, they will have to do some running. The top 4 from each zone plus the 4 next best times, which will give us a total of 16 athletes, will be advancing to next week's final. However, they will have to run 2 times. So you'll have the semis and then we will be going through to the final. In the 8 and the 15, top 3 from each zone, and the 3 next best times, a total of 12 athletes will be advancing to the final. In the relays, the winner of each zone, which will be 3, plus the next 5 best, total of 8, will be advancing to the final. And in the jumps, and I believe this will be the long jump, the triple jump, the high jump, the top 3 from each zone, plus the next 3 best, which will give you a total of 12. So there will be advancing 12 athletes in the jumps to the final. Again, something people always wonder about, how are athletes put in lanes? I remember in the older days, it was, and this is something that all coaches knew straight off the bat, 4, 5, 3, 6, 2, 7, 1, 8. Those were the lane assignments given.
Right.
4, 5, 3, 6. So the fastest time advancing to the final will go into lane 4, and then you will go down that line. However, their lane assignments, so the athletes would be seated on time only. So if you're ranked 1 to 4, they will draw for lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6 randomly. So there's no guarantee that Ian Webster had the fastest time going into the final of the 400 meters, that Ian Webster will get lane 4. So we'll get back to that. Ian, what's coming up next on the track?
We have the under 20 girls 1500 meter run, the record held by Sonia Gaskin, formerly of Parkinson Memorial, a time of 4 minutes 46.73 seconds, set back in 2012. We have competing here Shanna Daw, representing Frederick Smith Secondary School. We also have Amber Saudat Seeley, representing the Lodge School. Shante Seal, I remember that name, of Springer Memorial. Raina Cummins of the Lodge School is in there as well. Diamond Brightly, that's a nice name, I like that. Diamond Brightly of Frederick Smith Secondary School, and Renisha Stewart of Springer Memorial is in there as well. Rounding out the field, Haley Banfield of Harrison College. So we have Springer Memorial 2, Lodge 2, Frederick Smith 2, Harrison College 1.
So 7 girls. Once they finish, each girl will be able to get some points for the school. You finish in 7th, 2 points for your school. Just finish the race. So we'll see if Springer can do a little better than they did in that under 17 girls. Maybe look for the 18 points here. Let's see.
Now, there's an interesting thing happening here at the start. I saw a young lady just now. She somewhat fell over, so when she was about to crouch to go into her stance, she fell over at the start of it, and they called the race back, and then they called it back again a second time. But they're off and running here.
A good start this time.
Frederick Smith heading to the front this time around. Springer in there with them.
So it looks like 2 Frederick Smith and 2 Springer doing battle early. And again, this is a strategic race. Ian, this is not one where you, I know at the primary school level, especially for the 400 meters, once the gun goes, you see the little kids just take off. And by 50, sometimes 80 meters, they're walking.
Yes, it does happen.
Because, of course, it will take some time for them to understand the strategy that is involved. For these ones, we expect that they would have it a little better. So the 2 Springer girls, Renisha Stewart, and her teammate Shante Seal. Shante Seal, the shorter of the 2. I think she's the one with the blue sleeve. Are they both in sleeves?
Actually, Shante Seal is the taller of the 2.
Oh. So there we go. Springer 1, 2 at present. And Frederick Smith, Brightly, and Daw in 3rd and 4th. And Haley Banfield of Harrison College now sitting there in 5th position. We're going to see 1 Lodge girl in this field.
Springer continues to lead. Renisha Stewart, Shante Seal. Harrison College now beginning to move up. That's Banfield.
Yes.
She's chipping away and chipping away.
And again, for the 1500 meters, it is better for runners to relax the shoulders, drop the shoulders a bit. There's no need to have the shoulders that up and give that kind of arm action that is required for a sprint. You can do that in the closing stages of the race, but right now, the best thing to do would be to relax the shoulders, drop the arms a bit. So there we see Stewart on the outside.
Stewart's on the outside,
yes.
yeah. Seal on the inside.
And so Springer there at it. And Banfield, Haley Banfield of Harrison College. I think she's in a really good position.
Yes, she is.
Ian. She doesn't need to do that much work. Just utilize the Springer girls to be a windbreaker as they go around the top turn there. And just sit and wait. Be patient. So 2:45 on the clock. And right now, it's a battle between three young ladies, Shantae Seal of Springer Memorial, Renisha Stewart of Springer Memorial, and Haley Banfield of Harrison College.
Indeed. And, you know, they continue to lead here. I'm excited to see the finish of this race because I anticipate that there will be a kick of some sort. We've seen Springer Memorial be turning out the numbers.
Yes.
They've been putting in the numbers in the races and they've been getting decent performances, which means they're picking up points. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Harrison College lead has shrunk.
Of course. We're going to take a look at, thanks to the BSSAC organizers, that we are able to delve into their computer system. We are not hacking anything, by the way, but we have some privileges that we can pull up some results and we can pull up some scores. So once the 1500s are done, and once they're scored, we'll be able to tell our viewers what the scores are looking like, Ian.
Yeah, definitely. I'm watching the race again, and this young lady from Harrison College looks like she's running with a plan in mind. She is just sitting there waiting. And the anticipation is building, Michael, I can tell you that.
Well, it seems like this girl means some business, Renisha Stewart.
It's bell time.
Yes, 1 lap to go. So Stewart has decided, look, let's shake off this college girl.
Yeah. And Seal is going with her.
Yes, and she needs to do that. Stick right there with her teammate. And so as they head down the backstretch for the final time, we're seeing the stride pattern changing. And that's what you want to see in the 1500 meters. As you get to the last 300 meters, you need to see that change in the stride frequency.
Yeah.
Must be greater because you're preparing for that kick. And so here we see
Stewart looks pretty good. She looks pretty comfortable. Going with her is Shantae Seal, and they both have lengthened their lead.
Oh, yes.
Definitely shaken off Banfield's challenge. And so Springer Memorial, Stewart is even increasing her frequency right now as we speak, Michael.
Yes.
And she is really putting her foot down on the accelerator and leading them home now, representing Springer Memorial. This is Stewart, Renisha Stewart of Springer Memorial, and behind her is her teammate Shantae Seal. They're going to get another 18 points for Springer Memorial.
Oh, yes.
That's how they're picking them up this morning.
By the 18s.
In the 18s, my goodness gracious me.
Oh my, 5:34.14. As we say, not too worried with the time, but for that win and for those valuable points. So Renisha Stewart giving Springer Memorial 10 points. Shantae Seal giving Springer Memorial 8 points. And now finishing up in third, Haley Banfield of Harrison College. They will get 6 points.
Oh.
And you can see what kind of shaking took place there, Ian, because the fourth place finisher is so far away. Some 100 meters now. So it's even more than 100 meters gap that they had. So this is our fourth place, it looks like, from Frederick Smith. Shanna Daw.
Yeah, she's coming in now. Much to
She's getting some applause, of course,
from the supporters here.
And that's 5 points for Frederick Smith. So, you know, as I said, once they finish, they'll get the point.
Yeah, that helps their cause.
So 4 finish so far.
A dominant performance here from Springer Memorial.
And this is the next runner, Brightly, Diamond Brightly, Frederick Smith, runner from the Lodge School, now finishing up. So the 1,500 meters for the under 20 girls, done and dusted.
We move to the under 20 boys.
They will be coming up next. And just to finish off here before we go into the under 20 boys.
Yes, we were talking.
You can give the results there. I know
so officially in first, we have Renisha Stewart of Springer Memorial, 5 minutes 32.23 seconds. In second, Shante Seal, 5 minutes 40.83 seconds. And in third, Harrison College, representing Harrison College, Haley Banfield, 5 minutes 56.84 seconds. Those are the top three finishers in the under 15 girls, under 20 girls, sorry, 1,500 meter run. The big boys are out.
And this record here, this is fantastic. 4:0090, set in 2015 by Raheem Skinner, who was then a student of Commermere. Fantastic time, 4 flat. And again, any under 20 boys who can run in the floor 4 flat region or under, you're pretty decent.
Indeed. So we have competing here, representing St. Leonard's, Trayvon Wickham. Representing Parkinson Memorial School, Shataran Williams. Representing the Lodge School is Tyrese Lane. Isaiah Babb represents Frederick Smith Secondary. Kamali Brathwaite is in there as well, representing the Lodge School. Kai Brathwaite represents Harrison College. Then we have Darian Blackman of St. Leonard's Boys. Then Tyrese King of Frederick Smith Secondary, and on the inside, Finn Armstrong of Harrison College.
And of course, when we say the name Finn Armstrong, you know, last year at the Carifta Games, Finn Armstrong was our only gold medalist. Gold medalist at Carifta. So all eyes will be on this lad. See what he can produce here.
Absolutely. He has a reputation. They say your reputation precedes you.
Well, his surely does. The thing is, when you are what we call a big boy in track and field, once you appear on the track, you know, the guys seem to lose their focus and they start to get nervous, and it's like, oh my, you see who's in this race, and we can see Finn Armstrong.
And he's gone straight to the front.
Right into the lead here. So we'll see what he can produce.
Yeah. So Finn Armstrong is in the lead. Lodge is in second at the moment. Athlete from Frederick Smith sitting in third. St. Leonard's Boys sitting in there as well. But Finn Armstrong of Harrison College taking them out. So let's see if we can get a good look here at the young man in second.
From the Lodge School, I can tell you that.
He is from the Lodge School.
So we have Lane and Brathwaite from the Lodge School. Again, our cameraman just needs to get a little closer, and we'll be able to identify that athlete. But for sure, we can identify the leader, Finn Armstrong.
That is clear as day.
Clear as mud. So heading down the back stretch again, 1 minute 18 on the clock. Armstrong
continues to lead them. And it's a decent pace here at the front of the race, Michael. Not quick, but it's a decent clip that this young man is traveling at here.
Well, we will see when we get back to the bell lap. That would be 700 meters completed.
The young man from Lodge is going with him, though. Not letting him get too far ahead of him at all.
Can't catch sight. Okay, 1300.
That is Brathwaite, Kamali Brathwaite.
We know who that is now. So that's Brathwaite. So it's Armstrong College in first, Brathwaite of the Lodge School in second. And again, what we are seeing here is a rivalry that goes back to
Your
the
time.
60s. I'm saying way before my time,
Oh,
Perry.
man, come on, Michael.
Way
I
before
had
my
you in the
time.
20s. I apologize.
Where you had the likes of Harrison College, Lodge, Combermere, the older secondary schools competed.
All right.
And for those who are of recent vintage, you would be familiar with BSAC, which started in 1985.
All right.
But prior to that was just the older secondary schools competing, and that was some keen rivalry.
Interesting.
So
This is good history. You provide so much of it, though, Michael, you know.
well,
It's always a pleasure to have you around to hear the history and hear the knowledge. Lots of experience
well,
indeed.
you just make sure that I get the requisite.
Let's get back to the race, Michael. Young Kamali Brathwaite here, challenging Finn Armstrong.
1 lap to go, though, remember.
Yep, 1 lap to go. So Kamali Brathwaite of the Lodge School leading Armstrong at this point. Will we see a fight to the finish?
Well, they must fight to the finish. I will
Or
not.
so we hope.
I will not rejoice, Ian, because I expect that when Lodge people hit the track, that they will fight to the end.
The Griffin. All right.
I will speak on that matter another time. Right now, let's get back on track to Kamali Brathwaite of the Lodge School.
Yes, Kamali Brathwaite.
And Armstrong is not giving up. 3:53 on the clock. So they won't get that 4:00:90 record with about 150 to go now. But as we said, it's all about the points here. 4:06 on the clock. Brathwaite and Armstrong. Armstrong is not giving up. So it's Brathwaite versus Armstrong. Armstrong with a kick. That's what you want to see. So Finn Armstrong kicking away, working his way to the finish line. 4:19, 4:20. And Armstrong will win it for Harrison College. Brathwaite of the Lodge School finishing up in second position. 4:23.42. As we said, time doesn't really matter here for these guys. And here comes
Brathwaite.
Bab.
Yeah, Brathwaite got in there. 4 minutes 25:62.
So Isaiah Bab of Frederick Smith, another challenge here. And Kai Brathwaite. So Bab versus Brathwaite to the line. Oh my, who won that one? Who was
I'm going to
third?
give it to Brathwaite. Sorry, Bob. I'm going to give it
The
to
guy
Bob.
on the inside.
Yeah,
and
Isaiah.
another battle here. Oh my, these are, so we saw 3 battles in one race.
Yeah, we
amazing.
did. Boys will be boys, though. I mean, he's looking over his right shoulder to see where the young man is. He's right next to you, son. You need to run.
Oh,
Run. There are
yes.
points at stake here. You see Chatteran Williams of Parkinson Memorial now coming in. So Finn Armstrong and Kamali Brathwaite putting on a show for the spectators here.
Oh yes.
Good show indeed.
So
See the athletes now from St. Leonard's Boys, Darian Blackman. The camera is now on him.
yes. Did we have the 8? Did we have the 8 finishers already? I recall 6 passing us.
I don't think we have all.
So
8
we had a
finishers.
total of 9 running. If this guy finishes in 8th position, he will still get a point for his school.
Yeah.
And trust me, Ian, even 1 point is important.
It is.
If we come down to the end of the day where a school needs that point to win the championship, but a guy refused to finish, that could mean they're losing the championship by 1 point. So every point counts here.
Yeah.
Every point counts.
You made that point, and we think back to just what happened yesterday, where Foundation missed out by just 10 points.
Wow, that's a win. Wow.
Yep.
And over 3 events, to earn 10 points, you don't really have to win. So it could be one guy winning the race, or it could be
second and third.
anything like that. 6 points for third. So even if a guy came third and 5th, that's your 10 points there. So that's why it's important to have your 2 athletes as much as possible in the events. Ian, what's coming up next on the track. I see they're down at the start.
The Sol Barbados 100-meter series, Michael. That is what you can expect to see.
And these will be for the older age groups, under 17s and under 20s. What I will do here is to see if we can get some scores. Okay.
Let's see what we have now.
We're working this system here. Aha, Ian, we have some points. So folks, get your pen, get your piece of paper, and start to write.
All right.
All right, Ian.
I'm going to go through the females
Let's
viewers.
give them about a minute and a half to find, whenever you say we need to write something down, people are scrambling because where's my pen? I can't find the pen.
So give them a minute or so
give
to
them
get
a minute to find the pen.
Go get your pens. Go get your pencils. Get a piece of paper, and we're going to give you some work to do.
I know that there are some people who follow this. They've been following track and field from NAPSAC. Of course, NAPSAC had 8 zones. They had the semi-final, they had the final. Then we have, for BSAC, we had the Esther Maynard zone. We had the Frank Blackman zone. Now, today, the turn of Shane Brathwaite.
Indeed.
Good. So I think I
can go ahead now?
Yes, I think people have their pens ready. They're waiting on you.
In 6th place with 24 points, the Parkinson Memorial Revivers. In 5th, Dighton Griffith Secondary School with 35 points. In 4th, Frederick Smith Secondary School, 68.5 points. And the top 3 among the females are as follows. In 3rd, the Lodge School with 127.5 points. In 2nd, and we talked about this just yesterday. We were saying that if there is to be a double, we had a double in the
zones.
Rubisco Frank Blackman zone. We had a double in the Chafette Frosties, Esther Maynard zone. And I mentioned yesterday to Perry, if Springer Memorial have anything to do with the meet today and anything to say, they're going to try to disrupt that whole situation of double schools, schools winning double championships. So right now, we started out the day with Harrison College leading, but Harrison College is now in 2nd with 158.5 points and leading the girls, Springer Memorial, 171.5 points. So I know that the Springer ladies must be ecstatic because that's where they're accustomed to being, at the top. So this is good news for Springer Memorial Athletics as far as the alumni go. I'm sure they're excited to hear the news that Springer Memorial is leading the girls.
Excellent. And I think those, we talked about the double points. And those double points we saw this morning really helped Springer Memorial in getting there. So what we're going to do now, we're going to take a break. And when we return, we'll give you the boys' points and join the action in the 100 meters under 17s and under 20s coming up. Stay with us.
5900.
We welcome you back to our live coverage of the Dasani-Powerade BSSAC 2023 Starcom Network Shane Brathwaite Zone. Ian?
Yes, indeed, Michael. And of course, we are thankful to all of our sponsors who have come on board with us. Dasani-Powerade, Wabisco, Chafette, Frosty, Starcom Network, Cooperators General Insurance, Sol Barbados Limited, Barbados National Oil Company Limited, Infinity on the Beach, Signia Globe Financial, City of Bridgetown Cooperative Credit Union, Barbados Teachers Cooperative Credit Union, Armstrong Agencies, Laboratory and Sports, Barbados Light and Power Company, McBride Caribbean Limited, BSL Athletics, Made It Against the Odds Foundation, and Premium Security Services, as well as Flow. We also must make mention of our sponsors as far as our security partners are concerned. The Barbados Police Service, we have to make special mention of the Barbados Police Service. They too have come on board to make sure that we are safe at these championships. A lot goes into making this entire production happen. There's the media side of it, there's the athletic side of it, there's the support side of it, there's the coaching side of it, many dimensions, the officiating. Everything comes together really and truly, Michael, to help make this meet possible. At the moment, we are seeing on the line, these should be the under-17 girls 100 meters. Yeah, the under-17 girls 100 meters. We're seeing in terms of lane assignments. You want to give us those lane assignments, Michael?
Sure. In lane number 3, Shanika Barker of Frederick Smith. In lane 4, Kiana Barrow of the Lodge School. In lane 5, Alyssa Weeks of Dighton Griffith. Lane 6, Megan Cox of Harrison College. And in lane 7, Nitara Clark of Springer Memorial. This is the under-17 girls 100 meters.
So the young ladies have already set their blocks. Just awaiting instructions from their starter. As you can see, they're swinging from side to side. These are always nervous moments, young ladies. Want to get this done and dusted. And so they're under starters' orders now. Clark, Cox, Weeks, Barrow, and Barker. Just about ready. And there they go, Michael.
Off to a great start. Seems like in the middle of the field there, Weeks of Dighton Griffith. Alyssa Weeks of Dighton Griffith. She's the best of the lot. And she's going to take this one quite easily. Alyssa Weeks of Dighton Griffith, our champion. And Ian,
yeah.
I love the kicks. 12.58, the flash time for Alyssa Weeks. I love the kicks. The young ladies, the guys are also well decked out. I think the schools have really made the effort to ensure.
Oh yes, and that is testament to the work that is being done by the physical education department and the teachers of the various schools, and certainly Corporate Barbados coming on board with these institutions to lend their support so that our young people can have opportunities, and not only have opportunities but look good while they have these opportunities. Of course, next week being the final week of BSAC, we'll have all types of people around here, scouts coming in from the United States of America and various universities. They're going to be here next week for the big final, because everybody is going to be looking for the talent that is out on display. So
And
kudos to the sponsors and kudos to the various institutions for their vision in terms of making sure our young people look good on the track for BSAC 2023.
and the thing is, the scouts don't necessarily have to come here.
They don't necessarily have to, yeah.
Since we've started streaming the event,
Yeah.
I am quite sure that there's some university coaches who are watching, not only watching this meet, but they're watching meets from throughout the Caribbean and maybe from throughout the world period, because those colleges and universities in the US, they on a annual basis, they recruit athletes for their various programs. And I know for sure that a guy by the name of Elvis Ford, you know that name?
I've heard the name before.
Elvis Ford, only up to, I think it was just a couple of years, he held a 400-meter national record.
Oh, wow.
Senior men. Jonathan Jones broke it. I think he broke it 2 times.
So we're introducing the athletes now in terms of their lane assignments. In lane 2, Jackia Padmore of Springer Memorial. In lane 3, Ciara White of the Lodge School. In lane 4, Shazia Scantleberry of Frederick Smith Secondary. In 5 is Serenity Miller of Harrison College. And in lane 6, Chanel Rowe of Dighton Griffith.
So again, remember these are time finals. So
And
they're off and running.
yeah, there you
Padmore,
go.
White, Scanterbury, Miller, and Rowe. And it looks like Serenity Miller of Harrison College doing the work. She's being
On the
challenged
inside, watch on the
by
inside, Springer
Padmore.
Memorial.
Oh my.
Padmore.
Jakaya Padmore of Springer Memorial might have edged out Serenity Miller. Yes, 12:62 for Padmore.
12:62 for Padmore. And we didn't get the time from the first
I
section.
think the first section was faster.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't record it, but from my memory, I think it was faster. So 12:62 for Padmore, Miller 12:81, Ciara White of the Lodge School 13.25. As we said, we'll try to get you the results. Some field events are going on. We saw the under-20 girls high jump completed. The under-17 boys, I think they're going right now in the high jump competition. Also, the long jump for under-13 boys will take place, and the under-13 girls. So the field events that will be taking place here at the Usain Bolt will be the high jump and the long jump.
And look at the Springer ladies with the flag. Oh, this is a joy to see.
Yes, it must happen, Ian.
Oh man, this is beautiful.
It must happen.
It
This
is.
is part and parcel of sport. How
Yes.
can you have a sports event, especially where your school is participating, and you're not cheering them on? That you're just sitting there. Huh? I can't imagine it.
Well, we're still early days yet in the meet, you know.
No,
but-
you have to cheer on from the
But
get-go.
yeah.
From the time you get to the facility and you see the athletes out there, you start making noise. You let them know you're here.
But
we are here to support you.
I sense that knowing the youngsters like I do, they're probably saying already victory is coming.
There you go.
They're probably saying victory is coming, so they're up and supporting because they know that they're leading as far as points is concerned. And I mean, it is really good to see them back on top. You know?
Yes, for sure.
Doing well.
So we were talking about the progression, Ian.
Yes.
How do you progress? We were at the point where we were looking at the lanes, how the lanes are going to be assigned. We see the under-17 boys are coming out.
Yeah.
I believe they will have to fix their blocks. Have
Yes, they
done
will.
so already?
No, they haven't. They have to fix their blocks. We have a little bit of time that we could do our thing here.
Yes. So the top four. The athletes seeded on time going into the finals in the 100, 200, and 400 meters, as well as the hurdles. Those ranked in the top four, they will be randomly placed in lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Those ranked 5 and 6, they will be randomly placed in lanes 7 and 8. And those ranked 7 and 8 will be randomly placed in lanes 1 and 2. So that will be the format used as athletes progress from the zone meet through to the semifinals and then on to the finals. So I think viewers need to note this, because sometimes the question is asked, why is this guy in this lane? Or why is this school getting? Sometimes it's just coincidental that a school may have most of the runners, let's say, in lane 1 or in lane 8. And you start asking the question, why you hear, why the people putting them in that lane all the time? Why them in lane 1 all the time? So at least now you have an understanding of why you may see athletes in specific lanes. There's a system. It's not that someone decides, oh, man, let me put Ian in lane 1 all the time. So we understand how the system works.
So the young men setting their blocks still.
Great.
It should be an interesting series, these 100 meters, sponsored, of course, by Sol Barbados.
So the under 17 boys, I think they will have 2 sections as well. So the lane assignments for this one: in lane 3 from the St. Leonard's boys, Josiah Carmichael. In lane 4, Mackay King of Dighton Griffith. In lane 5, Jashawn Carrington, he's from Frederick Smith. In lane 6, Ross Bourne of the Lodge School. Lane 7, Amari Ford of Harrison College. And in lane 8, Tyrell Johnson Rouse of Parkinson Memorial. That's the lineup for our first time final under 17 boys 100 meters. I'm sure you will have something to say about Tyrell Johnson Rouse.
He's the fastest boy at Parkinson Memorial.
At Parkinson.
At Parkinson. Has to be tested at this level, to be honest with you.
The fastest boy in Barbados, under 17.
We'll have to wait and see. I haven't seen him at this level as yet.
Okay.
I can tell you he dominated at House Sports. But again, the higher up you go, the tougher it gets. So he now has to be tested and show his mettle at this level. But he does have promise. Let me take this little opportunity to just mention to our viewers, you can subscribe to our YouTube, IG, and Facebook channels. That way you will get the updates whenever we are going live.
Off to a good start. One left in the blocks there, Carrington. He will have some work to do. Right now we are seeing King and Rouse. So it's King and Rouse. Oh my, that's almost 3 crossing the line at the same time. Thank God for the photo finish cameras. 11:26, the flash time.
Let's see who came out on top.
Do we have a replay?
We do have replay.
Well, it would be good to have a replay and then a slow motion.
So replay available. We're going to see it now. Let's take a look at it. Oh my goodness, he was motoring along. Oh my goodness.
To slow it down,
Oh my goodness. Let's get the replay slow.
A little slower. 11:23. Seeing it here. So great run from these lads. 3 of them crossing
Yeah.
almost.
So we can see 11:23 for Murray Ford, Mali King, 11:25 of Dighton Griffith. He's second. Terrell Johnson Rouse getting in there for third, 11.28.
Excellent.
So the time to beat
So
is
11:23.
11:23,
That's the time.
and that's
11:23, 11:25, 11:28. Those are the 3 times. Remember, coming out of this zone will be the top 4. So it is possible that these 3 lads can advance to next week final. We'll have to
It
see
is
what
possible,
happens
yep.
with this race coming up here.
so King. So we have Ford, King, and Rouse.
So the athletes preparing for the next section.
Yeah, the second section isn't on the line as yet, just setting their blocks. You're going to ask me a question. I'm going to tell you the answer is no. Oh, good. You're not going to ask me that question then. Okay, good. And I just saw the start list.
Oh, okay.
I just saw the start list, and I figured that a question may be posed to me. We're not seeing that athlete yet. He may be in the third section if there is a third section.
So I believe, Ian, that the 2 zones gone, the coaches of those teams, I think they got special permission to either come to the stadium and watch the meet in some corner, or they're actually glued onto the live stream and they're just watching the competition, seeing what they will have to deal with, working out strategy, because at the end of the day, these are the guys that they will have to compete against.
Absolutely. Come next week. Next week is where it's all about. That's where the big bucks are at.
Oh, yes.
The finals.
So
and
our lane assignments, we can give you Javier Norville of Frederick Smith. He'll be running out of lane 2. In 3, Johnny Ashby of the Lodge School. In lane 4, Damani Lane of Dighton Griffith. Lane 5, Jathan Bovell of St. Leonard's Boys. In lane 6, Isaiah Bolden of Parkinson. And in lane 7, Ephraim Gill of Harrison College. So that's the lineup for our second section, under 17 boys, 100 meters. The time to beat, 11.23, set in the first section.
We'll see how it goes here, Michael. They're off and running. And in lane number 4 from the Dighton Griffith School, I'm not sure of the name, that's Damar Lane. Yes, it is. Damar Lane. He is crossing the line now. Very close in there as well. We saw Ephraim Gill on the outside from Harrison College. He got up in there. We have the replay. Is the replay available? Let's see. We are having that now. Let's take a good look at it. So running out of lane 4 there. See the young man from Dighton Griffith.
He had a pretty quick start.
Yeah.
So coming to the finish. Excellent. Close there between Lane and Gill. Well, it appeared close, but the time does not suggest that. 11:45 to 11:54. So just as we said, Ian, this first place, 11:45, and the first 3 from the first section were way faster, 11:23, 11:25, 11:28. So those 3 lads from the first section will be advancing to next week final, along with this guy, Damani Lane of Dighton Griffith.
Indeed, we are seeing the under 20 girls now setting their blocks. So in a few minutes, they too will be underway. We've seen the under 17 girls and the under 17 boys already.
And
So we move on.
After the hundreds, we will be moving into the 800-meter series, so things will keep flowing.
Indeed.
And the 800s, we will now turn from the higher age group to the lower age groups. That means that tomorrow, when we're back here, the 800s will be for the higher age groups.
Indeed. This division is sponsored by the Barbados National Oil Company Limited. I must say a special thank you to all of our stream sponsors, the City of Bridgetown Cooperative Credit Union, Massey Stores, the Barbados National Oil Company Limited, Infinity on the Beach Hotel, and Pharmacy Sales, of course, who provide us with Insure. Of course, we want to encourage you to go to our YouTube channel, IG and Facebook. Make sure you subscribe and you like our page and click that notification button so that you can get the notification whenever we go live to bring you sporting events. On the screen now, we see the under 20 girls still inside the Sol Barbados 100-meter series.
And this is a full field, probably suggesting that there will be only one section. We'll give you the lane assignments now. In lane 1, from Springer Memorial, Romancia Wiltshire. Lane 2, representing Frederick Smith Secondary, Elysia Bowman. In lane 3, Ariana Bradshaw of Harrison College. In lane 4, Malia Edwards of Springer Memorial. In lane 5, Janae Eswick of Harrison College. Lane 6, Daniel Haynes of the Lodge School. Lane 7, Kedasha Thomas of Frederick Smith. And we are seeing no one in lane 8.
So again, we're seeing here. 2 from Springer, 2 from Lodge. No, 1 from Lodge, 2 from Harrison College, and 2 from Frederick Smith.
So it's the same story all around, man.
Yeah. Under the starters' orders now. Athlete's been asked to stand. The assistant there seems to be speaking to the athlete about having their hand behind the line. They seem to have it together now. So the Sol Barbados 100-meter series continues, and we are inside the under 20 girls 100-meter dash. Here we go.
So they're off to a great start, an excellent start from lane 4, Malia Edwards of Springer Memorial, and on the inside, Romancia Wiltshire of Springer Memorial. So Springer is looking like they will do the double here again. Close one. I will give it to Edwards of Springer Memorial, but definitely a 1:12.30, the flash time for, actually they have brought up Wiltshire. My eyes are deceiving me. I need some glasses. So there's a replay available. Let's look at it again. That 100-meter under 20 girls. We'll watch it again. So an excellent start from Edwards. She was going quite well. On the inside, though, was Wiltshire. And we'll watch them cross the finish. Look at it good. I still think my eyes are better than the camera.
So you're giving it to Edwards, but the official result says
Wiltshire,
Romancia Wiltshire
12:27.
Yeah.
Malia Edwards 12:28. Haynes of the Lodge School 12.60 seconds. So that's again a 1-2 for Springer Memorial. The girls are having a field there here, no pun intended.
Yes, they're enjoying themselves. They love this.
Oh, yes.
They love to see the girls winning.
Yes, they're doing very well. It's a pity that we will not have a brand new spanking stadium come the finals, so that all of, or as many of the students as possible could come to the stadium and really celebrate the athletes. I know that an effort is being made for the country to have a new stadium.
Yeah,
An effort is being made.
we are hearing a lot of talk about
we
these
really have to move
smaller
with haste.
stadia. You heard that about
Yeah,
these
I heard
smaller
about
stadia
that.
being built
I
across
believe,
the.
though, we need to focus in on one major facility so we can get back to hosting Carifta games. We cannot even host a CAC age group, Ian. We cannot even host a CUT games. That is, to me, that's a shame. We
Unfortunate indeed.
We really need to get things going so that Barbados can host these events.
Well, I know there are plans in the works. There's a lot of talk about it.
Well, let's hope that we will see some things happening. So, Wiltshire, 1227, Edwards, 1228, Haynes, 1260. The results of that on the 20 girls, and that will be, again, another 18 points to Springer Memorial.
Yeah.
Yes. So we're waiting on our system to be back on stream here, so that we can have a look at the results and also to pull up some points. In the meantime, the under 20 boys are getting themselves together. Ian.
Yes, please.
Ian.
Yes, speak to me, Michael.
Ian, we have some good news for some folks. We'll get to that shortly. In the meantime, I'm going to get back on track here to the under 20 boys. This is the first. This is the first section. Having a challenge here again.
Well, we see the young men for the under 20 boys on the line.
Try and pull these
having a little challenge at the moment, just getting the start list, but we will have that for you in just a bit. I can tell you that we have athletes representing St. Leonard's boys. We have a St. Leonard's boy there. We have that
here
for
we
you
go.
now. Yeah, we have it.
Yes. Under 20 boys, 100 meters. This is the first of 2 time finals. They're chasing Mario Burke's BSAC record, 10.35, set back in 2015. In lane 3 will be Killian Lockhart of St. Leonard's boys. Lane 4, Dario Gaskin of Frederick Smith. Lane 5, Justin Maynard of Harrison College. And lane 6, Tyreek Callender of the Lodge School.
So they're under starters orders now. They're off and running, and there they go, looking good in the middle of the track from Harrison College. That looks like Justin Maynard. Maynard is going to lead them and lead them easily. Crosses the line now in first place. Second, I make it to be Frederick Smith's Dario Gaskin, and maybe on the inside Lockhart. I'm not sure. We have the replay available, or maybe not.
Well,
we'll see if we can get the replay.
I don't think we need to worry about
the winner.
First
we know who the winner is. That was a class performance from Justin Maynard.
Maynard, 10. Seems like the flash time was 10:90. 10:90 something. 10:92, 10:95.
10:92. It's actually 10:92. Justin Maynard of Harrison College. 10:92. That's the flash time I'm seeing. Waiting now to see what the second place.
I believe the second place might be Frederick Smith. Based on what we are seeing
Frederick
here,
Smith, yes.
I don't think they will be cheering for Harrison College.
Well, you're sure right about that, Michael. Frederick Smith's Dario Gaskin gets in there 11.36, and third is the Lodge School's calendar.
There we go. So 10:95, 10:92, you said?
Yeah. 10:92.
So that's the time.
That's the benchmark.
Yes, as we get ready for a second section. Remember, This is all about time. Talking about the record holder here, another fantastic, outstanding, phenomenal runner, Mario Burke.
Mm-hmm.
In 2015, running that 10.35. Mario Burke is one of a small list of Barbadian male sprinters who did the double at the Carifta Games.
Yeah.
Noah Lynch. The other guy, see him around. He went to the Parkinson School too. Eric Berry.
Oh no, that's the name I'm not familiar with.
He's vintage. So you need to do something.
I'm an 83 model.
Yeah. Well, some people will say you're vintage.
I'm an 83 model. That's not a vintage.
If I go out there and start talking to some students, they will say you are vintage. Nevertheless, yes, Eric Berry, fantastic athlete. Then we had Noah Lynch, Obadele Thompson, and that class, and Mario Burke, he is from that field. Outstanding, went on to World Youth, World Juniors, NCAA, had an outstanding career at the University of Houston, now a professional athlete and plying his trade out there on the world circuit.
Of course, we are proud of Mario's exploits.
Of course.
We've seen him grow from knapsack to BSAC, Carifta, now
Right
at the professional level.
So this is the second section here. This lad, Jeremy Small, who will be running in lane number 2 from Harrison College. Another promising young athlete. In lane 3, Amani Maskell Beckles of the Lodge School. This lad, glad to see him out and running. I understand that he was nursing some injuries. LaShawn Codrington of Frederick Smith, he'll be in lane 4. From Parkinson Memorial, Zachary Lawrence, he'll be in 5. And in 6, Ethan Thompson of the St. Leonard's Boys. All things being equal, Amani Maskell Beckles of the Lodge School should take this one comfortably.
Well, I'll take your word for it, Michael. Your record of choosing winners is proven. Unfortunately, a little while ago, we were unable to get that replay for our viewers. But we'll continue to work on things here as best as we can.
Of course.
As we continue to bring this coverage to you. We are, of course, sports.bb, bringing you live coverage from Usain Bolt Sports Complex of the Starcom Networks. Shane Brathwaite zone. They're off and running then. Your young lad, Maskell Beckles, is up and running. He's getting a challenge on the inside from Harrison College. That's Jeremy.
Wow. I think that lad might be a little cautious, as we said. Maskell Beckles, from my knowledge, was carrying an injury, so he probably is being very cautious and looking to wait until next week to, when all the big guns are there. So we'll await that final result. The replay, we have a replay available, so we'll take a look at it and see how those guys did. Here we go. So Maskell Beckles, some long strides, and a good challenge from Jeremy Small there on the inside. Wow, that's a close one. But the official photo finish camera will say who, what, when, where, how.
I like how you put that.
But I think I will be fair and say that Small will get the nod.
Yeah, I think that's fairly reasonable. Jeremy Small, we're seeing 10.82. That's his time, 10.82.
So that's a faster run, 10:82. That's the official time you have there.
Yeah.
Ian, for
Yes, it
Small.
is. Yep, 10.82. The
Right.
first section was
Was
won in 10.92.
Yeah, so this one faster. So Small will end up the overall winner, giving Harrison College 10 points. Did you see the second place?
Maskell Beckles should be second. We're not seeing
For sure.
Jeremy Small is first. There's no doubt about that. He ran 10.84 seconds is the time for Maskell Beckles, and 11.30 is the time for Ethan Thompson.
Great. So the 100 meters done and dusted. Jeremy Small, the winner, Maskell Beckles finishing in second. We'll get you those official results. And talking about official results, now that the hundreds are done and we're preparing for the 800 meters, I have some news. For here we go with it then, 10:82 and 10:84. Those are the times, first and second, 10:82, 10:84. I have some scores for you. I know you're very eager to yes, technology. Trying to get the best of us here. We're going to fight it. We're going to fight this technology and make it work for us. The 800 meters will be coming up next, and this will be for the younger age categories. Under 13 girls and boys, and under 15 girls and boys. So before that, we'll see if we can pull some points up. Here we go. So you can get your pens out and your sheet of paper that you were keeping track of the scores. And these are our current scores for the girls. In sixth place is Parkinson on 24 points. Dighton Griffith in fifth on 46 points. Frederick Smith in fourth position on 74.5 points. In third position, the Lodge School, 138.5. In second position, Harrison College, 177.5. And leading the girls, Springer Memorial, 201.5 points. So if you can do a quick mathematical sum here, 77, 20, some 24 points. 24 points separating Harrison College from Springer Memorial in the girls. In the boys category, Dighton Griffith, 30. Parkinson Memorial, 53. Frederick Smith, 92. The Lodge School, 135. The St. Leonard's boys, currently in second on 153. And leading the boys with 227 points, some 70-something points ahead. That's Harrison College. So, as we said earlier, Springer Memorial could be the spoiler in terms of schools doing the double. Harrison College will have to really pick up some points from here on in the girls category if they want to repeat what Combermere did in the Esther Maynard zone and what the St. Michael did in the Frank Blackman zone. So, Perry, what are your thoughts on these point standings?
Well, Ian and I had this discussion yesterday, and Ian rightly stated that the school that would make the spoiler from any other school doing the double would be Springer Memorial, and it's showing right now. And I like the fact that they have athletes in every event. placing high up in the points. At least one of them plays high up in the points. So they're on a trend to stay ahead of Harrison College. But it's early days yet. This is still day one. By the end of today, we will have a better idea as to what kind of fight these schools will have to put up tomorrow.
There you go. So thank you. Ian is back with us. He had to get a commercial break, and I'm going to get my commercial break right now. So Perry Barnett is going to hold on for just a few minutes while we prepare for the 800 meters. The under 13 girls and boys, the under 15 girls and boys will be coming up next. And please stay with us. Live coverage of the Dasani-Powerade BSSAC, the Starcom Network, Shane Brathwaite Zone, live from the Usain Bolt Sports Complex.
See the athletes now on their way out for the
Barry?
first 800 meter run. This is on the 13 girls 800 meters. Some 12 athletes in this one. The BSAC record, of course, we've heard this name by the the other two zones, set in 2017 by Layla Haynes, 2 minutes, 29.65 seconds. And these are your competitors. We have Nikaya Haynes of Parkinson Memorial School. I believe they have rebranded Parkinson Memorial School.
Revivers.
The Revivers. We have Zion Kane of the Law School, Layla McIntyre of Harrison College, Aaliyah Connell, Frederick Smith Secondary School, Josiah Jordan, Parkinson Memorial Revivers, LaShawna Mondesir of Spring Memorial, Ali Banfield, Harrison College, Chantel Ellis, Dighton Griffith. I believe Dighton Griffith are called they've rebranded themselves as well. I'm trying to remember the name. The Panthers, I think they are. Soraya Green of the Law School, Jara Lane of Spring Memorial, Shamari Woods of Dighton Griffith, and Kayla Daniels of Frederick Smith Secondary School. So once again, this being a new zone, the winners will be the record holders for 2023. So these young ladies, these lasses have a lot to run for.
Yes, they do. Being introduced to the spectators right about now.
Of course, Spring Memorial, I'm assuming they would have done a lot of strategizing, Ian, before they came out here for the first event.
As is their custom.
And of course, these young ladies are executing the plan so far to the letter. They've all understood their assignments, and they're executing well.
One thing I can tell you about Julie Phillips is that she believes in excellence, and she always encourages the students to be excellent. So it's very, very good to see them out and doing well here this morning.
Yes, as they're off and running, these girls, Haynes, Kane, McIntyre, Connell, Jordan, Mondesir, Banfield, Ellis, Green, Lane, Woods, and Daniel. And so right about now, so nice, comfortable pace. This is 800 meters. A law school athlete now making her way across the break first. And she's out front. We're going to see who that is as they come around the bend and down the home stretch. So it's a law school 1-2, Spring Memorial third, now moving into second and fourth. Way back to Harrison College in fifth.
That's actually Parkinson in fifth.
Parkinson, sorry, I forgot the Parkinson rebranded. Parkinson in fifth. But up front, now it is still the athlete from the law school. And she is going to have some company shortly, it looks like. This is a Spring Memorial, one of the Spring Memorial athletes as they come down the home stretch.
Second lap of the 800 meters under 13 girls.
Not sure which athlete that is from Spring Memorial. They have two in this one, of course. There's Lane and there's also Mondesir.
Nonetheless, these two have put themselves way in front of the others. And now Springer goes to the front. Hit number 10 for that. This
That's
is
Lane leading.
Lane leading. Lane is now pulling away. Now, of course,
Zajara, that's her name, Zajara Lane of Springer
Zajara
Memorial.
Lane.
Yeah. She is leading them.
And looking comfortable, nice and rhythmic in her stride, nice bouncy rhythm. And it looks like she
I'm not sure about this tactic she's using of looking over her left shoulder. I don't know what happened there, but she was running, and then she did some type of turn, Perry.
That's probably a little distraction came there. I don't know.
Cost her a balance for a little bit.
Past the 200-meter mark, she's glancing over. Now she can use the bend to glance over her shoulder naturally because she's going into the bend, which she did, just to see if anyone is going to give chase. I don't think anyone is going to give chase. I think
she's looking again.
Everyone, there's nothing wrong with that in the bend. It's on the straight that they have a problem with athletes looking back.
But the fact that she's looking on the inside tells you that she looks on the inside again. She's expecting to be passed on the inside if she's going to be passed. That is her expectation because that's where she's looking all the time.
Yeah, but it's natural to look to the left if you're going around the bend, Ian. So if she's going around the bend, it's natural to look to her left. But she is going to win this one nice and easy. Comfortable run from her. Flash time 24.91 seconds for her. Athlete there from Harrison College finishing up in a second, and the race is on for third.
Springer Memorial.
And that is going to go to
Springer.
The law school athlete there, but nonetheless, Springer is going to get about 14 points in this one. So they're racking up the teens. They're getting points in the teens all the time, and that is going to keep extending their lead and really give them a good foothold going into day number 2 of these championships. This being the Starcom Network Shane Brathwaite zone. And just to confirm, Lane 2 minutes 44.94 seconds. Harrison College's McIntyre 2 minutes 47.97 in second. Kane of the law school 2 minutes 56.70. Mondesor of Springer Memorial there in fourth, 2 minutes 56.72. Banfield of Harrison College there, giving Harrison College some good points as well. 3 minutes 0.93. Dayton Griffith, Chantel Ellis there, 3 minutes 01 seconds flat. Those are the top 6. As the other athletes are coming in, remember there are 13 athletes in here, and 13 athletes in here, sorry, and only 8 will get points.
Yep.
So
10, 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Yes, so we have the remainder athletes there. We have Frederick Smith, Daniels, 7th, and Parkinson's, it looks like Haynes from Parkinson. Yes, Nikaya Haynes, Parkinson Memorial School Revivers, rounding out the top 8 and getting the final 1 point. So
all the athletes are in now.
I believe so. The boys are coming out.
Yes, the big
under
boys
13
are coming
boys
out. Not
now.
the big boys, the under 13 boys. I'm talking about big boys. These are the little lads.
Well,
Some of them in their first BSSAC meet.
There were big boys at primary school.
Yes. But life is about progression.
Progression. You must have that progression. And these boys are going to be chasing the Will and Louis 1995.
Oh, yes. That's when I sit in the common entrance.
St. Leonard boys.
Yeah.
2 minutes, 17.27 seconds. That's a big run there with Ann Louis on the 13 boy running that kind of time. As we see, the athletes will be Nathan Smith, Dayton Griffith, Harrison College's Keanu Robertson, Prince Bain from Dayton Griffith is there, Shamar Rock of Frederick Smith Secondary School, Shakobi Gittins of the Law School, Azari Strawn, Frederick Smith, Timon Agard, St. Leonard's boys, Harrison College's Anthony Waterman is there, so is Shamani Arthur Lashley of St. Leonard's boys, Parkinson Memorial's Samir Niles, and round out the field for this one, Asher Nelson Downs of the Law School. And
any familiar names in this one, Perry, that jump out at you?
Well, for these guys, in all honesty, if they were to have competed at knapsack, they would probably be on the 9s, on the 11s, because we didn't have knapsack for a few years. So that was very far away if you think about it. So give all of them a clean slate, and like, as I said before, this is the best time to come into secondary school as an under 13. As the race is off
we
and
see
running.
the young men there. They're going to be called back.
Yes, there was a recall there.
What happened was the young men, I'm going to tell you which lane they were in. It's lane 6. Once the race started, they were heading for the inside lane. They're supposed to do that about 300 meters in.
A 100 meter at the 300 meter mark. They're supposed to break over there.
Right, they're supposed to break in. But once these lads, I think this is the St. Leonard's lads, they started to break from the start of the race. They went right to the inside lane. So they're being guided once again.
Stay
These
in your
things do
lanes.
happen.
Yes. and again, this will be something new for these youngsters.
Yes.
They're being maybe on the 9, on the 11. You're very few of these youngsters running the 800 meters at knapsack, and also with the 800 meters at knapsack, they break straight into lane 1 from the beginning.
So yeah, that could account for why the young man would have gone straight to the inside.
And of course,
because if he's accustomed to doing that, then it's only natural that that's what they would do.
And we have to also look at see how they compete in these races. The rules for these races are their inter-house sports as well. So maybe the inter-house sports, they allow them to break straight into lane 1, and that's what these guys are accustomed to doing, and that's what they did. But the starters and starters assistants, the whole start team, they are being very, very patient with these youngsters. They're guiding them well, giving them concise instructions as to what to do. And I'm sure we will get it right. They'll get it right, this time around. And you see Mr. Benny Rowe. There interesting news in the under 17 boys high jump, gentlemen. Nathan King of the law school was the winner of that event. This is a young man who's never competed in any field event at all at any sporting level. And the race is off and running. The guys are nice, easy pace, nice rhythm, as they are going to jostle to see who gets to the break line first. I see the athlete from Parkinson Memorial and
that's Samir Niles.
St. Leonard's boys, I believe that is up there on the outside as they cut into lane number 1 now. Dayton Griffith is there. The law school, these are the top 5.
Young man from Harrison College, and there's a bit of bumping at the front of the race there.
Jostling there, and the young lad from Parkinson has gone off on a flyer already, just 200 meters into this 800 meter run.
And as quickly as he's gone on that accelerator, he's come off.
Yes, now we see the lad from the law school, one of the lads from the law school moving up now, nice and easy. I like his rhythm, his arms are nice and low, shoulders nice and relaxed, and he is just cruising. No big movement on the arms, he's just taking his time. You know, he's gone to the front, and he will hear the bell first as we try to make up his bib number or his hip number.
So the young man from Parkinson Memorial dropping back, giving way to the athlete from the Lodge School as well as Harrison College.
So that's number 5 for the Lodge
Kenny
School.
Robertson, that's Robertson there in a second at the moment.
Jacoby Gittins of the law school is the one leader, and he has a little slight lead now and trying to open up a gap, get some daylight between him and the big lad there from Harrison College.
He's now moving up. It's a 3rd position.
As he comes off the bottom turn and goes up the back straight for the final time.
Oh, the Lodge School.
Still looking nice and comfortable. The big
watching
guys
the young
are.
man from Harrison College, though, because he has some nice lengthy strides, and he doesn't seem to be utilizing too much energy at this point, just chipping away at the lead and looking to give himself an opportunity to pounce closer to the finish.
Yes, as they come to the business part of this race, the last 150 meters is when you usually see someone opening up. And as I said that, Gittins of the law school now starts to use his arms a little bit more. And you see the frequency of his stride has quickened as he comes down the home stretch. And the crowd is cheering him on. Less than 50 meters to go. It is going to be Jacoby Gittins of the law school crossing the line just about now with some celebration in our booth here from Mr. Jules.
Yeah, the celebration from Jules is hilarious, really.
An epic stance there from Mr. Jules as he brings these athletes in. So Gittins, Keanu Robertson is second. Gittins ran 2 minutes 32.53. Robertson 2 minutes 34.67. Asher Nelson Downs 2 minutes 39.47 second. And Samir Niles, Parkinson Revivers, in there for fourth, 2 minutes 44.07. Prince Bean, Dayton Griffith, 2 minutes 47.31. Shamani Arthur Lashley, 2 minutes 53.51. Anthony Waterman, seventh, 2 minutes 53.59. And Nathan Smith of Dayton Griffith School, the Panthers, I believe they call themselves, 3 minutes 01.83 seconds.
So that one then into the record books. We move on to the under 15 girls.
Thank you very much, Perry,
They're
for
up next.
filling that space there.
You're most welcome, sir.
We are back in action in time for the under 15 girls, I believe it is.
How
Ian?
was your commercial break, Michael?
Oh, I had a very, very dry break.
They're wet breaks these days, okay?
Yes.
No problem.
Yes.
Very well, sir.
A dry break.
The under 15 girls are on the line.
Yes, and these girls will be chasing the BSAC record. We mentioned this young lady before, Sheena Goodin.
They won.
Sheena Goodin, 2:21.10, set this mark in 1995.
Yep.
Yes.
In 1995.
So around that period, of course, we say those girls were really dominating. Sheena Goodin,
Yes, they
Letitia
were.
Jilks, Janelle Innes, Shirley Williams,
Tanya
that
Oxley.
era, those girls were,
Yeah.
were fantastic. So I know Sheena is somewhere in the world. Sheena works with Cricket West Indies with the women's program. So she's all over the world. Don't know where she is, but I'm quite sure in some little corner, Sheena is watching or listening in. Your record is still intact, Sheena. Don't worry. 1995, 2:21.10.
Yes.
I think I'm going to come out of retirement, Sheena, and I'm going to train someone to smash your record.
You retired as a coach, Michael?
Yes, I have. I haven't coached for a very long time. I still know how to coach, just that I don't have the time to do coaching the way I would like to.
So let's
It's all
talk about these
time.
young ladies in this one.
Yes, so we have a big field here. 11 girls going.
Yeah.
Got to go through these names rather quickly. Actually, they've started, so it gives us time to go through. Zakiri Beckles of the Lodge School, Talia Sandyford, Harrison College, Leanna Green of Springer Memorial, Nima Kamabach from the Lodge School, Shamika Kelman of Parkinson, Kezia Walren of Frederick Smith, Victory Bourne of Dayton Griffith, Shania Eiffel of Parkinson, Alyssa Wharton Bess of Springer Memorial, Soweto Lord of Dayton Griffith, and Mackenzie Clark of the Frederick Smith Secondary. So that's a field of 11.
Well,
Who is
11
in the
young
lead?
ladies. They're already running around the track. Leading at the moment is Parkinson Memorial. As she comes toward us, we'll be able to
either
give you
Kelman or Eiffel.
a closer idea of exactly who it is. They come around now for the first time. And that is from Parkinson Kelman, it looks like. And Dayton Griffith is in there as well. Here comes Frederick Smith looking to get into the mix. Harrison College is in there as well with just about minute 15 on the clock.
That looks like Shania Eiffel of Parkinson Memorial.
Yep, that is Eiffel wearing
Yes.
number 8.
And Bourne of Dayton Griffith in second position. Those are top two right now. Actually, someone from Frederick Smith is now taking over there.
So Frederick Smith has Clark and Waldron in this one.
Just need to see exactly who it is. So as they come around for the last 300 meters, now heading down the backstretch.
Here come the girls from Springer Memorial.
Yes, they're getting in the action.
Yes,
And
they
that's
are.
Green and Wharton Best, 2 Springer girls. But
attempt
leading
there.
here is Bourne, Victoria Bourne of Dighton Griffith, it looks like. And here comes Green and Wharton Best of Springer Memorial.
And the thing about these Springer Memorial athletes that we've been seeing consistently all morning, Michael, is that whenever they win a race, they either come, they win in a race, they either win or it's 1 and 2 or 1 and 3.
There we go. So Leanna Green of Springer Memorial working her way to the finish line. She will give Springer 10 points, and her teammate Alyssa Wharton Best finishing up in second. So that's another 18 points,
in the bag.
gentlemen.
Another
going
18
to
points in the
Springer
bag.
Memorial.
So Leanna Green, 2 minutes 39.53 seconds. She is the first place finisher. Alyssa Wharton Best in second, 2 minutes 40.79 seconds. And third place goes to Victory Bourne of Dighton Griffith, 2 minutes 44.79 seconds. Fourth is Mackenzie Clark of Frederick Smith, 2 minutes 52.59 seconds. Fifth is Lodge School's Zakira Beckles, 2 minutes 53.85 seconds. Sixth goes to Keziah Waldron, 3 minutes 03.23 seconds. Harrison College is seventh. Talia Standiford, 3 minutes 07.49 seconds. And eighth goes to Nima Cumberbatch.
Yes, so those 8 will be scoring points for their various schools. And for sure, Springer opening that gap a bit more.
Yeah.
I don't think Harrison College factored in that top. Actually, they were 7th.
Shania Eiffel
that's
is
2
8th.
points. So they got 2 points in there, while Springer Memorial got 18.
Yeah.
Of course, Leanna Green is a record holder at knapsack as well, Michael. She
Yes.
has a under 11 girls 300 meter record. So she has been around for a while.
There we go. Of
Now
course,
she has a record in the under 15 girls 800 meters in this zone.
so it's good when you can track the progress of these athletes from knapsack through to BSAC and beyond. And we have several instances of that occurring. I mean, when we mention the people with records, the next person coming up here, the record holder in the under 15 boys 800 meters, Gerard Mason.
Yeah.
Who in 2009 as an under 15 ran 2:00:08. That was a fantastic run from him.
Well, I'm excited about this 800 meter run here.
You probably have someone from Parkinson in here.
I do have someone from Parkinson in here, but I'm talking about Aiden Moore.
Oh, yes. Oh,
Aiden Moore.
yes. Oh, yes.
Aiden Moore
Fantastic.
is certainly the one to watch
Oh,
in
yes.
this event.
And again, we know that Aiden Moore passed through the knapsack ranks as well.
He would have represented, I believe it was Wilkie.
Actually,
And then
he then went on to St. Cyprian's
Boys
boys
as well.
Yes.
Did quite
So-
well at both schools and he became a standard bearer, if you will.
Oh, yes. So we'll see. Young lady getting some support there. So the boys, the under 15 boys 800 meters, 10
Yes.
athletes going. We have Jadon Jordan of St. Leonard's, Aidan Moore of Harrison College, Tyrico Redmond Bellamy of Parkinson, Johnny Henry of the Lodge School, Xavier Mon of Dighton Griffith, Micah James of Harrison College, Jaden Bourne of the Lodge School, Element Walcott of Dighton Griffith, Marquise Carmichael of the St. Leonard's Boys, and Jazori Thompson of Parkinson Memorial. 10 athletes facing the starter for this under 15 boys 800 meter final.
I would have seen
there
that name,
are-
Marquise Clark, before today.
Say that again.
Marquise Clark. I think he ran earlier in one of the hurdle events. Carmichael, sorry. Marquise Carmichael, I beg your pardon. He was on show a little bit earlier, coming back now to run the 800 meters. He was actually in the under 15 hurdles.
So that race is off. So a pretty slow start, I must say.
Yeah.
Even though these guys are looking for points, they still believe in a bit of quality, quality performance.
And looking at what we're seeing here, Aiden Moore is looking quite easy as he goes across the backstretch here. He has for company a young man that looks like from St. Leonard's Boys.
We'll see the bib number since there are two athletes from St. Leonard's Boys in this field. But they have now opened the gap on that third place runner. So let's see who this guy is. Still not getting a close-up on his bib number.
Well, Marquise Carmichael.
Jordan. Okay.
Yes, that's
Jordan.
Jordan.
Jordan of St. Leonard's Boys, yes.
There's
And
Aiden
now
Moore, though, in the lead. Jordan in second.
108 on the clock.
Young man from Lodge, it looks like in third, that's Bourne.
So
Jaden.
Moore has decided he's going to take this one out. All alone. He will tackle it alone. Heading down the back stretch. He's experienced.
Yes.
He's been there.
He's been doing
done
this
it
for a while.
Yes.
This young man, Aiden Moore, a quality athlete, really.
Yes. And of course, his brother and sister have also been representatives for Barbados at the junior level. So this is just one more.
They all represented
yes.
Harrison College as well.
Of course. So 150 on the clock with just about 100 meters to go. Pretty decent for under 15 boy. He's looking quite comfortable. I'm pleased with what I'm seeing here from young Aiden Moore. Pretty good effort here. Running solo. 208, 209. A decent run. 209.70 for Aiden Moore. And under 15. That's a good effort.
Yeah.
If you compare 2 minutes flat, which is the record, and Moore is just looking back at the others. Finishing up now is Johnny Henry of the Lodge School.
Yeah.
And then Xavier Mon of Dighton Griffith. Here comes now to finish Bourne of the Lodge School. Walcott of Dighton Griffith in the picture as well. So, a great run from Aiden Moore. Running all by himself. Not pressured. 209. A decent effort from Moore.
I want to ask a question here. I'm really not trying to offend anybody or anything like that.
Go right ahead.
Aiden Moore is under 15. Do you think that maybe having him exposed to something like the Carifta Games as an under 15 and run at the under 17 level is something that is feasible, or is that too much for him at this point?
Well, what I would say is if Aiden Moore produced a 2 minutes flat as an under 15 and the qualifying standard for the Carifta Games was 201, I would take him. As an under 15, I would take him, of course.
But there's quality about him.
Yes.
You understand he's carrying a bit of a niggle right now. He's about 90%, they tell me, but in the next week or so, they tell me that he should be back to full fitness.
Well, if you really look at the guys who will be competing in this zone, so they're competing today and tomorrow. We have the weekend, and then pretty much there's not much more you can do with this set of athletes from this zone, whereas the other zones, the guys who competed in the previous zones, they have, I think it might be a slight advantage for the persons who competed in the first zone because they have not only time, a little bit more time to recover, but they also have the time to see what the competition is like and what they need to do, etc. So, you know,
So
that's
what
the
we're
way it
seeing
goes.
here on our screen, Michael, is that the sprint hurdles are coming up, and the officials are putting them down. That gives us a little time to probably look at how things are developing among the scores, and gives us an opportunity to remind you as well of our sponsors.
You can do that while I look for the
This is
scores.
the Dasani-Powerade Barbados Secondary Schools Athletics Championship 2023. Our title sponsor is, of course, Dasani-Powerade. We also have supporting us Wibis Scotia Fed and Frosty, Starcom Network Cooperators, General Insurance Company Limited, Saw Barbados Limited, Barbados National Oil Company Limited, Infinity on the Beach, Signia Globe Financial, City of Bridgetown Cooperative Credit Union, Barbados Teachers Cooperative Credit Union, Armstrong Agencies, Laboratory and Sports, Barbados Light and Power Company, McBride Caribbean Limited, BSL Athletics, Made It Against the Odds Foundation, Premium Security Services, Flow, and of course the Barbados Police Service. Special mention must be made of our stream sponsors, City of Bridgetown Cooperative Credit Union, Massey Stores, Barbados National Oil Company Limited, Infinity on the Beach, and Pharmacy Sales. You are encouraged to like and subscribe to our page, sports.bb, on YouTube, IG, and Facebook. We're going to take a break here from the action and take in some commercials, pay a few bills, and we'll be right back with you here at the Usain Bolt Sports Complex. We'll be right back after these messages.
COB for all your financial needs, making your dreams a reality, helping to achieve prosperity. COB for all your financial needs. City of Bridgetown Cooperative Credit Union, measuring success one member at a time. Telephone 430-5900. COB for all your financial needs, making your dreams a reality, helping to achieve prosperity. COB for all your financial needs. City of Bridgetown Cooperative Credit Union, measuring success one member at a time. Telephone 430-5900.
My goal is to finish my morning run and help Natalie with her test. Ensure Max Protein provides 30 grams of high-quality protein to help keep muscles strong, satisfy hunger, along with other key nutrients my body needs. Take your routine to the max with Ensure Max Protein.
And welcome back to the Usain Bolt Sports Complex, where we continue to bring you live coverage of the Dasani-Powerade Barbados Secondary School Athletics Championships. Of course, we are in the Starcom Network Shane Brathwaite zone. I am Ian Webster, and alongside me today is Michael Jules and Perry Barnett. And in your shot, you are seeing the young ladies who are going to be competing in the under-17 girls 100-meter hurdles.
Yes, Ian, it's nice to be back. And on that note, we have some scores for you.
Yes, we do.
So while the girls get their blocks in order, we can give you the girls' points. In sixth place is Parkinson Memorial on 26 points. Dighton Griffith, 55 points. Frederick Smith, 84.5. The Lodge School, third in the girls, on 148.5. Harrison College, second in the girls, 191.5. And leading the girls at this stage is Springer Memorial, and Springer Memorial is on 234.5 points. In the boys, Dighton Griffith, 58 points. So is Parkinson, both on 58. In fourth position, Frederick Smith, 97 points. The St. Leonard's boys in third, 161. The Lodge School in second, 171. And Harrison College leading the boys, 261 points. Ian.
Yeah. So, upsetting the apple cart here among the girls, potentially stopping a double. We have Springer Memorial doing exceptionally well, and we talked about this yesterday, Perry. I did say to you, if Springer Memorial have anything to say about the championships, they are going to probably upset the apple cart of anybody trying to do a double in this particular zone, and we are seeing evidence of that here this morning.
Yes, you did, Ian. Yes, you did. You called it right.
So that's 43 points now, separating Springer from Harrison College. In the boys, I think Harrison College will hold on.
Yeah.
At this stage, I think they'll hold on to the lead for day one, because remember, we still have tomorrow to come.
Well, they're ahead by about 90 points.
Yes,
You
good.
know, so that's a significant lead.
Yes, it is. Yes,
Not such a big lead for Springer Memorial, but they're starting to build a comfortable lead, and they have again 2 athletes in this event. The least amount of points they could potentially get here is probably 2 points for a 7th place.
And 1 point for 8th.
Well, there's no 8th athlete. There are only 7 athletes in this one. So yeah, about 5 points in total is the least amount of points that they can get from this. So we'll see how that goes. But again, the strategy from Springer Memorial here is to have athletes in the events.
There we go. So the under-17 girls 100-meter hurdles final on the line. The record 14:01. This is the BSAC record, established in 2018 by Sarah Bell of the Christchurch Foundation School. In lane number 1, representing Springer Memorial, Tania Lashley. Lane 2, Shawnee Davis of Harrison College. In lane number 3, Olivia Mason of Dighton Griffith. She's wearing bib number 465. Lane number 4, from Harrison College, Afia Greenwich. In lane 5, Sierra Marshall of the Lodge School. Lane 6, Glenisha Brathwaite of Dighton Griffith. And in lane number 8, Shariah Aline Bailey of Springer Memorial.
All right. So we 2 from Lodge. No. Yeah, 2 from Lodge, 2 from Dighton Griffith. Harrison College also has 2 in there. And of course, Springer Memorial. Michael Jules. Animated. The athletes being asked to stand. Not quite ready as yet. But I am really impressed with the show put on here by the Government Hill girls, Michael.
Oh, yes. Always prepared. And noting that they have two pretty decent coaches there.
Jesse King.
Jesse King, as well as a former Carifta, I think he was a Carifta medalist in the hurdles as well.
This is Dupini.
Sean Dupini.
Yes.
Sean Dupini.
Yes. So here we go. Lane number 4, that's Greenwich of Harrison College, our leader. Just 2 more hurdles, 3 more hurdles, now 2.
Look on the
Now
outside
one.
there.
Oh,
Springer
my.
Memorial.
Wow.
Oh.
Close one there. The Springer girls creeping in.
Yep.
I think this is one which we definitely would need to see a replay
Yeah,
if possible.
replay is available.
Yes.
So let's take a look at it. If we can get it nice and slow, nice and
slower.
slow, that'd be great.
So
we're
good
looking
start.
at the outside and the inside lanes here,
As
Michael.
well as the young lady from
In the
Harrison
middle from
College
Harrison
who was
College,
in the
yes.
lead at this point.
Mhm.
Then we saw Aline Bailey, who was there on the outside, and Lashley on the inside. That was the Springer Memorial duo.
And that young lady from, she got in there
2.
for third. She got in
That's
there for third.
Davis of Harrison College, who was in lane 2. She also
she got
crept
in there
into
for
the
second.
picture.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Springer Memorial in this one getting to Tania Lashley. She's first. Shantae Davis of Harrison College is second. And in third, from Springer Memorial, that looks like Aline Bailey. So Springer 1, Springer 3. That's 16 points.
Harrison College got a second and a fourth.
Yeah, second and a fourth.
That's 8 and 5, 13 points. Lodge School in 5th, thanks to Sierra Marshall. And Dighton Griffith finishing in 6th and 7th for Olivia Mason, Glenisha Brathwaite. And that would be it for the under-17 girls 100-meter hurdles. We will go to the under-20 girls next.
Now, of course, in this one, the hurdles are raised from 76 centimeters to 84 centimeters.
Yes.
So that's going to take a little time to do that adjustment.
And I was going to mention that the hurdles, that's one of the events where it's a technical event in terms of the skill required. You notice, like with the junior girls doing the hurdles, a lot of them tend to jump.
Yeah.
So it takes some time to perfect the art of hurdling. Of course, Mr. Barnett, as a coach, trained, would know the stride pattern. It's about rhythm. You have to create that rhythm when going over the hurdles. So it's a combination of speed and rhythm. Once you between the hurdles.
And talking about rhythm, the man on our screen right now has a lot of rhythm.
That's Al's, a hard-working man. He's been around track and field for ages.
He's been partying hard too.
Yes, not only that, but he works extremely hard. You can see this guy lifting about 10 hurdles on his own without, I mean, he has done a lot of work around track. He comes and he volunteers and he gives his all.
We don't talk a lot about those types of characters as far as track and field is concerned, the officials and the people that, work behind the scenes and make the meets like this look good. Of course, there's the gentleman that you just mentioned, Michael, but there are so many others.
Alves, that's his name. Ainsley Alves.
Ainsley Alves.
Yes.
People like him
Basil
that work
Cox.
behind the scenes. Basil Cox.
The starter.
Yeah.
And I tell people, a guy like Basil Cox, I'm not ashamed to say, I started to run in around 1981. Around 1981.
Okay.
And Basil Cox was the starter. He started my 1500 meter races and my 800 meter races.
Wow.
This guy, I am now heading towards 60. And this guy is still out there. Yes, I'm not there. I'm still in my 50s. And this guy is still out there.
Yes, he is.
Starting races and looking,
Yes, he is.
he looks the same way like I saw him starting races when I was a teenager. Nothing has changed.
Certainly a vastly experienced individual. You see Benny Rowe there with him as well. And our friend Lisa, they call her the Iron Lady. I am a fan of the Iron Lady, by the way. I must tell you, Michael.
Nevertheless, so yes, these kinds of folks who make track and field work, our starters, the starting crew, those who assist with the hurdles, those who assist, we can't see them now, but they're somewhere out there making sure that the athletes check in. So the call room crew, etc., those are the ones who make sure that the hit numbers are on correctly, etc. So all these people are part and parcel of the product.
For the benefit of our viewers, Michael, let's create a hypothetical situation. Let's say what the process for an athlete that has to compete in an event. What is the process when the athlete arrives at the stadium?
So the athlete arrives at the stadium, probably goes to the coach, receives the pep talk, what is the goal for the day? What do we want to achieve today? You are told what is the time of your event, and actually that's something you were told before, so you have that in your head that at this particular time I need to go to the warm-up area and I need to start warming up for my event. So you don't want to warm up too late or too early. So the coach will speak to you and determine what is the right time for you to start your warm-up process. Okay? From there, you go into the warm-up area, begin warming up, then you then go to the call room. The call room is the area where you are given you make all the checks are done, make sure that this is indeed Ian Webster and your spikes are correct, etc. We're going to get back to that though as we prepare for the under 20 girls 100 meter hurdles final. The record 1366, established in 2008 by Kerry Beckles of the Lester Vaughan School. We're seeing here number 1323 from the Lodge School, Anisha Greenidge. Next to her in lane 3, Rishan Herbert of Springer Memorial. And I think this young lady, she is a multiple sport competitor also.
Rishan Herbert.
Yes.
We all In 5, Malia Edwards, we've already seen her on track this morning in the flat 100 from Springer Memorial. In 6, Adriana Holder, the Lodge School. And in 7, She really stamped her authority on that one. So Malia Edwards from Springer Memorial. Perry, can you see who would have gotten in there for the second spot?
It looked like
14.13 is the flash time. Second holder of the Lodge School, 18.11. Okay, so Edwards confirmed as the winner.
Is it possible that we can get a replay of that?
Let's see if the replay is available. We would have lost our signal for a short while, so maybe our technicians are able to get it for us. No replay is available.
Okay. Well, do we have the result?
But we do have the results. And no doubt about who the winner is. Malia Edwards of Springer Memorial, 14.13 seconds, and certainly stamping her authority on the track here. Looked very, very good going over the hurdles, Michael. It's a pity that our viewers didn't get to see her, but she was way, way ahead of the pack and was extremely dominant in that performance.
Yes, she was nice and low over the hurdles, and the gravity nice and low, and that lead leg snapping down, staying in contact with the ground as quickly as possible, and really driving her speed between and rhythm between the hurdles was also very good. And she's one who has been practicing the hurdles for a while, so she's becoming a competent exponent of the trade.
All right.
As we wait for the hurdles to move for the start of the 110 hurdles, we can give you the boys' scores.
Okay, so let's look at the boys' scores. Among the boys, what we're seeing right now is the tie for 5th place between Dighton Griffith and Parkinson Memorial. They both have 58 points. In 4th is Frederick Smith, secondary, 97 points. The top 3 among the boys, St. Leonard's boys currently in 3rd, 161 points. In 2nd is the Lodge School with 171 points. And in 1st place, Harrison College leading the boys, 261. As we look at the girls' scores, in 6th, Parkinson Memorial, 26 points. In 5th, Dighton Griffith Secondary, 60 points. In 4th, Frederick Smith with 84.50 points. In 3rd, among the females, the Lodge School, 152.5 points. In 2nd is Harrison College with 204.5 points. And still leading in the girls, Springer Memorial, 250.5 points. So Harrison College leading in the boys, Springer Memorial leading in the girls. That's how things are after the events that we've had so far. We're still looking to see the big boys, the under 17 and under 20 boys. They have the 110 hurdles. Those will follow. The hurdles will be moved and adjusted in terms of their height. 91 centimeters is the height for the under 17 boys, and for the under 20 boys, that height will be adjusted once again to 99 centimeters.
Have you ever tried hurdling?
I have. And I when I was doing it back at school, I did it in the under 15 division. At the time, Andrew Hines was at the school, and he would have won that event. But I used to jump the hurdle because I had a psychological fear.
Oh, you used to jump?
Yeah, I jumped the hurdle.
Understand.
Yeah, I jumped the hurdles because I was afraid of falling. There's nothing to be embarrassed about, Michael. I know my strengths and weaknesses. I have done my own SWOT analysis on me.
I did not say a word. I just asked questions.
You did
All
not
I did
say a
was ask
word.
questions.
But your body language, which our viewers can't see, suggested that you were being a little shady.
I just asked, did you ever hurdle?
And I answered you, Michael.
Nevertheless, hurdling,
Yeah.
an event, I recall Gail Devers, who
Oh,
at the
yes.
Olympic Games was leading that race all the way up to the final hurdle and had a spill. And that was it for her.
Yep.
A very funny event there. You have to be extremely careful. The under 17 boys, however, they are on the way, ready to go. The BSAC record 14:44, established in 2016 by Trey Hollingsworth of Queen's College. Our lane assignments in lane 1 is Jordan Adams of Harrison College. Lane 2, Thierry Griffith of the Lodge School. In 4, Deshane Hines of St. Leonard's Boys. In lane 5, Samian Phillips of the Lodge School. Ephraim Gill of Harrison College is in 6. In 7, DeCary Harris of Dighton Griffith. And in lane number 8, Simaj Best of the St. Leonard's Boys.
All right, so we're seeing that there's some results here on our screen from the girls. The girls' results: Malia Edwards, 14.13 seconds in first. Second, Adriana Holder of the Law School, 18.11. That's an entire 4 seconds. That's a lot of time. It's so unfortunate our viewers didn't get to see it, but it was an emphatic victory indeed. Spring Memorial again coming in there for third. So they're really doing their thing on track this morning. When they're getting points 18 at a time, 16 at a time.
They're getting in the teens all the time.
Yeah, and they're consistently doing it. So a good look from them, a good resurgence.
For sure.
So the young men on track now for the 110-meter hurdles, the under 17 boys. I'm just awaiting a little bit of last-minute instruction here. Of course, the record held by Trey Hollingsworth, 14.44 seconds. Trey Hollingsworth attending the Queen's College School. Yeah. We know about his exploits. So we're on the starters' orders now. Oh, it doesn't look that way. They're still running through. Okay. In the meantime, though, Perry, the meet so far, let's compare zones. We've seen the Wabisco Frank Blackman zone. We've seen the Chafette Frosties estimated zone. We are now in the Starcom Network Shane Brathwaite zone. How is it shaping up in your mind as we head toward that next week's final week of competition?
I can say the girls' final is going to be, as some people say, a humdinger. The girls' finals, some they're going to be a weeping and gnashing of teeth. Some schools are not going to get it their own way, like Burger King, as they think, or they profess in their chat.
All right. We're seeing a vacant lane 3 here. The athlete Deshaun Williams from Dighton Griffith. He is not in his lane. So that one will be out. Is the list changed? Yes, the list has changed. So we're seeing now in lane 1 for the under 17 boys 110-meter hurdles, Jordan Adams of Harrison College. In lane 2, Thierry Griffith of the Lodge School. Lane 3 is vacant. And we will then turn our attention to lane 4. Deshane Hines of St. Leonard's Boys is in 4. In 5 is Samian Phillips of the Lodge School. In 6, Ephraim Gill. We've seen him this morning already, Harrison College. In 7, DeCary Harris of Dighton Griffith. In lane 8, and rounding out the field, Simaj Best of St. Leonard's Boys. Those are the competitors in the under 17 boys 110-meter hurdles. As you hear the announcer in the background there, just introducing the athletes. Much to the delight of the spectators in the stands. Michael. Oh, Michael is such an animated character. We need to do a behind the scenes footage one of these days so that our fans can see what's happening behind
No,
the
thank
scenes.
you. No, thank you.
I know you wouldn't want to
No,
see that,
thank you.
but I would absolutely relish it, to be honest. On the starters orders now. And there they go, the under 17 boys. 110 meter hurdles. There's a spill. The Lodge School athlete running out of lane number 5. It looks like Harrison College in the lead right now in the person of Ephraim Gill. Ephraim Gill should go on to win it from St. Leonard's Deshaun Hines. But there have been lots of spills, and Michael, the athletes from the Lodge School have been having a hard time. They've been having a hard time in this event. Let's talk about this particular event. Both of them hit the hurdles, stumbled. My goodness, it's really unfortunate, and that's why I stayed away from hurdles. You shook your head and did all kinds of weird things, but that's why I stayed away from the hurdles.
I understand, but I told you the hurdles is a very funny event.
Yes, it is.
Yes, you know, even the best hurdler in the world. Again, another one that comes to mind is Perdita Felicien.
So we're seeing now that Deshaun Hines of St. Leonard's Boys actually was able to nip Jordan Adams of Harrison College on the line. It's actually Ephraim Gill.
Well,
so Ephraim Gill was second.
I think we should wait until they have completed that because we still need to put
the list
in
moves
those.
very quickly,
Yes.
Michael. So Hines in first 16.68 seconds, second Gill 16.85, and third Dayton Griffiths, DeCarry Harris 19.19 seconds. See Madge Best got in there for fourth, 20.19. Fifth, Samian Phillips of the Lodge School, 21.45 seconds. Go ahead, Michael, you were saying.
Yes, I was talking about Perdita Felicien, who was ranked number 1 in the world at that time and represented Canada. I think it was might have been a world championship, either a world championship or an Olympic final. And at the start, I mean, everything was set up for her. It was kind of just for her to deliver in that 100-meter hurdles final. First hurdle, the approach, I think she went too quickly. She was so excited, and she approached that hurdle so quickly, and that was the end of it. One hurdle, and it was over and done for her. Hurdling is very funny. So you have to get it right.
Yep. And Lodge, particularly in this one, had a really hard time. They had
two guys falling.
Two guys, falling.
Very unfortunate for them.
Yes, it's very unfortunate. Young man actually sat on the track, then got back up and walked to the finish.
When we look at these youngsters.
Can we get that on our screen? Our viewers would certainly love to see the replay. So let's put the replay up.
So here we go.
Yeah, here we go.
When we look at these youngsters.
First hurdle. The young man from Lodge goes down. That's the first Lodge competitor that goes down here. Again, we're going to see Lodge in third right now. But I think it's this hurdle. There he goes.
So that was it.
The gentlemen, if you look at these hurdles, this hurdle race, the technique for these guys was not there at all. Going over the hurdles, they were relying on the speed between the hurdles.
And the thing is, Perry, talking about technique, that is something you have to develop over time.
Yes.
That means you need to hurdle a lot. If you ask them, how many times do you hurdle in a year? They'll probably tell you 4 times. And those 4 times will be here at the BSSAC zones, 2 times in the zone maybe, and the semi-final and a final, or maybe a final.
Now, unlike you guys, I'm not a coach by any stretch of the imagination, but there is one thing that I do understand, and that's the concept of muscle memory. And when your muscles understand what to do and when to do it, then you can be comfortable in your skill set. It happens for us as musicians, musically, but it will also translate into the athletics, because the more you do anything, the more natural it becomes.
You know, part of you.
There's this saying, and I don't subscribe to it. You know, they say that So it's something to do with perfection. Practice makes perfect. I don't believe that at all, Michael. Practice makes you better. Practice doesn't make you perfect.
It makes
Practice
permanent.
makes you. It makes permanent.
Yes.
It makes permanent, but it doesn't make perfect. So, yeah, it really does make permanent. And muscle memory is something that athletes.
It's also how you practice.
Yeah, how you practice, because
Yes.
you can also
Because
practice the wrong thing.
There
But
you
that
go.
will also become
There you
permanent.
go. Yes, because there's some guys, there's some guys those who grew up around track and field, like in the 80s, etc. There were some guys who executed drills perfect. Those guys could drill. They could do high knees,
A skips,
A skip,
B skips, everything.
you name it. They did them perfect. But guess what? When it came to actually executing in a race, it was a different ball game, you know? So, unfortunate for those lads in the hurdles. We have one more to come, the under-20 boys 110-meter hurdles. Again, this is an event where Shane Brathwaite excelled in, and he's still trying to ply his trade as a elite hurdler.
I wanted to mention to you earlier the fact that Shane Brathwaite, at 33 years old, is honored in this way in terms of the naming of a zone after him is certainly inspiration for youngsters that are coming on. You know, I remember being at Ellerslie as a youngster and seeing in the auditorium the names of students who would have gotten like 5 CXC passes and
Yes.
6 CXC subjects and these kind of things. Those types of things are placed there to give inspiration to the youngsters. And so kudos to the planning committees and the organizers of BSSAC for having the initiative to name a zone after a young man, a young Barbadian that is still active in his craft and doing well, and providing that opportunity for youngsters to look on and see and say, look, this is something that I can achieve. Maybe one day there will be a zone named after me somewhere.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, because the concept of having, you know, most of the schools, when you look at those older secondary schools in particular, you look at the boards that are placed at those schools. I know Harrison College Lodge, Combermere, they have them up for sure. They mostly have those persons who won Barbados scholarships and exhibitions. I saw at Princess Margaret, which is kudos to Princess Margaret. They have a board with the names of athletes, persons who excel in different disciplines. I think that's something that schools need to look at, because, I mean, those athletes did their schools proud. And I think schools need to look at probably having a board for persons who represented Barbados while attending school.
Interesting.
And that, I think, would really, you know, assist with the school pride. It will make a difference for those particular athletes, you know, knowing that someday my name will be up on a board.
A man of your ilk, Michael, I would expect you to use the word ethos. That it would add to the school's ethos.
Well, you said it yourself. I don't need to say it if you said it. So here we go with the under-20 boys 110-meter hurdles.
Yes.
The BSAT record 13.39, and that was set in 2011 by Tremaine Maloney of the Lodge School. A good time there, and of course Tremaine also went on to do some great things, had a track scholarship, etc. So 6 lads are going here in this one. They've been asked to stand, so we can give you those lane assignments. From lane 3 is Nathan Moore of the St. Leonard's Boys. In 4, Jaziel Ford of Harrison College. Christian Gill of St. Leonard's Boys. In 5, Joshua Dottin of the Lodge School. In 6, in lane number 7, Christopher Page of Harrison College. In lane number 8, Alexander Deshang Fenty of the Frederick Smith Secondary School.
Alexander Deshang Fenty. Oh, man. So they're not quite ready as yet. The young men are quite anxious.
Of course. So these hurdles a little higher.
99 centimeters.
See how they will fare against these high hurdles. That's what they used to be called in the old days.
Nice high hurdles.
The high hurdles.
The high hurdle. They are pretty high, to be fair.
They're
off
off
and running.
Good start. First up, to the hurdle. Joshua Dottin of the Lodge School, and he has actually gone ahead of the field by far in this one. Pretty good technique from Joshua Dottin. Doesn't matter if you nick the hurdle, and he has really demolished this field here. Second looks like forward of Harrison College, and a tussle with more of the St. Leonard's boys. So 14.36 seconds. We have a replay available.
So we can analyze it.
Let's have a look.
Yes, I saw the young lad from law school when it just ran through that. Oh, we are looking at the under 17.
This is the under 17. This is not the under 20.
Under 17. This is where all the spills came.
Yeah. So we'll just get the technical team to sort that out for us.
But for sure, we can tell you that Joshua Dottin was well ahead of
His
the
technique
field.
was the best. So
Better, yes, the best technique of the lot.
14.36.
Running between the hurdles, and definitely the class act in this field.
Official results then. Joshua Dottin in first, 14.36 seconds. In second was Jaziel Ford of Harrison College, 19.39 seconds. That's 5-second difference. In third, Nathan Moore of the St. Leonard's boys in a time of 19.42 seconds. Fourth, Christopher Page from Harrison College, 19.63 seconds. Fifth, Christian Gill, 19.78 seconds. And sixth, from Frederick Smith, Alexander Deshong Fenty, 19.94 seconds.
All right, we have a replay for that.
So our replay is finally available. Let's take a look at it then. The under 20 boys won 10 meters hurdles. Okay, we were just seeing it. Let's see if we can get it up on our screen. It's not quite ready as yet. We're still seeing the under 17, so doesn't look as though we're going to get that.
And there go Mr. Owls. Yes,
assembling his hurdles.
Yes, he's very dedicated to the sport.
You know, he used to walk to the stadium.
Yes.
And then work, and then walk back home sometimes.
So we have now coming up. As you can see, the officials are gathering the hurdles, and we will have after these sprint hurdles the 400-meter dash in the under 17 and under 20 divisions, followed by the 200 meters in the junior divisions, the under 13 and under 15 divisions. Of course, it is important that we let you know that our divisions are sponsored. The under 13 division is sponsored by Armstrong Agencies. The under 15 division is sponsored by Laboratory and Sports. The under 17 division is sponsored by Infinity on the Beach Hotel, and the under 20 division is sponsored by the Barbados National Oil Company Limited. The relay series is sponsored by Cooperators General Insurance Company Limited. My goodness. And we have those to look forward to, the 4x100 meter relays. They are going to be running off just about 2:45, and they will bring the curtain down on today's activity. We also have a full day of action tomorrow. We have that replay finally available for our viewers so we can take a look at it. So here we go. There the young man is. Joshua Dottin.
Best technique going over the hurdles, and good speed and rhythm between the hurdles as well.
Managed to knock a few down, but that doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter there. And you will find with most 110 hurdle events, the athletes will nip a hurdle or two. It doesn't really matter as long as it doesn't infringe on the other runners. We've had cases where in hurdle events, a guy will hit a hurdle, and that hurdle will swing either left or right and cause another hurdler to be in difficulties. That can pose a problem.
You spoke about obstructing other athletes.
Exactly.
But even beyond that, there is also the whole idea of the interruption of the person's rhythm.
Exactly.
Yes.
So, for example, you're going over a hurdle and then you fall. If you happen to fall and you roll over, I've seen this already in hurling events. A guy tripped over a hurdle, fell, and rolled over into the lane of the next guy and impeded his progress.
Yep.
So you have those kinds of instances that will occur in the hurdles. Nevertheless, kudos to Joshua Dottin. Impressive hurdling technique from him, and a good win. 10 points for him, 10 points for the Lodge School. So What's up next, guys? The 400 meters
dash. The
This
under
will
17 girls are coming out. We can see them there just with the starters' assistants, and they're going to be derobing and doing their thing. The blocks are already out, so soon the 400 meters will be underway. This is a good opportunity that we can take a look at some of the points and see how the point standings are going.
That's what I'm trying to pull here. Point standings. See if there's any difference. Well, the same story, just different numbers.
Yeah,
we look at the girls. Parkinson on 26, Dighton Griffith on 60, Frederick Smith on 84.5, the Lodge School 165.5, Harrison College 208.5, and Springer Memorial 266.5. Do your math quickly. 8 from 6.
8 from 6 is...
That's a 4. Come on, Ian.
You said 8 from 6.
That's a 4.
You said 8 from 6.
But you know that.
You said 8 from 6. Minus 2. 8 from 6 is minus 2.
Okay.
I want you to know that.
Come on.
Actually, they are 58 points ahead.
Okay, so 58 points. Well done, Ian.
He's trying me today, isn't he?
You said you missed him.
The boys scores. Parkinson on 58, Dighton Griffith 64, Frederick Smith 100, St. Leonard's boys 195. Now watch this, ain't the boys? St. Leonard's 195, the Lodge School 198.
That's 3
so
points.
St. Leonard's creeping up on the Lodge School, and then Harrison College, they have pretty much gone ahead, 296 points.
Yep.
So that's good for Harrison College. Seems like they will be the leaders after day 1 in the boys. Springer still holding on to that lead in the girls.
98 points for Harrison College in the boys is a big lead.
Yes, it is. A really massive lead. So this is our time to take a break. When we come back, we'll return with action in the 400 meters, under 17 girls and boys, and under 20 girls and boys. Stay tuned.
COB for all your financial needs, making your dreams a reality, helping to achieve prosperity. COB for all your financial needs. City of Bridgetown, Cooperative Credit Union, measuring success, one member at a time. Telephone 430-5900.
I listen, everything you're saying. I understand all of that. Everything you tell me, I fully understand.
Jesus.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, that time. Under 15 girls, high step. In second position, we have Celaya and third second. In secondary, our winner of the event is 16 minutes of first.
We welcome you back to our live coverage of the Powerade, the Dasani-Powerade BSSAC. This is the Starcom Network, Shane Brathwaite Zone. So, folks, coming up next will be the under 17 girls 400 meters. That will be the first of our series of 400 meter events. See the girls getting their blocks together.
looks like they've blocked set and
They're set.
They are waiting.
Yes. Under 17 girls will have 2 time finals coming up.
Yeah.
You remember Mara Weeks?
Of the Lodge School.
Yes, Mara Weeks. She's the record holder. Established that mark in 2007. 54.91 seconds. And of course, Mara went on to become, I think she was the under 17 Carifta champion. That same year, Shade Seeley finished in second position. So they were first and second that year at Carifta in the under 17 girls 400 meters. This field, however, in lane 3, Megan Cox of Harrison College, Azaria Aline of Springer Memorial in 4, from Dighton Griffith, Taisha Whitehall. She'll be running out of lane 5. In lane 6, Kenidra Morgan of Frederick Smith, and in lane 7, Renicia Brooks of Parkinson Memorial. We saw Brooks earlier, your girl.
My girl, he says. In the 1500 meters, she ran the 1500 meters and came out on top. Renicia Brooks of Parkinson Memorial in this one, so she'll be certainly one to watch. We want to pay a little bit of attention as well to the athlete from Springer Memorial, Azaria Aline.
Sharon Strawn there, another one of the dedicated volunteers for this event. She's been with BSSAC for quite a while. Starter's assistant right now. Actually, she's a recall starter.
Remember when she was just the assistant checking the lane assignments. No,
yes.
she's
Recall
actually started
starter.
a few races as well.
So they're off. Under 17 girls, the first of 2 time finals.
Yeah, Brooks, Morgan, Whitehall, Aline, and Cox. And looking good so far from Frederick Smith. Kenidra Morgan, she is in the lead at the moment. Coming up into the mix is Taisha Whitehall. Not too far off the pace as well is from the Parkinson Memorial Revivers. Brooks is in there, but in third from Springer Memorial is Azaria Aline. But up front, it is all Kenidra Morgan of Frederick Smith. She's running alone. And here comes on the inside from Springer Memorial, Azaria Aline, looking to offer her challenge from lane number 4. As they turn now and head toward the finish, it is still Frederick Smith's Kenidra Morgan. She may get a challenge or may not, but she's by herself at the moment. No questions being asked of Morgan. Morgan crosses the line now. She is the winner. Second goes to Aline of Springer, and not sure who would have gotten in there for that third spot. Michael just missed it.
Third looks like
bit.
from Frederick Smith, I believe.
So that's good for Frederick Smith if they were able to manage that third spot.
Remember, these are
time finals.
Remember, these are time finals.
Yes, they are. This is only the first section.
We have another section coming up.
So if you can record the times that these young ladies ran, the top 3 times, then we will have an idea as to who would be the top 3.
So Azaria Aline of Springer Memorial getting in there for second. Renicia Brooks is third of Parkinson. Those are the top 3 finishers. Fourth was Megan Cox.
That's like a 110.12 for Morgan. 110.32 for Morgan.
112.14.
112. Yeah, so we'll have to
second.
Make sure we can see those times well. We're getting ready for our second. Is there a second section for the girls?
There should be a second
yes,
section.
So in lane 2, Arabella Edgel of the Lodge School. In lane 3, Zuri Ellis of Frederick Smith. In lane 4, Alyssa Weeks of Dighton Griffith. In lane 5, Aaliyah Wilkinson of Harrison College. In lane number 6, Soraya Sage Young of the Lodge School. And lane 7, Ebony Jones of Springer Memorial. This is our second section. So these girls will have to look to run faster than 110.
Yeah.
To get the zone record and the win.
Of course, just to remind you of the zone record, 54.91 seconds.
Actually, that's the BSSAC record. Remember, this is a new zone.
Said you're right. You are right. The zone record is going to be set by the winner. The BSAT record, of course, is held by Mara Weeks, 54.91 seconds.
That's another record that looks like it's going to stand the test of time for a while.
Yes.
So, just about ready for the second section now. And there they go.
So
Jones,
good start.
Young, Wilkinson, Weeks, Ellis, and Edgel.
Good start here for these young ladies. Seeing someone looking to make the stagger up. That looks like Alyssa Weeks of Dighton Griffith there.
Yes, she is.
Lane number 4. And on the outside from Springer Memorial, Ebony Jones. And still looking the best of the lot right now is Alyssa Weeks of Dighton Griffith. And here comes Aaliyah Wilkinson of Harrison College.
Aaliyah Wilkinson.
She's in the mix now. They are approaching about 150 meters to go right now. And Alyssa Weeks of Dighton Griffith still in the lead. You'll see how things will pan out as they turn the final bend into the straightaway. She'll need to do some work with her arms. And on the outside is Ebony Jones of Springer Memorial. So it's Jones versus Weeks. These two, Weeks probably with the upper hand. And Weeks will take it. I see 59 seconds on the clock, gentlemen.
Yeah, 59.35.
Yes.
This is obviously the faster of the two sections.
That will do it. Congratulations to Alyssa Weeks of Dighton Griffith. And I am seeing some cheering coming from the Dighton Griffith posse.
Yeah. Ebony Jones got in there for second, 59.71
as well. There we go. Some of the Dighton Griffith students.
They seem a little reserved, though, Michael. They like they haven't had a lot to shout about.
Well, they surely have something to shout about now. Compliments of Alyssa Weeks.
Yes, they do.
They need that young lady who was the hype person for the Aline school yesterday.
Yes. Aline had
a very diminutive young lady, some white software, Michael Jules, and she, every time she stepped to the front of the stands, she had the whole Aline posse up and moving.
But that's
you know, the thing is now, when she was needed, she was not present, because what happened was that Christchurch Foundation came over to challenge them in the chanting.
Oh,
and by that time, it was Comamere. You're right. It was Comamere. You're right, Perry.
It was absent, and she was absent,
and they sat down and did absolutely nothing. They would not cheer.
Wow.
But when that young lady came back and she got them G'd up, Foundation felt the breath of her ire as she let loose the whole posse on Foundation. And they were all juniors, Michael Jules. No skirt and blouse, no long pants. So we need persons like her to come out to BSAC, and those characters in the schools to come out and really keep the atmosphere hype and alive.
Well, as you know, cheering is part of sports.
Yes.
Even cheerleading is a sport in itself. In the United States, they're cheerleading competitions. And cheerleading comes with basketball, with football, with most of the major sports. You will find cheerleaders there ensuring that they give that vital support to the teams. So definitely, I remember, a physical education teacher at Harrison College, we had some cheerleaders, and they really made a difference in supporting all of the teams, not just the track team. They supported the football team, all of our teams.
Another thing that cheerleading does, and I know my good friend Mr. Ronald Altman, who's now at the St. George Secondary School, can attest to, it strengthens your females. So you get stronger female athletes. And as he can attest to that from his days at Belmont Primary. Belmont was the most dominant cheerleading squad. And from that, you had Jalissa Jones-Smith and all those girls coming through and dominating that side for years. So there are pluses to you having cheerleading involved in your school sports program.
Boys 400-meter final and 100-meter final.
Yeah.
So we
we're
are ready
seeing
for the next section here.
This
The
is
first, sorry, of two sections.
the
in
under 17 boys.
Under 17 boys. The BSAC record, a blistering 47.86, set by Anthony Hoyt Small of Queen's College in 2016. And again, he's another outstanding product who has gone on. He's on scholarship in the United States. I think he should be finishing up soon, huh? Yeah, he's been there for quite a bit. Our lane assignments for this first section: Tyrell Johnson Rouse of Parkinson Memorial. We saw him earlier in the 100 meters,
He came
finishing in third position. Jashawn Carrington of Frederick Smith in lane 3. In lane 4, Kyron Haynes of the Lodge School. In lane 5, Omari Wharton of Dighton Griffith. Lane 6, Zion Jackson of St. Leonard's Boys, and Mishak Simpson of Harrison College in lane number 7. The first of two time finals, under 17 boys, 400 meters.
400 meters. On the Beach Hotel.
So as we continue here at the Usain Bolt Sports Complex to enjoy this
lane assignment, lane number 7.
lovely breeze blowing across
Mishak Simpson of Harrison
from
College.
the east to the west.
Jackson, St. Leonard's Boys.
Athletes just getting their introduction now.
Griffith. In lane number 4,
Of course, they're
Kieran Haynes, the Lodge School.
getting accustomed
Lane 3,
to
Jashawn
the standard
Carrington, Frederick Smith. And
that
lane number
is
2, Terrell Johnson
best
Rouse,
practice
Parkinson Memorial.
across the world. This is
The
how it is
BSAC
done.
Championship record,
Athletes
47.86 seconds,
raise
was
their
set
hand
on the 17th of
and
March
they are applauded by
2016
the audience,
by
the
Anthony
introduction.
Hoyt Small of
So,
Queen's College.
And even in the developmental process, it is good that we have these young people practicing the right things. We talked about how they train and training and doing the right things, but also when it comes to the softer skills, that is important as well. So they're under the starters orders right now, being asked to stand a second time. Terrell Johnson Rouse, Jashawn Carrington, Kieran Haynes, Omarion Wharton, Zion Jackson, and Mishak Simpson.
Do you know, Ian, that in certain countries, the athletes, especially female athletes, are also coached and trained on how to approach the media?
Yeah, that's
Smile
important.
and wave and how to speak. So there's all parts of track and field development for the athletes as they're off and running. Finally, this section here, the under 70 boys 400 meters, and
on the outside looking good is Harrison College, but look at the young man from the Lodge. That is Kieran Haynes coming in as well, looking to come into contention on the inside, Terrell Johnson Rouse. But it is looking like the young man from the law school, Kieran Haynes, who continues to lead them with just about 200 meters left. Terrell Johnson Rouse on the inside, making a move now. 150 meters left. The young man from Parkinson Memorial looking good. Terrell Johnson Rouse being trailed and tracked closely by the law school's Kieran Haynes. No, it's not that close after all. Terrell Johnson Rouse of Parkinson Memorial, and the cheers, you can hear them in the crowd. It's going to be Terrell Johnson Rouse from Parkinson Memorial crossing the line now. 50.53 seconds of flash time being shown, and from the Law School, Kieran Haynes, he should have caught that second place. 50.51, that's the flash time we're seeing. Michael?
That's a good run from Johnson Rouse.
Yeah, you can write down the time.
50.51. Decent run. I think after seeing his 100-meter run this morning and seeing this 400, I would have to say I prefer him running the
400.
Yes.
That's all right.
So Johnson Rouse, pretty impressive. I think Mr. Kelman, who is the coach of the St. George Lions, the St. George primary school team,
yes,
does some work with him.
Yes, you are correct
Yes.
about that. I spoke to him and he did mention that.
Yes, so I am sure Mr. Kelman will be, he is watching, or he will watch this later on, because he did mention that this young man is one to watch, and that 50.51 run is pretty decent for this young lass.
Kieran Haynes got in there, 53.33 seconds. In
yes.
third was Dighton Griffiths Omarion Wharton, 55.3 Those are the top 3 finishers. Frederick Smith was in there, 1 minute 10.15.
I really don't think we should be considering 1 minute for an under 17 boys 400 meters, Ian.
You are a serious man, you know, Michael. But
yes,
no. You say some stuff that I would avoid saying.
No. I am not. I am saying the truth.
Yeah.
Under 17 boys. If you look at knapsack, see, people don't like the truth. I like the truth. I deal with the truth.
Fair enough.
I deal with facts. The fact of the matter is 1 minute or 1:01 for an under 17 boy running the 400 meters, way out of depth. Way out. Look at knapsack. The record at knapsack is like 50 watt. Ethan Hart ran at 50 watt.
58, 59 something.
You understand?
Yeah.
Yeah, so at this stage, I know people are probably in here just running to get points, but when we start thinking about quality performances, do not mention 60 or 61. Not on the 17 level.
Michael Jules. We have an under 15 in this zone who runs a 51 point. In the 400 meters, that 1 minute is really and truly not saying anything at all for that age level.
Yes. So let's go to the second section.
Second section is on the line.
Jathan Bovell of St. Leonard's Boys, he's in lane number 2. In 3, Roshan Walcott of the Lodge School. Lane 4, Morayan King, or that's Moreland King of Dighton Griffith. John Mark Prescott of Harrison College in 5, Tyreek Springer of Frederick Smith in 6, and Nikolai Cox of Parkinson Memorial in 7. They're off.
Yep. Cox on the outside went out pretty hard. He has no choice really because he's pretty much running blind. Everybody's behind him. Even Stevens right about now looking very closely at the young man there from Harrison College. That's Jean-Marc Prescott. He's moving pretty well. On the outside still continues to be Nikolai Cox. But Jean-Marc Prescott, he's moving up now and closing that gap. Safe to say that Prescott is in front at this juncture. Continues to be Harrison College, Jean-Marc Prescott, followed by Parkinson's Nikolai Cox in there as well from the Frederick Smith School, Tyreek Springer. On the inside and looking good though from St. Leonard's Boys, Rashawn Walcott. He is in there, and watch the young man on the outside from Parkinson Memorial, Nikolai Cox. It's going to be interesting. Who's gonna win it here? It's Nikolai Cox of Parkinson Memorial. He takes the win in on this occasion. Nikolai Cox 53.47 seconds. That's not going to trouble Terrell Johnson Rouse.
Not at all. And maybe the 2 lads from Parkinson will advance. Definitely Johnson Rouse, he will advance with that 50.51. And Nikolai Cox, I think he's good enough to be in that top 4. Remember, 4 from the zone will be advancing to next week's semi-finals.
So, of course, they all will come together. We'll have St. Michael's in there.
Yes.
We'll have the Combermere School in there. This competition is going to look a lot different next week.
And it should, because we're talking about a championship. When you get to a championship event, it's quality.
Yeah.
Ian and Perry, it's quality that you're looking for.
When we look at the times here, you guys were talking about that 1 minute situation. You look at this one here, a lot of the athletes in this second section ran.
They were under 55 seconds.
Under 55 seconds.
Yeah, we can live with that.
Makes me wonder if Johnson Rose was actually in this heat, if he would have been pushed a little bit more, but he ran this heat, 3-second difference here, so probably not. But he is certainly one to watch and one for the future.
Yes. And I expect that the under 17 boys in the final should run under 50 seconds in that 400 meters final. So we're gearing up for the under 20 girls now.
Oh yes, the under 20 girls. It's their turn. And while you
got an interesting name popping up in this under 20 girls, Michael Jules. One that it should jump out at you when you see it.
I see it already.
So we must thank our stream sponsors, gentlemen, City of Bridgetown Cooperative Credit Union, Massey Stores, Of course, Massey stores are all over the island. Barbados National Oil Company Limited, Infinity on the Beach Hotel, and Pharmacy Sales. Those are the sponsors of this stream. They are the ones that would have made it possible. Of course, we want to encourage you to subscribe to our YouTube channel and give us a like. Follow us on Instagram. Give us a like on Facebook, and you will get the notification whenever we are bringing live action to you.
So this is the under-20 girls. One section for the girls. Just 2 from Harrison College, 2 from Lodge, 2 from Springer. So where are the other girls from the other schools? We don't have any 400-meter runners.
Well,
we're missing Frederick Smith. We're missing Dayton Griffith. Nevertheless, these are the 6 who will be going. They're chasing Shade Williams' record of 53.13 seconds, and that was established in 2014. Of course, we knew a long time ago that Shade Williams had talent.
Yes.
We knew that after seeing that performance
at BSSAC, when she qualified for the Olympic Games.
Of course. I think she did that in the 200 meters.
Yes, she did.
So, the lineup here for this one, Kaya Kelman-Wall. She is in lane 2, representing Harrison College. I know why Perry Barnett had a smile on his face. Lane 3, Azaria Nurse of the Lodge School. Lane 4, Tawana McLean of Springer Memorial. Naya Hope of Harrison College in 5. In 6 is Jada Ashby of the Lodge School. And on the outside is Kennedy Jackman of Springer Memorial.
Now, Kennedy Jackman has been here before. She's a name that we should be familiar with. She's been doing this now for a very long time. On the inside, we're seeing from Harrison College, at least one of the Harrison College competitors. That's Hope, Naya Hope of Harrison College, keeping Kennedy in check. She's in the lead now, in fact. And coming up also from Springer Memorial is Tawana McLean. So she is in the mix. Dayton Griffith is in there as no, that's the Law School, I beg your pardon. So the Law School is in there as well. So right now we're seeing Harrison College, Springer Memorial, and the Law School do battle at the front of the race. So at this point, we are now seeing Springer Memorial take charge here. McLean is in the lead. They're going to have to run to catch her. Springer's McLean. And she's going to keep them jumping. They've been jumping all morning in the stands, and they will continue to jump. Spring Memorial crossing the line. Harrison College crossing line now. And I make it 3rd for Spring Memorial there again. That's another important 16 points. We've been talking about this all morning, gentlemen. They're picking them up in the 18s and the 16s, and they're consistently doing it. So that lead is going to be extended, and look at them go in the stands. They have a lot to be shouting about.
So we can pretty much say that at the end of today's action, that Springer Memorial will be leading the girls. Harrison College will be leading the boys going into tomorrow's action. So great performance coming there from Tawana McLean of Springer Memorial, taking the under-20 girls title in this zone, the Shane Brathwaite zone. 2nd, fast finishing, Naya Hope of Harrison College, and 3rd, I believe, Kennedy Jackman of Springer Memorial. So 16 points going. You can see the Springer girls are already starting the celebration. So
they are happy, aren't they?
McLean 58.88 seconds.
Yeah, taking that 1st place. Hope should be in there for 2nd.
Decent effort.
Yeah, decent effort.
Yes. And Perry, you remember Kelman Wall back in the day? She was outstanding at the knapsack level.
She would have missed a lot of competitions recently. I think it's her first time back out in this type of competition at this level.
So we're seeing the times in 1st, 58.88 seconds to Tawana McLean. In 2nd, Naya Hope of Harrison College, 1:01 seconds. In 3rd, Kennedy Jackman of Springer Memorial, 1:04.19 seconds. They are the top 3 finishers. Also in 4th place, we have Jediah Ashby, 1:04.26 seconds. In 5th is Azarian Nurse, 1:04.93 seconds. And Kaya Kelman Wall 1 minute 10.39 seconds.
There
Final
are a
finish.
lot of factors that are responsible for athletes that we begin to track at the primary school level who are running fantastic times, who are performing at a certain level. And then when we follow them through, they get to secondary school and it's like, is that the same athlete? Is that the same one who used to do this? There are a lot of different factors that come into play.
Yes, there are.
Things change in the lives of athletes, you know. Maybe the focus is not on track anymore. They might pick up a new discipline. They might get into entertainment, for example. Yes, Ian. and so their time is consumed with practicing. They might become part of the youth orchestra, and that might be the focus now. You know, you begin to wonder what became of this athlete. What are they doing now? Some going to modeling. You know, as the young ladies begin to develop and they realize, you know, modeling might be the thing for me. So there are lots of different factors because those who follow sports, who follow, in this case, NAPSAC and BSAC, you can say that for so many persons. You can ask that question, what became of him? What became of her? Where they're now? Even as I was driving coming to BSAC this morning, someone asked me, what became of Mary Fraser? Someone like Mary Fraser, who won the Austin Seeley Award at the Carifta Games, and she excelled. I mean, she completely obliterated all opposition at the Carifta Games, winning. She won the 8, the 15, and I think she won the 8, the 15, and the 3,000. And then what? You know? So I think those cases are sad situations where athletes who were at the top of, not just in Barbados, the top of the Caribbean. And then what became of them? What measures do we have in place to ensure that we do not lose those kinds of athletes?
Well, we spoke about that, Ian, a few days ago, about the distractions that some athletes have as they go to secondary school, and the changes physically, and especially females.
Yes.
And their bodies change, and that determines how they run, how they compete. And sometimes it leads to frustration when an athlete comes from primary school and jumps straight into on the 15 division.
Oh, yes.
And that frustrates the athlete. So they need that strong parental support, that anchor, so they don't drift. And we are seeing the results of good anchoring from certain athletes. The Ada Moores, go back as far back as we go to Mario Burke.
Yes.
His family was there for him. He had a good support network. And that helped them to stay focused, and no matter what challenges they would have come up against, they stood in and stayed with the sport. And that is something that is lacking, the mental aspect, the mental toughness for athletes to stick in. And that is something that coaches need to also work on.
But looking at the athlete here from St. Leonard's Boys, and describe what he's doing there. He's setting his blocks.
Yes.
We know that. But he has the block about 1 foot away. Well, he's using his feet as the guide. So let's say he's wearing probably about a size 9. So he uses his foot as a guide. He places the block. What else is he doing here, Perry?
You will see that
Describe it for our viewers.
Some athletes will use a tape. Yeah, the athletes, because a tape, the measurement of a tape will not change. Correct. However, your foot on a given day, your foot may slide back, or the more accurate way is to use the tape. So you have the measurements for the front block and the rear block. And as you will know, in the sprints, you use the crouch start. And for the crouch start, one knee must be on the ground. Okay? And you have to determine which knee is it going to be.
Either your left or your right.
Right. And, of course, most of the time in the sprints, the back leg, okay, that will be steeper. That block will be set steeper. Okay? And the measurements, again, will be determined by your specific height. Remember, you have some shorter runners, you have some who are really tall. So those are some of the factors that go into the setting of the block. Then you have to look at the positioning of the block. If you're running a 200 meters, depending on what lane you're in, the
It's
curve,
angled.
yes, the blocks will be angled. Yes, all of those things will come into play. Right?
So
Of
we
course,
have our
Perry Barnett learnt all of this when he did the course to become a coach, because as a coach you have to understand all of these technicalities and mechanics associated with teaching athletes how to set blocks, etc.
Well, we have our lane assignments here. We have in lane 8, Ethan Thomas of St. Leonard's Boys. In 7, Amani Maskell Beckles of the Lodge School. In 6, Tyja Bishop of St. Leonard's Boys. In 5 is Jazeel Ford of Harrison College. In 4, Mario Ince of the Lodge School. In 3, Shamar Blanchard of Parkinson. In 2, Miles Aline of Harrison College. And in lane 1, Dario Gaskin of Frederick Smith.
And we should note here that Amani Maskell Beckles is not competing in this race.
Yes, he's not.
Yes.
That's a sad loss there for
they're
this
off
event.
and running. Gaskin, Aline, Blanchard, Inks, Ford, Bishop, and Thompson. And they're chasing 46.80. That time was recorded by Jonathan Jones. He was then representing Harrison College back in 2018. So, doing the early running, Ethan Thompson of St. Leonard's Boys out there on the outside. And as you said, Ian, once you're out there in no man's land, out in lane 8, you're running blind.
Yeah, you're running blind.
You either make up your mind, you will run. If you loaf too much, that's it. So this guy is not loafing at all. He's being challenged by Aline of Harrison College on the inside. So it's Thompson of St. Leonard's Boys and Aline of Harrison College. And Thompson, he's going to take it 50 point. The flash time coming up there is a 50 point.
Let's see.
We'll
soon have it on our end.
Yes.
Should be 50
So
point, 50.63.
50.63. And when you compare that time to Johnson Rouse, who is under 17, 50.51.
Yeah.
Yes, you start to get some perspective here.
Yeah.
So under 20 boys, just one section. Noting that we probably will get some faster times coming from the other zones as well.
Yes.
So just one section here for these guys, and that's done and dusted.
Second there, Miles Aline, 51.39 seconds.
I think I give third to Tyja Bishop.
Tyja Bishop is third, 52.33 seconds. Good eyes, Perry. You've been eating your carrots, I see.
Oh, yes, the beta carotene is working.
So that's the 400 meters for the higher age categories done. And as we prepare for the 200 meters, they should be coming up next for the younger age categories. I'm seeing 2 sections coming up for the under 13s. And Perry, you made the point earlier that these under 13s that we will see competing, they never had, so they lost out on a knapsack and a first year BSAC.
Actually, they would have lost out on 2 knapsacks.
Under 13s.
Because they would have competed as under 9s in 2020. They missed under 11 and under 13. And now they're here as first year under 13s at BSAC. So they missed 2 years of knapsack.
Wow.
And they're back now for BSAC.
In the under 15s?
Under 13s.
Well, the under 13s here, right, remember this will be their first BSAC. Yes, this is their first BSAC, the under 13s. And these will be the younger set of athletes, because you just made a point that some will come from knapsack and go straight into the under 15 category. Okay? Yeah. So you will find some of them in the same situation, moving from not having a knapsack and coming right into the BSAC competition. So, I mean, that's the way it is sometimes.
So these are literally the unknowns.
Yes, exactly. So we can't really tell you anything about some of these on the 13s for sure, because we never see them compete at any knapsack competition. So what we'll do here though, guys, before the 200 meters get going, we'll take a commercial break, pay some bills, and we'll be back with action here at the Starcom Network, Shane Brathwaite Zone, Dasani-Powerade, BSAC 2023.
COB for all your financial needs, making your dreams a reality, helping to achieve prosperity. COB for all your financial needs. City of Bridgetown Cooperative Credit Union, measuring success one member at a time. Telephone 430-5900.
Usain Bolt Sports Complex, where we continue to bring you live coverage of the Dasani-Powerade Barbados Secondary School Athletics Championships. Of course, we are in the Starcom Network Shane Brathwaite zone. We have seen the conclusion of the 400-meter series, and now we move on to the under-13s and under-15s as they compete in the 200-meter dash. The athletes are already on the line, Michael.
Yes, and this is the first of two time finals. This BSAC record, another record from way back 2011, 25.62 seconds, and this was established by Christana McConney of Queen's College. Again, another name that we wonder what became of her. Christana McConney not only was an outstanding sprinter, but she was an outstanding long jumper as well. She did extremely well in the long jump, represented Barbados at the CUT Games. Good athlete. So our lane assignments: Nakia Haynes of Parkinson Memorial in lane 2. In lane 3, Zaya Kane of the Lodge School. In lane 4, Danica Brathwaite of Springer Memorial. In lane 5, Sarah Tull Thompson of Harrison College. In lane 6, Shania Johns of Frederick Smith. And lane 7, Adiane Critchlow of Dighton Griffith.
All right, 6 athletes going in this one. This is, of course, the first of 2 sections, time finals here. It's all about the times, so we'll be paying pretty close attention to the times that these young ladies run.
Remember, a lot to run for. The winners are all going to be record holders for 2023 in this new zone, and so these athletes have a lot of impetus to do well and do exceptionally well for their schools and themselves.
Certainly, Perry. So just a little bit of a delay in the start of this one. These under 13s, they don't have to worry about setting up any blocks or anything like that. So these should go along pretty quickly. Just about 5 minutes before the hour of 2 o'clock across Barbados and the Eastern Caribbean now. So after these 200 meters, we will be down to the
relays.
Cooperators General Insurance Company Limited Relay Series. But we turn our attention now to the track. The under 13 girls, section 1, not quite ready as yet, being asked to stand. This young lady from Harrison College is there still in her position. She's not moving at all. Sarah Tull Thompson. She obviously wants to get this one done and over with. At the end of these meets, we often see the athletes and the spectators come together. Certainly a time of celebration.
So we're off to a good start. This is the first of 2 sections for the under 13 girls, seeing immediately Danica Brathwaite of Springer Memorial School making up that stagger. And now as they spin around the turn into the straightaway, it is still Brathwaite. She's being challenged by Haynes of Parkinson Memorial on the inside. But Brathwaite of Springer, she's holding on. And she will hold on. She will finish up in first. Second will go to Haynes of Parkinson Memorial. Kane of the Lodge School will finish in third. Brathwaite's time, 29.37 seconds. This is the first of 2 sections, gentlemen, for the under 13 girls.
All right. So the first section is done. The standard has been set. 29.37 seconds. So let's see if these athletes in the second section are able to challenge that time posted in the first section.
That was Brathwaite of
Danica
Springer.
Brathwaite of Springer Memorial. We can take a look back at it. The replay is available. We're going to take a look at it now.
And you could
Had a
see that she
very
had
good start.
a good start.
Yeah, made up the stagger on the athlete from Harrison College very quickly. Let's see as she comes off the turn here. She maintains a position in the middle of the lane.
Some work to be done on that head. If she could try to keep her head a little straighter.
I think his shoulders are a little too tense, so that's causing rocking.
Yes, those movements, she could work on those, probably make her run a little tip faster.
So let's get the lane assignments for the second section. They're already on the line, Michael. Go right ahead.
Cordia Gittins of Parkinson in 2, Josiah Brathwaite of Harrison College in 3, Tiana Miller of Springer in 4, Desaria Brathwaite of the Lodge School in 5, Shakira Clark of Dayton Griffith in 6, and Daria Goodman of Frederick Smith in 7.
And we're seeing Springer Memorial's Tiana Miller. She is in the middle of the field and she is leading them. Will she get a challenge from anybody in the pack? I doubt it very much. Tiana Miller of Springer Memorial, she is going to win this one. Let's pay very close attention to the time here. 28.56 seconds. That's the flash time we are seeing. And that's a good indicator that that would be a faster heat. She posted a faster time. So 28.56 seconds. That's the official time we're seeing for Tiana Miller. So she's going to be first. And we await that second time for that second spot. They continue to chant away in the stands. They have their horns now. The manufacturers came in during the course of the day. They didn't have any horns this morning, Michael. No, they have horns. Where did those horns come from?
I think the horns came from our good friend who ain't got a whistle, who ain't got a horn. It is better to blow than to holler.
What is this?
That's his slogan.
Hey, listen. If you're accustomed coming to Knapsack and BSAC, you would know that slogan. That's the guy who sells these things, and he's accustomed to being in the stands, and that's a slogan he has used for years. So Ian, get used to that.
Oh yeah, you guys got to take me through that slogan.
Yes, we'll take you through it. So the under 13 boys, they're coming up next.
Yes, they are. Seeing in lane number 2, Jacoby Level of Dayton Griffith. In lane 3 is Franklin Durant of Harrison College. 4 is occupied by Ethan Wickham of the St. Leonard's Boys School. In 5, we have Rosari Moore of Frederick Smith Secondary School. In lane 6, Jeremiah Brathwaite of Parkinson Memorial Revivers. And in lane 7, we have Hanico Proverbs of the Lodge School there. Off and running, a pretty even race at this point. On the outside, looking good from the Lodge School. That's Hanico Proverbs. They turn for home now, and we're getting a better perspective on how things are shaping up. Still, young man from Law School, followed by Harrison College's Franklin Durant. It's going to be an interesting thing here. Franklin Durant fighting back, trying to get that lead from Proverbs, but it's going to be, yes, he actually succeeds in doing so. Harrison College's Durant, I make it just ahead of the Lodge School athlete. That's Hanico Proverbs. And we're seeing it now. Hanico Proverbs actually held on 27.45 seconds. And from Harrison College, Franklin Durant.
Also, one name popped out there. That's Durant, Franklin Durant. Michael, you remember him from? I think he went to West Terrace. He would have run. We would have seen him at the relay festival that Knapsack would have put on before he came to secondary school. He ran the 800 meters, that 4x8. Right, Franklin Durant, and that name popped out at me for sure.
Oh yes. So we're ready for a second time final, under 13 boys 200 meters. Zane Walcott of Harrison College in 2, Kato Morris of Parkinson in 3, Kemal King of Dayton Griffith in lane 4. In lane 5, DeQuante Austin of St. Leonard's Boys. In lane 6, Torian Simmons of Frederick Smith. And in lane 7, Romario Mason of the Lodge School.
Young men already on the line. These ones are going along quite quickly, I must say that. The organizers have done well in terms of time. I think we're burning a bit ahead of schedule right now, actually.
Again, these athletes are what I call no frill athletes. No blocks are set. Just put them on the line and let them go.
And I do have a comment and some discussion to come regarding the blocks. We'll get to that shortly.
There they go, off and running. Under 13 boys. This is section 2 of 2. Looking good in the middle of the track, representing the St. Leonard's boys. Then we have Austin. That looks like the Quante Austin. On the outside, looking though, representing the Law School. On the outside, that's Romario Mason. Oh, he's looking good. The hand of Michael Jules is up in victory. He's anticipating victory. Nobody will have anything to say about it. Harrison College is trying. St. Leonard's boys are trying, but they're not going to get there. It's going to be the Law School's Romario Mason.
Second, I would give to Dayton Griffith. And third, Harrison College.
27.51 seconds. That's the flash time we're seeing.
So based on that performance, coming out of the under 13 boys, seems like the Lodge School might have earned themselves 18 points. The first Proverbs had a 27.45, and now Mason a 27.51. So that's kudos to the Lodge School posse there, getting some points in the under 13 boys category. So the under 15s will be coming up next.
Oh, yes. And we're going to be seeing Aiden Moore again.
This is the group now where we will see those younger ones from the last edition of NAPSAC. That would have been in 2020. And those guys would have been in primary school. Now they are third form, yes. The younger ones went through the under 13s and the under 15s. Some of these, this would be their last year, I believe, in the under 15 category.
Yes.
So the under 15 girls will be going first. 2 sections for them. And I said I would mention something. We don't really see our under 15s, under 13s, and under 15s using blocks. I want to know what your thoughts are, because I know in other territories, and definitely in Jamaica, in the US and Canada, these age categories, they start using blocks at the under 13 level. So what are your thoughts, Perry?
I'll ask this question first. Is there a rule against using blocks in the under 13 and under 15?
No, there's no rule.
So there's no rule against
Right, there's no rule.
Good. So therefore, what that means, because I can remember Andrew Hines using blocks back in day under 15.
Correct. Correct.
I can remember that clear as day.
I think that is at the discretion of the coaches. I have no problem starting. There are junior blocks that you can use, training blocks you can use for the little ones. I've seen children as young as under 11s and under 13s being trained to set blocks and run out of blocks already, and in other territories. I've seen that. So there's nothing wrong with it. It is, again, at the discretion of the coach, and also sometimes it has to do with the equipment that is available, the coaches have available in the clubs for coaching. So there's no set time to start teaching an athlete to use blocks, and I dare say the younger you start teaching them, the better.
I agree with that, Perry, because it's the same concept when we come to hurdling. As we talked about rhythm and speed, basic things associated with hurdling. So at a young age, all you need to do is to put just put an obstacle there, and you begin the process of your strides, your approach towards the obstacle, another stride over the obstacle, and you keep going, and you maintain that rhythm. So as you learn the rhythm, and you learn you need to run between fast, then the obstacle, then you raise the height of that obstacle, and you perform the same mechanics right through. So in doing that, you begin the process of teaching hurdling and not jumping.
And you remember Samaya Dell as a little toddler,
yes,
a 7 or 8 year old. running over some very low hurdles at the National Stadium.
Yes.
And also, I was telling Ian, Kiami Ray Orford, who ran, it was yesterday, I believe.
The name?
Kiami Ray Orford.
Yeah, Orford, yeah.
She ran hurdles as a primary school child at one of those Saturday meets.
Yeah.
So the younger you start them, the better. All Kiami Ray, and we saw her hurdle technique was okay. She just the speed between the hurdles is what she has to work on. But again, with that early start with the hurdles, she has confidence and the muscle memory of where her legs are supposed to be going over the hurdles, how fast the legs will snap down, etc., etc.
Yes,
So,
for sure. And we talked about people who are watching this. I want to say hello to Mr. Ian Warner. I know he's very ecstatic. He's the grandfather of Kaya Warner Franklin. You remember her, who was the Victrix Ludorum at Knapsack? And he's watching a old Cormerian who pretty much, when we talked about having a board at the school for sports, just confirming that Combermere does have a board at their school for outstanding performers from sports. So that's good to hear that Combermere is doing that. So we move to the under 15 girls. There will be 2 sections coming up for them. Our lane assignments: Damara Calendar of Dighton Griffith, Natalia Hunt of Harrison College, Saraya Morris of the Lodge School, Kezia Walren of Frederick Smith, Shakira Hinkson of Parkinson, and Kimara Blackett of Springer Memorial. And these will be running from lanes 2 through to lane 7. Tristan Evelyn holds the record, 24.54.
She's been having some good runs this year. Been following her progress. Very good start here. So on the outside, looking pretty good already from Springer Memorial is Blackett. That's Kimara Blackett. Also on the inside, representing Harrison College, Hunt. She looks pretty good, but the lead that the young lady Blackett from Springer Memorial, has, she is leading them by some distance. This is a wrap. This is over. Kimara Blackett of Springer Memorial, and they continue to dominate here. Michael Frederick Smith getting in there for second. Let's see who would have made it for third. 25.75 seconds on the clock. That is the first section.
Very
Kimara
impressive
Blackett.
run.
Decent run from
Yes,
Kimara Blackett.
impressive run from Blackett. The thing is, Blackett was not even, her arm action is not the best in the world, but yet still, look, so easy for her. That 25.75 is a good performance.
Yeah,
we'll see how this one will add up. So again, Springer Memorial.
Athletes already out. The second section is out. So let's take a look then at the second section, Michael. They are in lane 2. We have Relia Ellis Nurse. She's representing Frederick Smith Secondary. In 3, Shamira Scanterbury of Springer Memorial. In 4 is Brianna Catwell representing Harrison College. In 5, Soweto Lord of Dighton Griffith. In 6, Natalia Alphonse of Parkinson Memorial. And in lane 7, Cara Small representing the Lodge School. Those are the athletes competing in the girls, the 200-meter dash, under 15 200-meter dash. This is the second section, of course. They are under starters' orders.
Of course, Shamira Scanterbury, sister Shazia Scanterbury, she's competing today as well for Frederick Smith, I believe. Nonetheless, we're off and running. You see, it looks pretty even. Coming through the middle there, we have on the inside, Springer Memorial, Scanterbury in lane number 3. Looking good for this one. Starting to run away from the field. So Springer looking to do the double again. 18 points, maybe, possibly, depending on how fast the second place athlete.
I'm seeing a flash time of 27. So
yes,
that's a significant difference in terms of 2-second difference.
We will have to see what the time is for the second place from the first section. But for sure, Blackett of Springer Memorial, the winner of the first section with that 25.75, she will be the overall champion.
27.53 for Shamira Scanterbury.
Yes.
Safe to say that Springer will be in there for points again.
Yeah, they'll get points.
And what I can tell you guys, based on what we have seen over the sprints, that Springer Memorial should do extremely well in the relays.
Yes.
They should do well in the relays. If you have two girls who are placing in the top 4 or the top 5 in an individual sprint, the 1, the 2, even the hurdles, when we get to the relays, I can assure you, those girls will be a force to be reckoned with.
All that would matter is the baton passing.
Yeah,
of course.
And I'm pretty sure that they would have been working on that.
I can tell you, with those two gentlemen there at Springer Memorial, I can guarantee you they have been working on their relays.
Yeah, Jesse King and Sean Dupini.
Yes.
Of course, not to be left out of the mix. There's
Julie Phillips
and
Sandra Jones. There's another female there working as well.
Allison, she teaches hockey.
Yes.
I can't remember her.
Me neither. I'm
name
struggling
right
to remember.
Archer, Allison Archer.
Yes. There you go.
Yeah.
Yes. So they have a good team there at the Springer Memorial, and they have been going at it for years.
Yes, they have.
You know, the program that they have instituted at the Springer Memorial in terms of all sports disciplines, not just track and field. They've done well in netball. They've done well in hockey, volleyball, basketball. Yes. So a great program there at the school.
Certainly a school of sporting excellence. And there's a lot of conversation going on right now about these schools of excellence.
And what I can tell you, coming up at the Springer Memorial School as well, come the 3rd of April, the Springer Memorial School will be having their own cadet company. Yes, so that has been in the works for a while. There's been a lot of talk about it, but it will become a reality on the 3rd of April. Springer Memorial will now become the number 23 cadet company, and that's going to be a historic time for Springer Memorial. So some really good things happening there.
Excellent.
Kudos to the principal, Mrs. Mitchell Maxwell, doing some good work over there at the Springer Memorial. So the under 15 boys getting ready to go. Remember this lad, Darian Clark from the St. Michael's School. He holds the BSAC record, 22.13 seconds. Set that mark in 2016.
Yes.
That's some toes.
Yes.
Well, we have in this first section, as far as the lane assignments are concerned, in lane 2, Jadon Jardin of St. Leonard's Boys. In lane 3 is Kishawn Burnett of Parkinson Memorial School. In 4, Cristiano Cox of Dighton Griffith. 5 is occupied by Nazario Prescott Moore of the Lodge School. In lane 6 is Tashay Foster of Frederick Smith Secondary. And running on the outside in lane 7, Aiden Moore of Harrison College. We saw him earlier in the 800 meters. He's coming down now to the 200 meters. This young man is something special.
So are we looking at a 2:48 possibility for Aiden Moore?
It is possible.
Yes, we're going to see tomorrow if he will take on the 4. The thing is, as you go up the levels, as he gets older, he will have to make some decisions.
Yes, he does. He will have to do that.
So here we go.
I think he will stick with the 4 as he gets older.
So it is if it will be the 2-4 or the 4-8.
Or the 4-8. Right? Definitely the 4 will be in there for him, on the cards for him for sure. Nazario Prescott Moore would have represented Blackman and Gollop at Knapsack as well. So
here we go, a good start to this first of 2 sections for the under 15 boys. Seeing from the Lodge School, Prescott Moore, you just called that name. But on the outside, owning this one so far, Aiden Moore. So Moore just coming off a 2:09 800 meters, dominating this 200.
This young man is something
special. It's just how fast he will run.
22.88. That's the flash
is the
time.
flash time.
That's good running.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
I got to look twice at the clock.
22.85.
0.85 rounded down to.
Oh my goodness. 8 and more.
That's a good run. And the thing is, if he has that kind of speed at 200 meters, you know, I will be leaning towards the 800 meter side as a former middle distance runner and a guy who just loves to watch a quality 800.
As opposed to the 4?
No. I'm talking about him doing the 4.8 rather than the 4.2.
Okay.
But I'm saying to you, if he has a 22.8 speed or better, because I'm sure he can probably go a little better than that. With that kind of speed going into the 800 meters, I believe that he can get close to 2 flat, even as an under 15 lad. You remember Gerard Mason, who had a 2. Gerard holds the record of 2 flat.
I don't think we've given the lane assignments for this one, but we have the second section.
Well, you don't have to worry because they're
coming back. Yeah.
So things are working in your favor.
I'm happy to hear that. I would like them to work all together, all around. That'd be great.
So 22.85, a very decent run from Aiden Moore, and we'll see what these guys can bring up in this second section.
Yeah.
So quickly, Trinico Nurse of Dighton Griffith in 2, Cody Small of Parkinson in 3, Zachary Wall of Harrison College in 4.
Yeah,
we have a lot to say about this guy.
That's a name you're familiar
Joshua Walron of Frederick Smith in 5, Jaden Rowe of St. Leonard's Boys in 6, and Jakai Brewster of the Lodge School in lane number 7.
All eyes will be on Wall in lane 4.
There he
the
goes.
race is off, and as expected, Zachary Wall is out on a flyer, making it a start on everyone, and leaving the ones on his left in the dust as he comes off the turn first. He's going to straighten up and start to fly right. The young lad from the law school trying to go with him, but it's going to be Zachary Moore who's bringing them home. Good form, decent form, and he runs a 23.25 flash time. The lad from the law school, that would be Brewster, is in there for second. 23.24 rounded right. 23.24 is the time.
Yeah.
So again, you will see Harrison College with 2 lads who will more than likely advance. Well, for sure, Moore will.
Yeah.
But Wall's time of 23.24, I think that should be good enough to get
enough.
him into the finals also. So Harrison College with 2 good opportunities there to get into the overall final of the under 15 boys 200 meters. And I think things are looking really good for Harrison College.
Yes, they are. They are looking pretty good because at this point we only have the 4x100 meter relays left, and those are going to be contested in the under 17 divisions and the under 20 divisions. We just saw, of course, the under 13 and under 15 divisions in the 200 meter dash. The under 13 division sponsored by Armstrong Agencies, the under 15 division sponsored by Laboratory and Sports.
So I think this is a good time for us to get some points before the relays. Let's see how things are shaping up scores-wise. I hope you guys at home have been keeping track.
Just
continue to keep track.
Field events is still outstanding. Remember, as I told our viewers in the other 2 zones, field event results are not instantaneously entered. They are manually written up and then sent up to the room for them to be keyed in. So we have some field events that may not have been scored as yet, as well as one field event still ongoing.
So in the girls, in 6th with 46 points, Parkinson Memorial. In 5th, Dighton Griffith with 86 points. Sitting in 4th, Frederick Smith with 109.5 points. 3rd is the Lodge School with 203.5 points. 2nd, Harrison College, 247.5 points. And way out in front, leading the girls with 339.5 points, Springer Memorial. So it's a good look for them. Some hardware is going to be going back to Government Hill, Perry.
Yes,
and Michael.
92 points ahead. Wow.
You look at the boys then. The boys scores, Dighton Griffith Sixth is 73. In fifth is Parkinson Memorial, 83. In fourth, Frederick Smith, 110 points. Third, St. Leonard's Boys with 216 points. Just 9 points ahead of them are the Lodge School team, 225 points. And way out in front in the boys, Harrison College, 320 points.
That's about 95 points lead. My goodness.
Yeah.
Wow.
So Springer Memorial and Harrison College showing their dominance in the girls and the boys respectively on day one.
Yes.
Were it not for the likes of Springer Memorial, Harrison College, of course, would have that opportunity to do the double.
Exactly.
But Springer Memorial proving to be a spoiler here.
He's going to be the winner, though, ladies and gentlemen. Not sure how many.
And that's quite okay.
I believe an all girls school or all boys school should be more dominant.
Thinking that they should be dominating.
Yes, because
since they only have girls to rely on. They don't have to go halfway.
You know, we talked about the boards earlier, and my mother just reminded me that Ellerslie has a sports board as well. It was in the hall on before the academic one. So there is actually one at Ellerslie as well, and the name Yolan Strawn. I remember that name.
Of course.
I remember that name well.
How could you not have a board at Ellerslie and don't have the name Yolan Strawn? Of course. I think Yolan Strawn had held I will have to look back at the BSAC records for the 100 meters for under 20 girls. I think she had that record because in 1985 was the first year of BSAC, and I think Yolan Strawn was her last year as an under 20 in 1985.
Well, that record.
And Ellerslie competed. I think she had the record. I will double check for you, or maybe
she has the record. She has the longest record at BSAC.
So she still has that record.
Yes, she still has that
lovely.
record.
Yes, she was part of the Carifta team with me actually in 1985. That was my last year. I was captain of the Carifta team that year.
In 1985. My goodness gracious.
Barbados hosted Carifta that year.
I was about 2 years old at that time.
Wow.
I told you I am an 83 model.
Yes.
With upgrades. With upgrades.
Right, so we are on to the relays, and we gave you the points going into the relays, so this is a good time for us to take a commercial break. When we are back, we'll be into the action of the Corporators General Insurance Relay Series.
Absolutely.
BSL Athletics made it against
COB for all your financial needs, making your dreams a reality, helping to achieve prosperity. COB for all your financial needs. City of Bridgetown, Cooperative Credit Union, measuring success, one member at a time. Telephone 430-5900. COB, for all your financial needs, making your dreams a reality, helping to achieve prosperity. COB, for all your financial needs. City of Bridgetown, Cooperative Credit Union, measuring success, one member at a time. Telephone 430-5900.
And welcome back to the Dasani-Powerade BSSAC 2023.
This is the Starcom Network. Shane Brathwaite Zone. Yes, Perry. I just want to shout out Elvis Ford. He is following us. I want to say hello to him. I want to say hello to Ronald Boyce. These are guys who are NCAA Division I coaches, Barbadians, who have done exceedingly well in the United States. And I know we were talking about scouts coming to Barbados. Yes. And I said, you know, there really isn't much of a need anymore, although sometimes they want to see the athletes in live and maybe have a little dialogue with them when it is possible to do so. But want to shout out Elvis Ford. He's at Temple University, and also he's become a big boy. He's one of the big boys in the NCAA. I think he will give me his official title. Of course, Ronald Boyce, former NCAA coach with Missouri State, Southwest Missouri State in the past. And these guys have done extremely well as coaches on the NCAA circuit. They were responsible for several NCAA regional champions and indeed also some All-Americans. Coming to mind with Elvis Ford, two Barbadians, Sheena Gooding and Aisha Maycock.
Yes, that's another
I think
name.
he also had Lauren Mall as well when he was over at Austin Peay State University. Ronald Boyce. So the list of NCAA All-Americans is endless. Gregory Hughes, Ryan Smith. He also had some St. Lucian females.
You mentioned the term there just now, Michael. I think it's good for our listeners to understand what that term is all about.
What?
The term All-American.
Oh, All-American simply means that you are in the top 8 on the U.S. collegiate circuit in your various events.
And that is
so
significant.
The first place will be the champion, of course. So you will get your 3 medalists, and then you have 5, 6, 7, and 8. So once you are in that top 8 at the championship, you are deemed an All-American, and that's an honor, pretty much, to be in the top 8, because there are endless colleges and universities in the U.S. So out of all of them, for you to end up being in the top 8 is outstanding. So kudos to them. And there are several other Barbadian coaches in the U.S. And I believe that we do not do enough in terms of utilizing those coaches that we have out there. There's so many. Victor Houston, he's an outstanding product that we talked about, and I believe there's no one else that has won enough, so many rather, CAC, Carifta. When you combine all of the medals that Victor Houston has won, he probably is on top of the list.
There's another coach out there that you may know very well. His name is Michael Jules, but he's retired now.
I haven't. We are talking here first about the NCAA, Ian. NCAA level.
I was talking about coaches. You were talking about NCAA because I was just talking about coaches.
You just talking about coaches across the board. Okay. Yes. So there are several out there. We also have the young lady who went to Harrison College. She's one of the icons for knapsack. Andrea Blackett. Yes.
Yeah.
I think recently Andrea Blackett was named as the NCAA Division II Assistant Coach of the Year. Yes, she's at Azusa Pacific University. And so we have them out there. We have people out there who, in my opinion, can assist Barbados track and field in terms of securing scholarships. And even if they don't secure them to their universities, they are familiar with coaches at other universities because they see each other on a weekly basis, both indoors and outdoors. And I think we are missing out vitally on utilizing those resources we have out there in North America to assist us with getting scholarships for more athletes.
I believe that you're right on that, Michael, and it certainly is a good look for us on the international stage that we're able to have coaches that are able to achieve outside of Barbados. That is definitely a good look for what we have been able to do here in Barbados in terms of the developmental aspect. Of course, those persons would have come through Barbados, but now they are at a higher level and they're contributing, of course, to the success of the USA and to the various colleges and universities out there. But we, of course, want to see some of that success happening for our athletes as well, because there are opportunities out there, and once there are people who are in strategic positions and can help, we would want to get
any help
for our athletes.
Any help. Yes, I just got some confirmation as well that Kylie Smith, a product of Springer Memorial, is currently a grad assistant, and she's doing some coaching at Virginia Commonwealth University. And again, for parents who are listening and watching, there are outstanding opportunities for your charges once they're involved in sport to get a free education via the route of a sports scholarship. So it is vital that parents and guardians understand that there is some freeness
and I want
out
to
in the
re-emphasize,
U.S.
Yeah, I want to re-emphasize that point that you made. Particularly some parents, what they do is use cutting sports, for example, or cutting music, or cutting an extracurricular activity as a form of punishment for the child. But with universities now wanting more rounded students, it's no longer about how intelligent you are, or let's necessarily say how fast you can run. They want an individual that is well-rounded, an individual who understands things like giving back, getting involved in charity work, getting involved in community activities. They want well-rounded students when they're recruiting. So when a parent decides to cut something like music, cut something like sports, or whatever, you are making a decision that could potentially impact that child's future.
Yes,
That's
correct. Very valid point there, Ian. And so when we find that you have a child who is excelling in sport, you need to milk the talent. Milk the talent. And
well, I wouldn't use the term milk, because milk suggests that you're taking advantage of.
No, I never say that. I did not say that.
No, you did not say that.
When I say milk the talent,
talent,
I mean, Perry made a point earlier. As parents and guardians, you have to make sure that you provide every possible opportunity for that child to succeed. So when there's a track meet, Mario Burke's parents, they were at every track meet.
Yes, they were.
They were there. They made sure that he got to practice. Even if you just are there to drop the child off to the practice sessions, make sure they're there. You can go somewhere and return, but make sure that you provide every opportunity for that child to be successful. Whether it be in sports, you mentioned entertainment, you name it.
Yeah.
And that's what we need to consider, because every child is not going to be a doctor, is not going to be a lawyer.
No.
But if you find that area that they are excelling in, then you need to work with it. And sports is an area where a lot of kids can benefit from those opportunities for free education and go on from there. We can name them. There's so many. When you look at, for example, Greg Swift. Greg Swift, he was competing. And then he went from competing to an opportunity to coach. He's now coaching. And guess what? Gerard Mason is his assistant now. And so you can transition from being an athlete to being a coach, to being an assistant coach, to being a coach. And guess what? You heard me mention grad assistant. So you get to do your graduate degree free of cost. You don't have to pay a cent. All you have to do is to become an assistant coach. And while you're doing that, you also become certified as a coach, because the NCAA has a stringent system in place where before you can coach, you have to learn the system and actually get some kind of coaching
But I'll
certification.
put something to you, Michael, here. When you go out there as, let's say, a student, you leave here as an athlete, you go to a foreign place, and you go out there and you see facilities, because the universities overseas, I mean, they have some of the best facilities in the world. I think of my own university, my alma mater, Hull University. As a cricketer, I play cricket still every now and then, and I played for the university when I was there. We had indoor facilities. We had the best of the best. You know, we would go to a cricket ground that was nearby, fantastic facilities, and that was for cricket. The Olympic team as well used to actually come over to the university and interact with the students, and these are the types of opportunities that we are talking about. And when a student leaves here and goes out there and sees what the world has to offer, it really and truly, and I am going to be very careful about how I say this, it can sometimes sweeten their palate for what one may call greener pastures.
Okay. Right, and one more thing, we look at the different transition from track and field athlete to coach, etc. What a discussion that I have with parents as well is, your child doesn't have to be an athlete. If your child wants to be a doctor, there are other avenues in sports for persons in the medical field, the legal field, management. There's so many other avenues in track and field and other sports for that you don't have to be a professional athlete. You can be a professional in the field of track and field.
Yes.
The sport of track and field, but not on the track or in the field. And that's something parents need to understand as well.
Yes, so there are so many opportunities. And, you know, guys, we can continue with this conversation and go on and on. However, we have some bills to pay, so we're going to pause here for some commercials. And when we come back, we should be just about ready for the 4x100 meter relays for the under 17s and the under 20s.
COB for all your financial needs, making your dreams a reality, helping to achieve prosperity. COB for all your financial needs. City of Bridgetown Cooperative Credit Union, measuring success one member at a time. Telephone 430-5900.
My goal is to walk Rocco on the beach instead of the sidewalk. Get Michael to school on time. Go shopping with Danny. Finish today's race. What's your goal?
Ensure Max Protein helps me achieve my goals. It provides 30 grams of high-quality protein to help keep muscles strong and the nutrients my body needs.
Ensure Max Protein users reported feeling more energy in just 2 weeks. Take your routine to the max with Ensure Max Protein.
And we welcome you back to our live coverage of day one of action at the Starcom Network, Shane Brathwaite Zone, the Dasani-Powerade BSSAC 2023. Ian and Perry, what's coming up?
This is the first relay.
It's off and running already.
4x1.
Wow.
This
is under 17 girls.
Yeah, Spring Memorial in lane 7. 6 is occupied by Frederick Smith. 5 is occupied by the Law School. 4 is Dayton Griffith. And in lane 3, Harrison College.
Springer looking good. Good handover. First handover for Springer. And this young lady motoring up the back stretch. Nice knee lift. She's driving. And let's see the second handover. A little stutter there, but they got it in.
Spring Memorial really have shown their pedigree on the track today. They've been intentional about everything. You can see that there is planning and there is thought in everything that they have done at BSSAC 2023. There is Springer Memorial leading them home. They're not going to be caught today, tomorrow. They'll have to try sometime again next year. But Springer Memorial leads them home now from Harrison College. I make it the Law School there running out of lane 5 would have gotten in for 3rd.
Yes, Frederick Smith.
Frederick Smith. Thank you.
Is 5th.
Oh, yes. So, I think that was a foregone conclusion.
Oh, from the start. From the first handover, Michael,
as I say to you guys, once we have Springer Memorial factoring 2 athletes in those sprints and in the hurdles, that once they get together,
let's look at the difference
it
there.
will be difficult for them to be beaten.
49.31.
record is the meet record.
47.59 is the record established in 2018 by Christchurch Foundation. So 49.31, still a way to go.
By your lofty standards, Mike, that's a decent run. You'd call it a decent run.
That's
By your
decent.
lofty standards.
Yeah, that's a decent time. Now, you have to remember, Ian, that when I was coaching,
at Harrison College?
When I was coaching at Harrison College, there were standards. And what I really used to do, I would look at the previous records. I would look at the records. I would look at the previous results. And then I would also look at how the athletes were performing at the meets. So I had an idea of what I was going to be facing. Okay. So I knew what the performances had to be in order for us to get X amount of points.
All right.
Okay, so that's how I gauge. And I knew going into the championship, if I would win or if I would lose, if I did not have a chance. I knew that beforehand. And I knew what I needed to do, what the athletes needed to do. So when the athletes were going out there to compete, I pretty much had a goal set for each one of them. And I would tell them, look, if we want to win the sports, you have to finish in this position. No less than this. So there's strategy. And I'm sure I know Matt Fingal used to do it. I know Harcourt Wason used to do it. I know Pedro Hines used to do it. Yeah.
When you hear you speak, and we mentioned Mr. Fingal, remember the young man who would be the statistician.
Yes, you needed them.
Farid Degia.
Yes.
That was his name. He would tell Mr. Fingal, sir, you're going to lose by 3 points. If you don't do this, you're going to lose by 3 points. If you do that, you're going to win by 5. And so said, so done. He had it down to an art form. So we see the victorious Springer Memorial quartet there on our screen, getting the photo up there. The BSSAC photographer.
Yeah, so kudos to those young ladies. Taking the... I like their kit. I can't help but say that.
Yes,
nice looking kit there. Springer Memorial.
We were talking about branding and rebranding of schools and restructure. We look at Princess Margaret. They've rebranded their kit. Their running kit is nice.
I wanted to make a point when the name Kerry Beckles came up.
Yes.
That to point out that Kerry Beckles is now at Princess Margaret.
And as we were saying, if you look at the PE teachers at these schools that are really rebranded, you would understand those teachers would have gone through the college circuit and gone to the international stage at some point in time, most of them. And they understand the importance of restructuring, rebranding the school, changing the whole perspective
Program.
and program. And Kerry Beckles, Miss Burnett,
Yes.
Dupini,
Yes.
and Jesse King. You know, if you can start listing them off, and you've seen the transformation.
And you can see that across different sports as well, because remember Commonwere's dominance in cricket. Now, you know, who was at Commonwear for years?
Roddy.
Yes.
Roddy Eswick.
When Eswick went there, that cricket program just skyrocketed. If you look at St. Leonard's boys and football, Asquith Hamlet Howell, when he went over there as the PE teacher, but with a strong strength in coaching football, I don't think there was a year that Pine Hill St. Leonard's did not win the competition. And so that's what you will find happening as persons who, you know, have a great passion for the sport and who are good coaches. Once they get to those schools, it's nothing but winning. And there's also a saying, success breeds success. And therefore, when you get these guys going to these schools, you know what happens next? The students, there's some students who probably would not have competed before, but when someone of that ilk comes to the school and you start to see the changes occur, you will get students coming to say, I want to run, I want to play football, I want to be part of the basketball team.
Yes, and
you know, because they realize, wow, we're winning. I want to be part of that.
Yeah, and we talk about these coaches who've gone off on the college circuit, etc., etc. We can't neglect also just the raw passion that you would have mentioned that would drive students. We look at St. George Secondary, for instance.
Yes.
When the likes of Mr. Allman, transferred to St. George Secondary from the primary, he took that primary school concept and mindset with him over to St. George Secondary. And he lifted the children's belief, the students' belief in themselves.
Correct.
And they are doing well now. So a lot can be said for the impetus that a coach, a good PE teacher, or a teacher in general has on the impact of the lives of these students, these young people in Barbados.
For sure. So our under 17 boys, they're on the line and ready to go in this relay. The BSAC record set by the Lodge School in 2012, 42.42 seconds. So let's look at the lineup here. In lane 2, Parkinson Memorial. Lane 3, Frederick Smith. Lane 4, the Lodge School. Lane 5, St. Leonard's Boys. Lane 6, Harrison College. And in lane 7, Dighton Griffith. I think your guy might be running second or fourth leg for Parkinson.
My guy.
Yes, your guy. Yeah.
You saw the Webster name. This is what I was expecting because he...
Terrell Johnson Rouse.
Oh, you mean Terrell Johnson Rouse?
Yes.
I thought you meant Kevin Webster because Kevin Webster is also a member of this team. Oh. And okay. I figured at some point you may have asked me if we are related.
To you?
You see? Yes. So Kevin Webster, he's running the third leg.
So is he related?
No, he's not. No, he's not. He's not.
I like when we win on these boys. I also have to mention you see a rebranding of Parkinson Memorial now.
Yeah.
Yes. Revivers.
Revivers.
Yes.
And it comes with a whole rate up where they were saying that they are trying to focus on the Janelle Ennis, Sonia Gaskin,
that era,
and try to use that to
motivate the students
to want to do well. So
Very
again,
good.
it's not going to happen overnight.
No,
but if they stick with it and they really hammer into these kids' heads, I'm sure that we will see Parkinson Memorial doing a lot better at BSAC in the years to come as well. So I'm excited to see the change.
Certainly.
Okay, so we're just waiting on the different takeover points to, seems like we all have them in place now. And Mr. Benny Rowe there, making sure things are in order. Benny Rowe used to compete with me in the 1500 meters, believe it or not.
Oh, wow.
Yes. You wouldn't know about them days.
Of course not.
Yes, Benny Rowe was a very good 1500 meter runner. Yes.
Evolved into a decent starter.
Yes.
Again, transitioning to something else in track and field other than a coach that you would have discussed earlier. He's an official. He's starting.
Yes. So there are so many different areas of the sport that you can transition to once your days have come to an end.
Certainly. So we're on the starters orders now. And they're off and running. Parkinson Memorial, Frederick Smith, the Lodge School, St. Leonard's Boys, Harrison College, and Dighton Griffith. Who will hand over first? Your guess is as good as mine. Let's see. Looks like Dighton Griffith and the Lodge School on the outside. Yes, Dighton Griffith on the outside, actually, and Harrison College with them. So, as we
as well in there now.
Continue here, we see Lodge School in there, Dighton Griffith on the outside, but Harrison College running out of lane 6 is looking pretty good. And they are going to hand this. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. He's running back for it. But the Lodge School and closing quickly is the young man from Dighton Griffith on the outside. The young man from Dighton Griffith is going to. Oh, it's very close to call. But I think Dighton Griffith has taken it from the Lodge School. And the team from Harrison College. Oh, misfortune visited them today. And that final handover. Young man run back time of 44.97 seconds. Dighton Griffith secondary coming in first. The Lodge School getting in there for the second position, 45.07 seconds. So Dighton Griffith secondary taking that one.
So, as we said, the winning relay team will automatically advance. So kudos to Dighton Griffith. They'll be back. They don't have to worry. They don't have to wait on anything. Sure winners. So a great performance from them. The second leg for Dighton Griffith, he had a magnificent run.
I think this is where we're going to see the spill. There, the baton goes Harrison College. The athlete runs back to see if he can get the...
So we're going to watch the replay of
watching
that.
It again. Yeah, here we go. Watch as the incoming runner hands off the baton and...
Oh, I see. So they never connected.
No,
there was never a connection with them. He was struggling to get the baton. I think he thought the outgoing runner had the baton and he let go and the baton just fell to the ground.
It also looks, Michael, that he was starting to decelerate before he got the baton out of his hand. And he realized he was just a few inches short.
Parkinson Memorial got in for third.
Tried to reach for it and lost his footing, his balance, and that was all they wrote for Harrison College, unfortunately.
Yep, that is unfortunate. But they say fortune favors the brave, and so Dighton Griffith.
Yes. Well done to them.
Well done to them.
That was a big ankle leg run there for the youngster from Dighton Griffith.
Oh, yes. Yes,
he took the baton behind the Lodge School, some maybe 5 meters or so behind the Lodge School, and he really ran him down.
So we have the under-20 girls and the under-20 boys left.
And that will bring the curtain down on proceedings for today. Of course, we'll give you our points update before we leave you today, so you have a good perspective on how things will shape up on tomorrow's final day of competition in this zone, that is the Starcom Network Shane Brathwaite zone.
Yes, there's a nice fit of the app there for the system there, which breaks down the scores, Michael, in field events.
Field and track.
Exactly, field and track. And when we looked at the breakdown for St. Michael's School and Harrison and Comamere, we saw that they were the most rounded teams out there in each zone in terms of the points that they would have scored. St. George scored heavily in the field. They need to now keep pushing their track, their sprints especially. They need to start pushing that program some more, which I'm sure they are doing. We would have seen a lot of those athletes coming out in the hurdle events and learning the craft for the first time. So it goes to show you if you are a one-sided team or if you're multifaceted.
So under 20 girls will be coming up next. Only 4 teams scheduled to participate in that relay. Springer is in there. Harrison College is in there. Those are the 2 top teams.
The 2 protagonists for first and second. As we know, Springer School will want to keep stamping their authority on this meet with another victory here in the penultimate event of day number 1.
For sure.
As the girls come out and they have a quality field as well as that Springer Memorial. The young lady Wilcher, for sure you saw her in the individual 100 meters. Romancia Wilcher.
Yeah.
Right. She's
and also Malia
Edwards is there as well.
Tawana McLean as well. This is a bomb squad.
Yes, it is.
So they're the ones to watch. Just have to get that baton around the track safely. And they should be coming across that finish line first. I remember Romancia Wilcher, Michael Jules, at primary school. She represented Blackman and Gollop. Well, yes, she did. Blackman and Gollop. Actually, she did a little bit of high jump, some long jump as well, back in the day.
So the BSAC record for this event, 46.83 seconds. The St. Michael's School set that mark in 2014, 46.83.
Will anyone come close to that record today?
That is the question. Springer Memorial, they have a good chance at going after the record. We've seen some outstanding performances from them here, and it certainly does augur well for them going into the final day of competition and certainly going into next week's finals.
Yeah.
They should definitely factor.
For them to attack this record, that means each of these girls will have to split 11 points.
Well, we'll see how it goes.
I don't think we've seen anyone even run a flat 11 points.
That is fact.
But the thing is, Michael, don't forget,
relays are different.
Relays are different, and you're not coming from the crowd start.
Exactly.
And you're going to have a rolling start.
There you go.
So
That's
these
the
are other
difference.
factors that are going to factor into that. The speed for each leg, the split for each leg. Something happens to an athlete when they hold a baton in their hand.
It is true.
It's a transformation of sorts.
Saw a video once when a motivational speaker used Usain Bolt as an example, and he was speaking about when Bolt ran by himself as compared to when he ran with the relay team.
Correct.
When he ran with the relay team, he ran significantly faster than when he ran by himself. And when he ran by himself, he set a world record of 10.58 seconds. 9.58 seconds. 9.58 seconds, I beg your pardon. And so the lesson that the point he was making, because when he ran in the team, he ran 9. So all those factors that we are talking about, the rolling starts and that kind of thing, you know, they do play a role. But his substantive point was that you achieve more together than individually.
Yes, because when you look at it, all those guys split 9 points.
Yeah.
Every single one split 9 points. However, how many of them ran 9 points in
the individual race?
Some of them did not even get to the final. We did not have all 4 of them in that final. However, as a team, they split 9 points.
Indeed. There are the 4 teams here.
So the teams here are the Lodge School, Harrison College, Frederick Smith, and Springer Memorial. That's in lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6.
And there they go.
Off and running. Springer Memorial off on a flyer already, leaving the rest behind as they come to the first handover. It's going to be all Springer Memorial. Did they get it right? A little late in the and there they got it in and going at the back stretch.
I am wondering if
living
a flag
dangerously
will go up
there, Springer Memorial.
I'm wondering if a flag would go up because the young lady, she grimaced a bit, not grimaced, but she had put her face in her palms.
Like she felt as though they might have run out
of the zone. I'm not sure.
But no flag went up as far as we can see. And there they go, final handover. And here they come down the home stretch. It's all Springer Memorial.
This is Herbert.
That is Wilcher.
This is Herbert.
Yeah, this is Herbert.
Yeah,
Rishana Herbert.
Rishana Herbert going down and finishing for Springer Memorial. So
Looks like the record is safe, 47.95. We can take a look at the replay. It's available for our viewing.
Yes, let's see
so
that
we can
replay.
break it down, gentlemen.
So this was the first leg?
Yes, first leg.
Yeah.
Good first leg. The
Look
outboard
at the
runner may have
handover.
gone a little too
This is
early.
where things went a little concerning for us. Look at the young lady, her reaction.
I think we were just frustrated that they got it wrong.
Yes. Didn't see a fly go there.
Thankfully.
This was probably the best handover.
Yes, it was a
for
very
the
good
Springer
handover
team.
indeed.
Very good. Yes. And then we saw some great effort coming from the Lodge School here on this third leg.
All right. And then Herbert sealing the deal here, really.
Lodge finishing up in second.
So Springer Memorial stamping the authority on this race and on the meet on the zonal championships. This being the Starcom Network Shane Brathwaite zone. They are showing that they are destined to be the queens of the zone.
Yeah.
If things stay the way they are right now.
We just have 2 more events left on today's.
One more event.
This is it coming up. Under
20 boys, sir.
Here.
Oh, you're right. One more.
Yeah, under
Okay,
20
so
boys.
we're going to try to see if you can a better look at that first handover a little later, hopefully. So that is one. It just goes to show, like we said, once you a relay is also a technical race. You have an implement. Any race with an implement involved is technical.
Yeah.
And especially when you have so many moving parts, like individual athletes coming together. And sometimes with the adrenaline rush and stuff like that, you may tend to jump the gun. So I think the second leg runner went a little too early, which she didn't have to do, but they were still safe nonetheless.
I'm seeing a little discussion here taking place.
Where?
Viewers aren't seeing it.
No,
we have the benefit of it, but there's a meeting there. I'm seeing Mr. King, Miss Phillips in there.
I think that's a photo.
They're just taking
It's a
photos.
photo op, is it?
Yes, they're taking photos.
Taking photos.
yes.
They're taking
Oh,
photos.
yeah.
Celebrating the successes of the
There
team.
they go. Yes, we can see them in our shot now.
Photo op.
A photo op. Okay, so it's not a meeting that we ought to be concerned about. That's great stuff from them.
I really didn't see anything there that would cause the
flag to
coaches
go.
to be upset.
Good.
They'll probably be a little upset with that handover.
First handover, yes,
that
because they
first
know they've been
handover.
working on it and they can do better.
Definitely the second one was great.
Oh, yes.
The third one, not all the best, but
That first one
can
is-
live with.
Yeah.
But the first one would be the one to be worried about. So I believe we are ready now to show you that replay.
Let's take a look
Especially
at
that
it.
first leg. Here we go.
All
And
right.
here they come. And
This is it.
So you see the little bit of, yes, it was
There we
quite
go.
a number
Yeah.
of steps
Yes.
between there.
You see what happened?
See why replays?
Yeah.
Replays can't help but
Yeah.
you know, the Springer girls are rejoicing. This is only day one, and
Yeah,
the
it
Springer
is.
girls are having a ball.
But they're winning, and so they have good reason to rejoice.
Under 20 boys coming up. Final event of day one. When we look at the final scores, we'll see if it is possible at all for a team to pass Springer tomorrow.
Based on the dominance they had exhibited today, I'm going to say no, but we will still look at those points.
As we continue here, we await the start of the final event on track. And at the end of this, of course, we will bring you the final day's points in this Dasani-Powerade Barbados Secondary School Athletics Championships. Brought to you with the kind compliments, of course, of Dasani-Powerade, Wabisco, Chafet and Frosties, Starcom Network, Cooperators General Insurance, Sol Barbados Limited, Barbados National Oil Company Limited, Infinity on the Beach Hotel, Signia Globe Financial, City of Bridgetown Cooperative Credit Union, Barbados Teachers Cooperative Credit Union, Armstrong Agencies, Laboratory and Sports, Barbados Light and Power Company, McBride Company Limited, BSL Athletics made it against the Odds Foundation, Premium Security Services Limited, Flow, and of course the Barbados Police Service. Those are our sponsors. Stream sponsors. We also have to make special mention of Pharmacy Sales, Infinity on the Beach, BNOCL, Massey Stores, and the City of Bridgetown Cooperative Credit Union. Those are our stream sponsors. Thank you very much for partnering with us. Sports.bb. Of course, this is a very important aspect of the meet, ensuring that it gets around not just Barbados but the world. That's what social media has done. The technology has now afforded us an opportunity to be heard and seen all across the world.
Yes, and we want to take this time to encourage our viewers. If you're just logged in and watching, please on the YouTube, you can please subscribe to the channel. Click on that like button, click on the bell icon to get notifications of future activity on the channel. Also, log in and join us and link with us on the IG and Facebook as well. Remember, in order to comment on the live stream, you have to subscribe to our channel. So you see the youngsters, the teams now walking back to their blocks, and this will be the final event on the track today for the Shane Brathwaite zone, Starcom Network Shane Brathwaite zone.
So this this BSAT record, 40.64 seconds, established in 2017 by the St. Michael's School. 40.64. That's stepping.
Oh yes.
Yep.
So 40.64 on average per athlete. That's 10.1. Yes, 10 point. What?
10.13.
10.16 or something like that.
10.13.
Yeah, something in that region. Yeah. Wow. 10-1. And the record is 10.35. The under-20 boys record, 10.35 by...
Actually, that would be exactly what he's going to travel up. 10.1, 10.3, it would be 10.35, roughly, for each athlete. Roughly.
Wow. So, St. Leonard's boys, they'll be in 2. Parkinson in 3, Frederick Smith in 4, the Lodge School in 5, and Harrison College in lane 6.
So, not quite ready as yet. I'm going to call the athletes back. This is the final event, of course. After this, we'll give you the final point standings of all of the events scored for the first day of this Starcom Network Shane Brathwaite zone. The athletes are under the starters' orders once again for this, the final event, 4x100 meter relay for the under 20 boys. And with 1 day of competition left, Harrison College and Springer Memorial are
well,
in the
they're
ascendancy.
off and running here. The under 20 boys, as you said, final event of the day. We'll be back tomorrow. In the meantime, let's see how the action is going. The Lodge School with a wonderful handover. Harrison College as well out in lane number 6. They're flying, heading down the back stretch. And let's look out for Lodge School again. Perfect handover. Wow, Lodge is gunning here. Final handover coming up. The Lodge School in charge. And let's see. And no problems there for the Lodge School. Yes, Harrison College giving chase. Is that Jeremy Small? Harrison College running past the Lodge School and taking the under 20 boys. 42.38 seconds. And I'm very impressed with this young lad called Jeremy Small.
Been rounded down to 42.25.
Yes.
The replay is available so we can take a look at it once again. Here we go. The Lodge School.
The Lodge School looked good for this one.
Looked good. Very early.
Oh, yes. But when you have a quality van on the ankle leg, and you can get that baton to the guy anywhere within striking distance, you know you're in with a chance to win. As was seen here, as the law school athlete gets the baton first on the ankle leg, and about 5 meters behind is the lad there from Harrison College, and that's Michael Jules' guy running down the young lad from the law school and passes him with room to spare on the track. Excellent run from him.
Yes,
Congratulations to
Jeremy
Harrison College.
Small, he was impressive in the 100, and again impressive here in the 4x1.
So
guys,
let's look at the scores then at the final, at the end of today's competition, at the end of day 1 of the Starcom Network's Shane Brathwaite zone. We're going to give you all of the points for those events that were being scored so far, so you have a good perspective as to what the teams have to do tomorrow. I'm going to pull that up for you in just a little bit. Photo of the college lads. I like this kit that the Harrison College athletes have.
It's simple
but impactful. If you get a view of the back of the vest, it spells college going down the middle. I particularly like that design. Good.
Very, as you say, very simple, but you can't miss college.
Yeah, you just can't miss college. So let's look at the points then at the end of day 1 of competition in the Starcom Network's Shane Brathwaite zone. In 6th place among the females, Parkinson Memorial, 46 points. In 5th is Dighton Griffith, they amassed 91. In 4th, Frederick Smith Secondary School, 121.5 points. In 4th, well, that was Frederick Smith in 4th, 121.5 points. In 3rd, the Lodge School, 221.5 points. In 2nd, Harrison College, 265.5 points. And Springer Memorial, they have good reason to jump and rejoice in Government Hill today because they're leading and just about just under 100 points or so, 363.5 points. They're going to end the day there and leading the girls. So
98 points.
Yeah, about 98 points. That is correct, Perry. So they have stretched their lead. They started the day in 2nd position, but as the day progressed, they caught up, passed, and are now extending their lead. The boys.
In the boys, Dighton Griffith, they're in 6th position with 94 points. Parkinson in 5th, 104. In 4th, Frederick Smith, 122. St. Leonard's boys currently in 3rd, 231. The Lodge School 2nd, 260. And leading by 106 points is Harrison College on 366 points.
Wow. So that's where we are at the end of day 1 of competition. Of course, we have to thank you for tuning in. We say thanks to not only you but to our sponsors who are once again the title sponsor: Dasani-Powerade, Obisco, Chafet and Frosty, Starcom Network, Cooperators General Insurance Company Limited, Sol Barbados Limited, Barbados National Oil Company Limited, Infinity on the Beach, Signia Globe Financial, City of Bridgetown Cooperative Credit Union, Barbados Teachers Cooperative Credit Union, Armstrong Agencies Laboratory and Sports, Barbados Light and Power Company Limited, McBride Caribbean Limited, BSL Athletics, Made It Against the Odds Foundation, Premier Security Services, Flow, as well as the Barbados Police Service. We also have to say thanks to our stream sponsors that include City of Bridgetown Cooperative Credit Union, Massey Stores, BNOCL, Infinity on the Beach, and Pharmacy Sales. We have enjoyed bringing you this coverage today from the Usain Bolt Sports Complex. Of course, you can tune in tomorrow where we continue to bring you the action. That will be day 2. I'm Ian Webster alongside, of course, Perry Barnett and Michael Jules. And we are going to sign off here for today. We'll see you tomorrow where the action continues at the Usain Bolt Sports Complex for the Dasani-Powerade Barbados Secondary Schools Athletics Championships 2023. Do have a good evening.
COB for all your financial needs, making your dreams a reality, help you to achieve prosperity. COB. one member at a time. Telephone 430-5900.